The rancid stench of fecal matter and bestial musk floats over from a nightmarish menagerie, where partygoers in animal masks caper like children amidst a scattershot maze of caged exotic beasts. Some loon on the lawn has a heifer tied down and is splashing it with paint, apparently seeing it not as cattle but canvas for some bizarre spurt of artistic inspiration. Of all the odd stuff I've seen, the grass-skirted inebriate guarding a bed of glowing hot coals that lead like a sizzling red carpet into the mansion's side entrance, well, that might just take the cake. Like a chieftain eager for sacrifice at the volcano's edge, the mad Montezuma atop his makeshift throne sneers down at the throng, daring anyone brave enough to traverse his infernal path.
Step right up, step right up. Fancy some bubbling, doll? Just gotta walk over and grab it.
I'm not that hard up for a drink. Nobody is.
Tell that to Phil. Clumsy bum burnt half his damn clothes off trying to get it.
Why in blazes would he do that?
That ain't no regular champagne, oh no. That's a Chateau Diff 78. You could buy Lizzie's hot rod with that bottle, lady.
Lizzie's clearly in a drinking mood. Maybe I can make that bottle a peace offering and get past her. Assuming I can stand the heat, that is.
So, doll, you gonna try a little hot foot?
Ah, hell, why not? The crowd whoops as I roll up my cuffs. Before I can think about it too hard, I launch myself down the path. A fireworks show of sparks erupts with every footfall as I dance my way across. The rictus grin of a charred human skull suddenly flashes up between my feet, glowing from within with burning mockery. The yelp that escapes me instantly drowns in the crowd's hooting glee. I don't mess with curses and I don't suffer hauntings. I'm not about to invite either one. I leap in a smoking arc and keep running, focusing on my footing and trying not to— I can't hold my footing on the burning rocks.
Yow!
Too bad. No bubbly for you.
Of all the odd stuff I've seen, the artist flings her brush at the dejected-looking milk cow, twirling like a liquored-up lawn sprinkler. Her paint-spattered dress probably costs more than my car.
Oh, finally, come here, quickly, it's done. At least, I think it's done. Is it done? What do you say? Is it finished?
Lady, I wouldn't even know where to start.
Nonsense. Everyone has art in their soul. Please tell me what you think. Please? What do you see?
Her wild eyes are filled with beseeching and some unidentifiable inebriate buzz. She's nuts, but looking at her paints, I start to gin up some fun ideas about how I might get Lizzie's car out of the way. Well, I'm no art critic, but it strikes me as the crassness of human interference intruding upon nature's simple beauty.
Yes, you're right. It's utterly puerile. Gauche, even. The symbolism is too obvious. It practically shouts at you. And the execution? Ugh, we shan't speak of it any longer.
She offers me one of her paint cans, plopping a fresh brush into it like the world's ugliest cocktail umbrella.
You're truly gifted. Here, follow that muse. Thank you, you beautiful, strange creature. Whoever you are, go now. Create.
Thanks. She returns to her opus, and I glance over at the battle scars cut across Lizzie's hot rod. Sure looks to me like it could use a fresh coat of paint. I crouch low and sneak up beside Lizzie's car, keeping out of her roving eyeline while I empty the entire paint can over the trunk and fenders. My masterpiece finished, I back off to a safe distance. Soon enough, she spots my good work. I enjoy the pantomime show as she blows her stack and clambers into the driver's seat to lurch off somewhere and erase my art. Beasts in gilded wicker masks caper through a forest of filthy cages, squealing at pitiful captives both animal and human. They gnash and bleat, splashed with effluence, surrender to their basest instinct.
I'm a parrot. What kind of animal are you?
I'm a person?
People go in cages. Animals only the menagerie.
They gesture drunkenly to a selection of masquerade animal faces. I see the glint of steel behind one of their palms. Starting a fight wouldn't get me any closer to soap, and I don't want to end up a literal jailbird. Better play along. Give me the lion mask.
Come on, make the sound.
I stand stock still. A cool breeze blows in some quiet garden of my mind. I'm there, detached, gazing down at my own body as I suck in breath and prepare to royally embarrass myself.
You're a terrible lion. You don't scare me at all.
More whiskey.
For some reason known only to God and Charles Darwin, there's no lock on the cage holding back the inky musculature of a sleek black panther. I pop the latch and pray to both of them, just in case. There's a pair of fiery amber eyes in the dark behind the bars, and a growl.
Hey, leave Snookums alone.
Sorry, just looking. I jam the tip of my boot knife into the lock and pop it free. The cage door swings open, and I realize, like a dope, I'm face to face with an unchained jungle predator. It's quick, which I suppose is a mercy. Jaguars go right for the jugular after all. Beasts in gilded I'm...
People go in...
They gesture drunkenly to us. Give me the lion mask. I stand stock.
You're a terrible...
For some reason known only to God and Charles Darwin, there's no...
Snookums, no!
The air is filled with sudden shrieks as the jungle cat flees its prison, hissing and growling. In the blind panic, one of the masked miscreants drops something. I snatch it up for a closer look. It's a set of luxury car keys chained to a lucky rabbit's foot. So, someone intended to catch a ride home in one of Soap's cars. I'm sure he'd be quite grateful to see his keys returned. A thousand smells hang thickly in the humid crush of 100 unwashed bodies. Through trails of smoke and light, I catch glimpses of debauchery, but my attention's stolen by the dame in senior doe regalia rushing up to greet me. Her bright blonde curls are bouncing playfully. This imp in angel's garb could only be one person, Sophie's lieutenant, Alice.
Is that rat Lizzie finally gone? Thank goodness. I was starting to think she'd scare off everyone on the island. Welcome. I'm Alice.
Gia Randazzo.
What a wonderful pleasure it is to meet you.
This one's more bubbly than fresh-popped champagne. Her wide, dazzling smile gives me an odd itch. She's not like sly Sophie or hot-headed Lizzie at all. A sinister animus glints behind Alice's cheerful exterior. I imagine the glare of the stage lights, hot and bright. I'm being scrutinized, analyzed. This isn't a friendly greeting. It's an interrogation.
Come, let me show you around.
That's neighborly of you. Thanks.
Neighbors? Oh no, let's say we're friends. The very best of friends.
We only just met.
Well, then let's get to know one another. Tell me a secret.
Alice's milky sweet voice curdles slightly as she pours in a not-so-subtle note of challenge. Is this some kind of test? Secrets take two. I'll bite, but then you've got to give me one of yours. She claps her hands like an overjoyed schoolgirl, nodding her agreement and waiting anxiously. I feel like I'm dangling a steak over a tiger's pen. Right. I'm afraid of the rain, I suppose.
What? How odd. Go on, explain.
Not much to explain. Try growing up on ground level. Trash falls on your head more often than water down there. You learn to hate the sound of anything hitting your roof.
Oh, how very fascinating.
All right, now you. What's your secret?
It is a fascinating secret, but not quite fascinating enough. No, I need something more.
Look, it was nice meeting you and all, but I have an appointment with Soap Jackson.
Is that so? How strange. I manage Soap's social calls. He only spends time with the most interesting girls, you see. And I don't remember seeing your name on the list.
Just let me upstairs, will you? A burned-out little bulb sparks to life, and a nasty idea flashes over her face.
Tell you what, play a few of our games here, prove to me you're interesting, and maybe I'll agree to let you see Soap. It'll be terrific fun. I promise.
What's that going to prove?
We'll just see, won't we? Either way, I'll definitely learn something interesting about Gio Rondazzo.
Ugh, fine. Some crag-faced heavies lurk by the staircase, clearly sober and bored. I'd rather they didn't turn their attention my way. But there's no getting past them without Alice's say-so anyway. A group of partygoers are socializing around an elegant water pipe. Underneath the pungent bitterness of the tobacco, I detect the subtle sweetness of molasses mixed with botanicals. I watch one of the smokers blow a thick cloud into the air, then sneak into the stash while the patrons are transfixed on the haze. The well-off will always pay top dollar for a good smoke. The doe stands ramrod straight, beautiful as an ice sculpture, but rimmed with disdain. She presides over the scene like a grim judge, or maybe, if the bound men's faces are any sign, an executioner. Next to her, a hard-nosed child sulks with a browbeaten expression. With a painful jolt, I realize the child is Jenna, the girl I didn't pick at the exchange. Pearl must have snapped her up at some point.
Are you paying attention? If you're going to be a doe, you'll have to make some hard choices.
Yes, Miss Pearl.
As I eavesdrop on Pearl and her newfound protege, someone jostles me, and I'm shoved to the front of the onlooking audience. Watch it!
A volunteer for the jury? Good. Step forward.
What's going on here?
These deviants stand accused of serious crimes against Dreamland and her good Baron. Crimes for which the punishment is death.
The captive men wriggle in fright. Both are flanked by a doe lieutenant, gripping wine bottles in each hand like headsmen's axes. Thirsty or not, the accused look like they'll be quenched into an early grave if the verdict doesn't swing their way.
As our newest aspirant, Jenna will hear their pleas and pass judgment. You, newcomer, will offer testimony as an impartial third party.
What is this? Some kind of sick game? No, I want nothing to do with this.
Aspirant, do you agree to let her leave, or shall this woman stand testament?
The recognition and pleading in Jenna's eyes would melt the white-hot heart of a forge. But she tempers herself, drawing on years of pain to harden her face and steel her voice.
She should stay.
My neck jerks automatically and I nod, helpless. Pearl purses her thin lips in satisfaction.
Good. Arthur Weingarten. You stand accused of defrauding the public trust in the amount of $570.50. Do you have anything to say in your defense?
Please, Miss Pearl, I ain't done nothing wrong. I won that hand fair and square.
So, you accuse Pandemonium of corruption, and by extension, Marm herself.
No! Look, I'll give the money back if that's what you want.
And you, Harold Horowitz, stand accused of gross public indecency. Do you have anything to say in your defense?
This is a crock. A guy's not allowed to wear a red tie on a Tuesday? Says who?
Say the laws of this barony and its benevolent overseer, to which you agreed to abide faithfully the moment you stepped foot on its steel.
I ain't agreed to nothing. My niece got me that tie for Christmas. Damned if I won't wear it whenever I please.
Now we will hear from our impartial jury. What say you?
Listen, I know we all came here to have a drink or two, but this is nuts. The crowd around me murmurs assent. From below, Pearl looks like she belongs on Mount Rushmore. Haughty, pale, and hard as granite. How's about we let them go and get back to the party, huh?
Aspirant, do you agree?
Yes, Miss Pearl.
By the grace of Frau Magdalene, Baron of Dreamland, you are free to go.
The does cut the men free, but their relief is nothing compared to the kids, who beams a deeply grateful look down at me as Pearl turns her away. That ought to be enough to convince Alice, but I could check out the other thing first. The blindfolded volunteer seems delighted by the danger, ignoring the bright crimson lines torn through their clothes, goading the crowd. The onlookers bay in response, hungry for more.
All right, we have another player. Step right up, little lady.
Me? No way.
Oh, don't be a spoil sport. Come on. Big bets, high stakes. You could walk away a winner tonight.
He grabs my wrist and slaps a knife into my palm. I can't think straight through the din of the spectators, who begin a rhythmic chant urging me to throw. In for a penny, like they say. What kind of odds am I getting?
Newcomers get 3 to 1, but you look pretty capable. Want to put some money down?
Damn right I do. I lick my thumb and unfold him some crisp lettuce as the onlookers cheer. All eyes are on me now. Watch this. I toss the knife between my hands, judging its weight and balance. Squinting one eye, I pantomime some practice throws. Confident I've got the measure of my tool, I put my back into it and heave. The knife practically shaves the fuzz off the volunteer's ear, landing with a loud thunk in the wall beyond. The crowd bursts into applause, and hands jostle me back and forth in excitement. Close shave. Pay up.
What a toss! Here, to toast your victory.
He hands me a crystal coupe, its diamond facets throwing colored blotches of light like confetti across my arms. I'd bet my boots even the Pope doesn't have a drinking cup this ritzy. They can't have brought this from home, which means it must belong to the gracious host. I'm sure he'd be pleased to see it returned. This ought to be enough to convince Alice to let me upstairs, but I could check out the other thing first. A raucous crowd against the far wall centers on a blindfolded figure haloed by knives, like some Sistine fresco of a circus freak.
Well, you clearly don't suffer from stage fright.
Yeah, I'm a regular vaudevillian. Now let me see soap.
What if I say no?
I haven't forgotten. You owe me a secret. But you don't need to say a word. I already know your secret, Alice.
Is that so?
Yeah. You wear different costumes, you play different parts. But there's one role you just can't quite pull off, isn't there? Significance, relevance, importance. Soap doesn't care what you think. Nobody does. So let me pass, and we'll both forget we ever knew you. Her grease paint mask of cheerfulness melts. Hot, lethal jealousy boils to the surface from underneath.
Let her through, boys.
By the way, people who try and hustle me tend to regret it. I better not see you again.
Oh, you will. I promise.
On my way to Soap's parlor, I cross paths with a gaggle of inebriates, wearing the sourpuss looks of the newly impoverished. Inside, the air is slow and close, like a field of wheat that's never known the wind. The infamous gambler gadabout and man about town sits behind a desk, counting his poker winnings with a miser's relish. Nothing good grows in this sunless den, except his appetite and the numbers in his ledger. A billiards table has been repurposed as an impromptu bed, satin blankets forming a nest for the colored billiard eggs. Can you capture an entire lifetime on ink and paper? What kind of an insane bureaucrat would even try? They say Soap willingly threw away an all-star baseball career to professionally peruse the pandemonium tables instead. I might have more respect for the guy if he still got his pants dirty on occasion. In the lordly realm of jet-setters, Soap's at least a high-ranking count. Absurd amounts of money allow for all kinds of exotic adventures, I suppose. You ask me, New York's got plenty of its own. The sharp figure of Soap Jackson is recognizable to anyone who ever spared a passing glance at a tabloid. He's trim, athletic, and wears his $1,000 suit as casually as pajamas.
Well, let's see what my pretty little secretary sent up this time. What's your name, baby?
Gia Randazzo. Nice party. Little strange for my taste.
I cater to all tastes here. Surely I have something to suit your palate.
Well, it isn't boring, I'll give you that.
Let's keep it interesting then. Pick something.
He gestures broadly at the room while pulling a loaf of cash from his pocket big enough to choke a horse. It's a practiced motion, one he performs dozens of times a day, the unconscious twitch of an addict chasing a high. We betting on something?
Too slow, baby. Come on. I'm on a streak. There. You see that?
He points to an empty corner of the ornate stucco ceiling, or rather, to the cobweb hanging there, ghostly pale in the dim light.
5,000 says that spider will move to the right. Come on, you want this action or what?
You're on. But I don't want to deprive a poor man of his last dollar. Let's up the stakes.
I'm listening.
If I win, you change the schedule for the fireworks show at Marm's birthday bash. If this request strikes him as strange, he doesn't show it. I imagine he's wagered other men's salaries on wilder things in the last hour alone.
And if I win?
Name your price. Soap doesn't need a beastly mask to resemble a wolf, his eyes shining in the gloom with the thrill of the hunt. Whether it's drawn by a magnet, the scent of blood, or the invisible hand of its duplicitous master, the spider struts across its web on an easterly course like it was always a foregone conclusion. Soap grins. You rigged it. You must have.
I never lose, baby. That's why I'm the best. Now, I believe you said I could name my price.
Wait a minute. Let's talk about this. I know you'll change your mind.
Now, why would I go and do a thing like that?
The sound of a huge commotion, even by the standards of this crazy fiesta, floats up to us from downstairs. People are screaming, but my fight or flight doesn't seem bothered. Flashbulbs illuminate a mad scramble where the crowd is crushed towards a central figure. Apollo Diamond, dressed to the nines. Fans mob for autographs, while Soap and I stare in equal disbelief.
Apollo Diamond? Cocky jerk. Thought he was too straight-laced for my parties.
What the hell is he doing here?
Would you like to meet him, baby? I'm sure I can arrange an introduction.
Apollo spots us and cuts through the horde in our direction. I catch Soap straightening his tie, but Apollo doesn't even notice him, swooping in and planting a gallant kiss on my cheek.
Oh, Gia, darling. How wonderful. This drab little party just got interesting.
I don't indulge many vices in this life, but I take a moment to truly savor the gobsmacked look on Soap's face.
You know him?
Apollo, this is Soap. We just met.
Ah, hello, old sport. Nice little cottage you've got here. I've heard so much about your famous parties, I just had to see what all the fuss was about.
Well, that's... I'm glad you,
Apollo, don't ever take any action from this man. He'd rig it so the moon fell out of the sky if it would win him a bet.
Oh, really? Come on. There's no glory in a sure thing, wouldn't you agree?
Now hang on just a minute. Soap Jackson never fixed a bet in his life.
Our host's indignation dissipates into the air like the feeble puff of swagger it is, as he spots a safe path out of this social thicket.
But I'll be happy to fix that fireworks show for you if that's what you want.
Then we're square. Apollo pulls me close to whisper in my ear, his spicy sweet cologne wafting across me. My skin involuntarily tingles. His voice is low and warm.
Couldn't let you have all the fun by yourself, could I?
Like a grateful spelunker reacquainting themselves with the warmth of sunlight, I surface from the depraved depths of Soap's party into the cool air. Think that'll do for social outings for a while. As I turn over the ignition, I spot a pair of wounded eyes behind glass. Alice, in her own ride, mascara painted down her cheeks in spiteful rivulets. Seems my association with Apollo was the final nail in tonight's coffin of humiliation. I don't make it spitting distance from Soap's before the scream of Alice's engine adds its own bile to the city's cacophony.
You ugly hag. You're a nobody.
Give me a break. Isn't it time for your curtain call? Why don't you head back to the party before everyone forgets your face, huh?
I'll kill you! camera! Action!
This could be all she wrote.
miss. See ya.
Giovanna? Ta.
Gia, be careful out there.
Oh, hello.
Can't imagine the Dufresne situation has been easy.
No. Though I'm relieved that none of our people have been turned, it's a sobering reminder of how close our work brings us to the edge. We've lost good people in White Street, Alex and Maria among them. We know the risks, but I paid the last fare for many of our friends. It never gets easier. All right, bye.
Everyone's assembled to go over the plan. A taut wire of tension hangs in the air, and it twitches reflexively when I enter, like they're all waiting to see how much extra strain my weight will add.
Is everyone here? Good. Gia, the floor is yours.
Okay, we've got Soap Jackson on board, so first step is meeting him outside the casino. He'll set off the fireworks early, which should draw Marm and her guests outside.
The code combination to the Pandemonium Vault changes daily. Every morning, each doe is given a unique combination, all of which unlock it. When we get there, I'll receive my combination and give it to you. Then I'll join the doe escort with Marm.
Hang on. Mom will know it was your combination that unlocked the vault. You'll blow your cover.
By the time she realizes that, it will be far too late. Without her money, Marm's powerless. This isn't just a heist, darling. It's a coup.
Long overdue, if you ask me.
Right. Pandemonium should empty out well enough, but we'll still have security to watch out for. Cress, you're headed to the boiler room.
Yeah, I'll overload the heating system to cover our getaway.
Just try not to blow us all up while me and the crew are still inside, yeah?
Please. Klausner's system is as good as it gets. A perfect time bomb he put in the heart of his own creation.
Luca, you're with me. We'll use Sophie's combination to get into the vault, and your crew can start unloading the goods.
My boys already got clearance for their trucks at the loading bay. Should be simple.
So long as we don't get complacent, darling.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Anything else?
Do we have contingencies? A backup plan? What happens if something goes wrong?
Oh, what could go wrong, old sport? It's foolproof.
Despite Apollo's attempt at invigorating optimism, all eyes turn anxiously my way. They're looking to me like I'm a general atop my horse. Enemy banners flapping on the horizon behind me. No matter what happens, I'm just glad Apollo will finally have enough money for that nose job.
Honestly, Apollo, I'm surprised you don't poke your co-star's eyes out with that thing.
Et tu, Brute?
Relax, Golden Boy. If anyone here needs their schnoz straightened, it's yours truly.
Right then. Get home safe, everyone. And remember, don't look down.
Sophie, you got a second?
What's on your mind?
What did you mean, coup? What are you planning here?
She won't give up power willingly. So we'll have to tear it out of her hands. I can't control how she reacts.
But you know her better than any of us. She'll still be dangerous, even with an empty vault. Should we expect blowback?
I'm not alone in this, Gia. The Does are my sisters, and I know them better than anyone.
How can you be sure?
I can't. I just know whatever happens, despite our differences, I want my sisters by my side. I have to give them that chance.
Pandemonium glows like a phoenix, a modern-day city of gold dedicated to the celebration and expansion of one woman's monstrous wealth. I can't help but hesitate in the face of the splendor. Soap Jackson saunters over with the air of a worksite foreman who's never held a shovel in his life, while laborers bustle to set up Marm's fate. I envy his nonchalance, if not his swagger.
Well, hello, baby. Lovely to see you again.
Are we all set?
Ready and waiting. Just say the word and I'll kick off the party.
As a personal favor for me, as we agreed. Don't tell me you're backing out on me now.
Of course I ain't. But I just can't figure it. Why would you want the schedule changed? What's in it for you, baby?
I need Marm and her cronies out of Pandemonium so I can rob her blind. Soap's face splits in a wide grin and he hoots with laughter. To him, I might as well be wearing grease paint and honking a toy horn.
Whew, I've seen vaudeville acts ain't half as funny as you, baby. Man alive. You really are something special. Well, we can start anytime. Just say the word.
So, what's on the itinerary for this shindig anyway?
You already know about the fireworks. My people tell me we got enough to make the Emperor of Indochina himself green with envy. We got a 16-piece brass band waiting in the wings, too.
Nice. Anything else?
Besides my captivating voice leading us all in celebration of our dear Baron, what else could you need, baby?
So, a bunch of speeches.
Sure, and a ribbon-cutting ceremony, and a champagne christening, and a pile of civic awards. And that's before we go inside.
Great. Feel free to take your time with those speeches, huh? Really savor it.
Mom paid for the best, and she's gonna get it.
You spend a lot of time here?
The casino? Nah, not anymore. Time was, Mom gave me the proper whale treatment. Private tables, open bar, free rooms, you name it.
So what happened?
The more you get to know me, baby, the more you'll realize my attentions are like a wild stallion. Hard to catch and harder to keep.
So you won too much and Marm kicked you to the curb.
Wasn't like that at all. See, games of chance got a finite store of thrills inside of them, baby. Use it all up, and there ain't nothing left for a man with appetites like mine.
The word. Soap grabs his bullhorn, and in a moment the night air rings with a triumphant march. Above the casino, the sizzle of a dazzling fireworks show sparkles off the underside of the false iron sky.
That oughta really tick her off.
Sophie scribbles some numbers on a scrap of paper and hands it to me.
Here's the combination to my dial. I'm off to join Marm and the Does. Good luck.
You too. See you at the hole. Drinks on me. Sophie takes off, and we push against the current of the crowd towards the casino. Sure enough, there's a hubbub as the wiry figure of Marm exits the casino. A river of gamblers and guests flow in her wake, wearing the annoyed grimaces of people interrupted mid-bet.
Gia?
I clock the security guards at the entrance doors at the same moment Crest does. Don't worry.
Sorry. Back to where you came. Nobody goes in during the fireworks show. Mom's orders.
Damn it. Front door won't cut it, and we can't pitter-patter out here all night. Gotta think of a new approach, fast. I could try and draw the guards away from the door. I remember a trick Zio used to pull when I was a tyke, and point at one guard's chest. While he's searching his tie for a stain, I curl my finger into a fist and bash him in the sniffer as hard as I can. Luca helps things along by following up with a chop to the neck, dropping the guard like a ton of bricks. We're through the doors as the other guard moves to help. Not exactly like Zio, but it works. We're in. The cavernous casino interior feels wrong somehow, without the usual bodies and noise. This warm, beckoning sanctuary of sin, now a chilly mausoleum of gold and greed.
I'm off to the boiler room. Wish me luck.
I would, but you don't need it. Do your job slow and smooth. You've got the skills, so use it.
You sweet talker. Are you after Apollo's job? I'll get it done. Be safe, you guys.
Right. Don't look down. I double-check our route to the vault on Klossner's blueprints. His drawings are meticulous, accurate down to the inch. I guide us like a bloodhound tugging at the leash through the employees-only area. Mar Magdalene's vault is a titanic monument to money grubbing, gilded with Rococo garnish, boldly advertising her bottomless appetite for coin. I half expect to find a fat old dragon snoring on the other side of the massive door, but the only dragon I know is outside watching the fireworks with her hired help.
This place gives me the willies. Kind of feels like we're being watched.
I know what you mean. It feels like we're intruding on holy ground or something.
More like unholy ground. You got that combo?
I've got it. Here goes nothing. If the vault's meant to be distracting, it works. Because we don't hear the patrolling guard's footsteps on the cold marble until he's right behind us.
Hey, what are you doing? Get away from there.
I produce a wad of cash from my pocket and watch his eyes widen. You're a smart fella. You're just doing your job. And when someone asks you if you saw anybody near the vault today, what do you say?
Well, I can't speak for the other guys, but me personally, never saw a soul.
I breathe deeply to stop my fingers from trembling. With something like reverence, I twist the dial to the number Sophie provided, hearing a satisfying clunk inside the door as its mechanisms pop free. There's so much still left, even with the majority of the cash hauled away by Luca's people. Surely nobody will mind if I take a little pocket-sized souvenir for myself. There's so much still left, even with the majority of the cash hauled away by Luca's people. Surely nobody will... There's so much left, even with the majority of the cash hauled away by Luca's people. Surely nobody will mind if I take a little... In the burrows, fallen trash gathers into hills of scrap bigger than sand dunes. Even those miniature mountains are dwarfed by the glittering piles of treasure inside Marm's vault. I lick my lips unconsciously as I start to salivate. There's enough cash, hawk jewels, and fine art in this room to buy the old governor's mansion. Hell, there's enough to buy the old governor. I think about what it would be like to roll around in it. I have the crazy notion that Marm comes down here to do just that.
Bingo!
Within minutes, Luca's workers flood through the entrance where the loot is normally deposited. His people work quickly, hauling the vault's sparkling riches out in sacks and wheelbarrows. I watch in dumb fascination as they enter and depart the loading bay in ordered lines, like ants carrying supplies back to the colony. I know I'm the lookout, but I'm too caught up in the moment. We're really doing this. As the last of Luca's laborers disappear with Marm's ill-gotten gains, a sudden blaring klaxon jolts me out of my gleeful reverie. Luca looks to me in dismay.
Damn, the jig's up!
Calm down, big fella. It's just the fire alarm. Means Cress is doing her job. I'll be back in a second. I lope down a few corridors away from the vault, watching as security scrambles around in panic confusion. I overhear words like fire and boiler, along with a few choice phrases too crude to repeat. Cress emerges, moving swiftly through the commotion. I shoot her an appreciative grin, but she looks concerned. We hightail it back towards the vault together, rejoining Luca. What's the problem?
What a time. Security showed up at the loading bay, and they're asking a lot of questions and not liking the answers. Plus, the boiler is set to blow any minute now.
Damn it! Gia, those are my people. I won't leave them in the lurch.
Doesn't matter, we can't get out that way. There's gotta be another exit.
I'll find us a way out. In the freshly echoing emptiness of Marm's vault, I spread out Klossner's blueprints, desperate to find a route I've overlooked. No time for mistakes. Gotta make the call. The blueprints are detailed and clear, and I see multiple viable paths. I make a silent promise to plan a wet one on that creep Klossner if I ever see him again. 3 options. We can take the service way out through the lower level, past the boiler room. We can stick to the main corridors and head straight for the staff exit, or we can duck into this VIP lounge, which has a private exit.
That's a gamble, miss, and I don't gamble with my people. They're expecting us at the loading bay. What if they wait too long?
Come on, big fella. We're in a casino. Your people know the right moves. We'll catch up with them later, I'm sure of it. I'm not sure of it, but what else can I say? Let's go. We dash headlong through the corridors, buffeted by the wailing fire alarm and the shouts of the guards. The warbling tone of a PA system crackles to life, and Marm's furious edict blares out like the voice of God.
Attention, security personnel! There is a theft in progress. Apprehend these villains immediately, dead or alive. The squad that brings them and their stolen property in will receive a sizable pay raise.
We're in the bowels of the casino now, dashing through dingy passageways reserved for Aethoniers. Ahead of us, an air vent suddenly blows off its hinges, engulfing the passageway in roaring flames. I storm through the blaze, but my coat and hat catch fire. While I struggle to fling away my smoking apparel, a platoon of guards surround Luke. In the burrows, I lick my I think about
Bingo!
Within minutes, I watch. Where really? As the last
Damn!
Calm down. I lope pressing. What's the problem?
What a time.
Damn it!
Doesn't matter.
I'll find us in the fresh blueprint. 3 options.
That's a gamble.
Come on, big. I'm not sure of it. Let's go. We dash head.
Attention!
We're in the bowels of the casino now. I fling my coat over my head and storm through the blaze like a charging warhorse, my friends hot on my heels. We have to pat away a few licks of flame on the other side, but we make it otherwise unscathed. Cress, what happened to the boiler? Isn't it supposed to explode?
I did the best I could, but I guess she didn't want to.
Good thing for us, then. I don't think we could outrun an explosion.
We hit the road and catch up with Luca's workers as the shuddering whine of Aether engines roars behind us. Figures. The does aren't about to let us get away that easy.
Damn it! We lost some good people back there. I won't lose any more.
You're finished! You scummy little worms! Get back here!
Naughty little thieves! Off with their heads!
Alice, Lizzie, and Pearl rev up behind us. Marm's little trinity of terror. Figures she'd send her best. Let's hope we can take all three at once.
See that, boss? You do something nice for someone and they return the favor. Those folks we helped out agreed to drive our haulers for us.
I'll take all the help I can get. It won't be easy keeping these trucks on the road. My eyes fix on Pearl behind the wheel of her coupe, still as a cobra, gearing up for its strike. I've seen what her sisters can do. She's gotta be on another level entirely.
You should have called me earlier, sisters. I would never have let it get this far. Do you hear me, smuggler? It is time to make your peace.
I was holding back when we met. Not anymore.
You won't get away this time.
You're barely worth my time.
Retreat, Crest. I'll take it from here.
I'm hit! Ugh, hope I didn't lose any loot!
Not looking good.
One by one, the does peel off. We've lost them.
Is it just me, or was that...
Too easy? Yeah, something's not right.
Don't question it, Gia. We've got the treasure in hand. Lead the way, boss.
Free and clear, the night air on my face. I give myself over to the rush of the road and the sweet relief of victory. Luca and Cress's cheers fill my ears, until they cut short, and we spot the roadblock up ahead. It's Marm. Let's get this over with. Our rides glide to a halt, blaring headlights filling our windshields. We step out into the windy freeway, facing Marm.
I'm impressed.
Nothing but the best for the Baron on her big day.
Amusing. But this charade ends now.
Looks like the boiler never went boom, because the flashing lights of Dreamland's firefighting squads are already on the scene. Marm favors us with a smug smile, and her does look at us with predatory craving.
I've been suspicious of a traitor in my house for months. This all but confirms it.
How's that? Maybe we're just expert thieves.
Hardly. I caught you in the act. And what's more, all I have to do is check which combination was used on the vault, and I'll know who betrayed me.
The does shoot each other nervous, suspicious looks. They're attack dogs on the leash, ready to lash out, but they're no longer sure which way to direct their bite.
However, if any of my faithful daughters would like to turn themselves in right now, I promise to show you leniency. But to be, Mädchen, shall I head back to my casino? Or shall we resolve this here and now?
Mom, I swear it wasn't me! You gotta believe me! I'd never betray you!
Really? You only care about yourself.
That's rich. Coming from you.
Oof! Says the scheming psycho!
Enough!
All present watch in stunned amazement as the barrel of Sophie's gun turns away from me and points straight at Marm's heart.
Sophia! Haitian! I never would have suspected.
That's exactly the problem, Marm. You've become blind. You're so focused on expanding your empire, you missed what was happening right in front of you.
Sophie, you snake! How could you? After everything she did for us!
For us? What about to us? What has she ever given that she hasn't taken away tenfold from the city? From its everyday people? From innocent little girls with nowhere else to turn?
I glance at Winnie, disturbed to see her youthful features frozen in a shell-shocked, thousand-yard stare. No longer afraid, but no longer really present at all.
So, what next, dear? You'll kill me and take my place? Is that the plan?
No, Marm. Despite everything, I love you. And I don't want your barony, but this has to stop.
I knew you didn't have the backbone.
Listen to me. It doesn't have to be this way. We can change things in Dreamland. Together, as sisters.
This is Sophie's moment. I would sooner bare my neck to Marm than take it away from her. I nod, and she continues.
Look, Dreamland is already yours. You already run its streets, its nightlife, its storefronts. If Marm retires from managing the operation, she can keep living comfortably while you keep doing what you do best. If she's too proud to let go, then we'll find her somewhere else to live. But one way or the other, Marm has to step back. You all know Gia. Like it or not, she's one of my sisters now. And she could be yours, too. I think we have more in common with her than not. Give us your support. Let's make this real.
And I'll just sit back, will I? And watch as you take everything?
You can't stop us. You can only be stopped. Your hoard is taken. The casino's in ruins. You can never recover what you lost. It's time to move on. The circumstances of your retirement are up to you.
Fine. You want to parley? I suppose I owe you that much.
Sophie joins her Baron for a private negotiation. I'm left staring at the does, who seem carved from stone, still reeling from the shock of Sophie's betrayal, and unsure what to do. My heart lurches to see Winnie's sweetness has been smothered. She's listless and hollow, swaddled in her dough uniform like a straitjacket. Is Jenna better off wherever she is? Winnie, you don't have to make a decision if you don't want to, but I know your approval would make Sophie very happy. Winnie looks up at me. Her expression is a jumble of conflicting emotions. I shouldn't press her any further. Alice's perpetually bouncing curls seem unnaturally still as she stares into the middle distance. She regards me smugly as I approach.
I suppose you're going to convince me to betray Marm?
I get the feeling that if Sophie hadn't made her move today, someone else would have stepped up. And maybe not a doe. What do you think?
I think she's a conniving little serpent. But I'm not an idiot, you know. I can see the writing on the wall.
Then you know she's right.
I know plenty, thank you very much. Most of which Marm taught me.
I haven't forgotten, you know. Your secret.
I didn't forget either, you hussy.
You don't get it. You don't have to be that Alice anymore. Everything you want is right in front of you now. All you need to do is join your sisters and be a part of something bigger than Marm's whims. I'm more than a little surprised at how long Alice chews it over. Finally, grudgingly, she nods.
You do talk sense. All right then, count me in. But just to be clear, we're never going to be friends. You and I.
I can live with that. Lizzie's arms are crossed in a childish pout. She curls her lip as I catch her attention.
You. Haven't you done enough? Scram, why don't you?
Not here for a fight. You think Sophie might have the right idea?
Look, I know I ain't the smartest, okay? Sophie, she's the sharp one. She always knows what to do. But Mom, I'd be in the gutter without her. You get me? Nowhere. Nothing.
I get you. I grew up in the Burrows. Without my Zio, I'd be nowhere too. We don't get to choose our family, but we can choose what we take with us. We can choose who we want to be. She sniffs, uncomfortable with the frankness of the conversation. Her silence says everything she won't. Look, Lizzie, one gearhead to another. When you throw a rod, you get off the road, or you end up wrecking your whole engine.
What the shit is that supposed to mean?
There's no future with Marm. You can see that, can't you?
No. Now leave me alone, unless you want a sock in the jaw.
Come on, Lizzie. Do the right thing here.
You know, I'm sticking with Marm, and you and the princess over there can dangle. Now get out of my face.
Lizzie won't talk to me anymore. Pearl's impassive face is tight with fury. Who it's pointed at, whether it's Sophie or Marm or me or the whole sweet world, is anyone's guess. Pearl, I know you're not stupid. You can see Sophie's right, can't you?
What I see is a pathetic ingrate, hungry for power that isn't hers. And in you, I see a lost child, puffing out her chest to disguise her fear.
I think that's the longest sentence I've heard you speak. Glad we're finally getting to know one another.
You don't know anything.
A silver flash traces a line from my belt to Pearl's throat, and my knife...
You won't.
My eyes dart to the kid. Last chance.
Walk away. Now.
Lizzie's arms are crossed and...
You. Haven't you done enough?
Just think it over, Lizzie. Nobody to remind you to stick to orders you know are wrong. Nobody to chide you in front of your sisters, and knowing there's no room for argument.
What are you getting at?
You'd even have an equal voice at the table. Even if Sophie ends up calling the shots, can you really see her doing it without consulting you girls?
I gotta think about this.
Hook, line, and sinker. Lizzie is on board for sure.
Fine. Fine, all right. Whatever.
Pearl's impassive face is tight with fury. Who it's pointed at, a silver flash traces the line from my belt to Pearl's throat, and my knife rests against her slowly pulsing jugular.
You won't kill.
My eyes dart to the kid, who's watching this last chance, Pearl.
Walk away. Now.
Sophie and Marm finish their tete-a-tete and rejoin us. Sophie's gun is still aimed at her matriarch, but the Baron holds her chin high.
To those of you here, thank you. And to those who decline my offer, I understand. I hope we can still be sisters.
This is ridiculous.
Gia, this never would have happened without your help. Help me decide. I don't want Dreamland to become another White Street, fractured and plagued with infighting.
I feel all eyes turn to me. but the two that weigh the heaviest are Sophie and Luca. It's not just Dreamland's future we're talking about. Soph, this is your call. I can't make it for you.
I'm not asking you to, darling. I'm just asking you to tell me what I already know.
But this isn't my world.
That's exactly why your opinion means so much. Dreamland's been my entire life. I'm too wrapped up in it. You, though, you see it with clear eyes. You have the detachment of the outsider. I need that.
Behind the con artist, behind the street soldier, behind the double agent, behind everything Sophie's made herself, I catch a glimpse of the girl who never quite disappeared, whose light remained bright underneath. Well, all right then. If she stays in Dreamland, she'll do everything she can to get her power back. Can't risk it.
This is an outrage! I built this place from nothing. I gave you everything you have.
I don't like it, but it makes sense. Your heart would only blacken further. To live in your old empire without the power to steer it into the future. You do your best to sabotage us. I'd expect no less. Happy birthday, Marm.
I should never have raised you up. You didn't deserve it. You never deserved that, any of you. I should have smothered you in your sleep.
Marm swings a brittle fist at Sophie, whose sad, patient defense wears out the old lady's rage until she's deflated like an empty balloon. A single tear marches down the craggy landscape of her wrinkled cheek. Sophie clicks Marm into a pair of handcuffs and guides her gently to the back seat of her car. The does disperse wordlessly. There's an odd quiet in the air. Is winning supposed to feel like this?
Gia, I'll see you at Spritzenhaus.
Right. My ears ring in the silence, still loud even though they're blessedly free of alarms and shouting and gunfire. For now, anyways. Luca's unloading our ill-gotten haul. He hefts the last crate, giving the truck a firm slap on the metal bed to signal the driver to leave. He carries it like it weighs nothing, but I feel the impact in my soles as he drops it on the ground between us.
We did it, Gia. Here, kill Myers' payment and then some. But you let him talk you into handing this all over to him. You deserve some of that.
The boisterous beer hall is quiet as a chapel in the daylight. By the contented look on his expansive face, Killmeyer's recovered well from the shock of having his island swallowed whole. I'm pleased to notice, however, a slightly more chastened volume to his voice. Bartender here at Spritzenhaus.
You come to get a load?
Show me what you've got.
Come back soon. I've already...
Aha! The daring thieves return victorious. I knew you could do it.
We have to offload this stuff pronto. You got somewhere to put all this?
Not to worry. Those kegs behind me are quite empty. Perfect for hiding things I don't want others to find. Please, sit. Make yourself comfortable. Have you seen the news?
Wonder where she'll end up. Canada, you think?
Maybe Deutschland. I think she'd enjoy seeing the old country.
Who can say? She's been chased out like the vermin she is, but enough of that. Let us look to the future. Perhaps over a drink or two, my lovely.
Not on your life, Killmeyer. Where's my Aether core?
Close at hand, Liebling. Close at hand. Now, about my price.
We worked awful hard to get this. Let's talk about a discount.
You have unseated the Baron, and now there will be a war for power. I thrive under such conditions, you see, so I am grateful, but Marm could still return someday. No, I feel my price is fair.
Get it, Gia. Prying a penny out of this fat cat's grip is like trying to squeeze orange juice from a rock.
Show me that Aether core and let's get this done.
Certainly, certainly. You know, you are even lovelier when you are impatient.
Please, I just ate.
I masked my surprise at the small device wrapped in cloth stained with what I imagine was the previous owner. A faint hum escapes the polished metal and tickles my palms. Luca's people are waiting outside. Coordinate with them.
Wunderbar! Congratulations on the deal well struck. I shall go attend to things. Please, make yourselves at home. From now on, for you and your friends, drinks are on the house.
Thanks.
My people could use a round too. Robbing a casino is thirsty work.
Of course, delighted. But only one round. Do you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Well, gang, we did it.
I don't know about you ladies, but I could use a drink.
Luca, it's 10 in the morning.
And? What are you, my mother?
Well, I've got some time, and I'm feeling quite lucky. I've got a deck of cards I need breaking in anyway. Giovanna?
Luca fetches us some steins and a bowl of peanuts, while Sophie breaks a pack and deals. I sit, admiring their ability to jump back into such normal, everyday pursuits after such a harrowing adventure. The leftover shakes from the day's events have finally subsided. We've pulled off the crime of the decade, deposed a tyrant, bargained with the devil, and come out the other side.
I haven't had the time until now, but thank you all. You don't know what the past few days have meant to me.
Sure I do. You're not the only one with skeletons in the closet, Sophie. Why do you think I stuck out my neck for you?
Thank you for having my back at the roadblock, darling. And all along the way, too.
Don't mention it.
Well, come on, then. Tell me what I missed. I want all the juicy details.
Well, I'll say this much. My casino robbing days are done. The stress plays hell with my complexion.
What are you talking about? You look great.
Cress barely stifles an involuntary yelp of mirth. Sophie dazzles the room with a wide and saucy smile. Luca holds up his hands in baffled surrender.
What? She does? What did I say?
Thanks, Luca. We got through by the skin of our teeth is all. I'm just glad it wasn't worse.
Me too.
The hand finishes, and Sophie reshuffles in silence, dealing out wry looks with every new card. Drinks and smiles flow easily. The mood settles comfortably, like a dog snuggling into its bed.
So what happens now? I'm in it for the long haul. Underground's not going anywhere, so neither am I. How about you, Sophie? Luca?
I know you've got a lot on your plate, Soph, but I'd like it if you stuck it out with us, now that Marm's been dealt with. What do you say?
I've left instructions for Marm to be taken out of the city on an outbound freighter. That'll keep her out of our hair for at least a little while.
You think she'll be back?
Doubtful. We've crippled her power and taken almost all of her liquid assets. She might prove a nuisance in the future, but for now, she's toothless.
Almost all her assets?
Marm's a canny old witch. She'll have tucked away some caches here and there just in case. It's what I would do.
And she's the one who trained you.
Just so, Miss Carter. All the same, I'm hedging my bets. I'll know well ahead of time if Marm so much as thinks about retaking Dreamland. But to answer your question, Giovanna, yes. I believe I will help you in your crusade. Because even though I am a criminal, I am also a pragmatist. Dreamland will be just that. A dream, if we don't save it.
I was kind of hoping you'd say that. Glad to have you.
Sophie Sulzer, heir to Mom Weiss, a savior. Maybe Dom hit me harder than I thought. I must be in a coma.
Luca, we could really use your help. The well affects everyone in the lowers.
Sure does. You know I'm in jail. My people need somewhere to stand and sleep if they're gonna live after all. Hard to do when the docks are spinning around in a hurricane from hell.
Glad you're sticking with us. What about after we take care of the well? Are you gonna stick with the underground?
You know, for as long as I can remember since, Marco, I felt like I was cursed to hang around and take care of the docks because I had to. For maybe the first time, I'm looking forward to it.
Your people respect you, Luca, because you do right by them. If you can show them how much you really care, it'll be different. Better. The underground can help too.
I'm sure we'll never see eye to eye, Luca. But you do have my respect. I might square off in the ring with you now and again, but I think we can work together when we have to.
We made a real noise here today, big fella. We might have changed the whole city with what we did here today. Why limit yourself?
What do you mean?
It's a big world. Men of passion and conviction who won't be corrupted. Guys like that are worth their weight in gold. Imagine what you could do for all the chapters out there.
You've got a point. Hell, Diane would probably like to see more of the world. It's worth thinking about at least.
That's the spirit. When Luca refills my glass from our shared pitcher, I raise it toward the center of the table between us. Everyone looks to me. To victory, and whatever comes next. Cress brings her glass level with mine, her eyes shining cobalt above her smile.
To new friends and clobbered enemies.
Luca's glass enters the circle next, as a sincere warmth adds fresh color to his ruddy, rough-hewn face.
To the people of Dreamland, every one of them.
Finally, Sophie's glass completes the set, as she regards Cress and me with a strange look. If I didn't know any better, I'd say it was affectionate.
To my sisters. Old and new.
In response to Luca's raised eyebrow, Sophie rolls her eyes.
And brothers, I suppose.
As my Zio would say, Cent'anni. Our glasses join in a jangle of hearty clinks, and the rest of the day flits by in a blur of relieved and tired laughter.
Yes?
How's Daisy coming along?
come here! You have to see this.
The kid leads me to the device. I've seen Heist tech in promo reels, but they always felt too fantastical to be real. In the face of the glowing blue tower, I'm forced to reevaluate my worldview.
Professor Gardner and I installed the Aether core as soon as we could. We've started tests to simulate Daisy's effects on the well, and the results so far align with our hypotheses. It's surprisingly simple. The well has an enormous gravitational force. Meanwhile, Daisy produces an opposing force, causing the particles to diffuse. This will weaken the well, causing it to shrink. Well, what do you think?
It's amazing, Principessa. You really did it. I leave her beaming brighter than all the gizmos in her lab, leaving me wondering if that's how I ever looked when Zio told me good job. Think this can help?
I know exactly what to do with this. This is enough for something else I've been working on. I'm so excited for you to see it. Just check the steamer trunk the next time you're here. Come back soon.
Miss Randazzo, a word, please.
Depends. What's it about?
Nothing serious, except, well, it's about your friend, Miss Salter. I can't help but notice she seems to be in a slump.
He subtly gestures with his cane. As usual, Sophie's looking as polished as a gilded fountain, but imperfections float to the surface. A long nurse drink sits at her elbow, and one of her curls droops downward. Any idea what's got her down?
She resembles some colleagues of mine. We leave much to come to the heights. And even when you've been given a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it doesn't make you miss your old life less.
She's homesick.
Usually I'd offer to check up on her, but I believe Miss Salter would better appreciate hearing it from someone she's closer to.
Gardner totters off, leaving me with my thoughts. Each one swirls back to the uncharacteristically quiet doe. After what went down in Dreamland, maybe Sophie could use something to cheer her up. The whole short expensive jewelry and slices of bee sting cake, but I'm sure I can scrounge up something to her taste. I'm getting something to cheer up Sophie. Want in?
Of course! I thought she seemed less like herself. Fortunately, I see she has a good friend looking after her.
She's had a hard time. I'm just trying to help out. I haven't even decided what to get her yet.
I admit, I've never been skilled at picking gifts either. My wife encourages I stick to vouchers. It may lack a personal touch, but it also avoids giving something unwanted.
Hey, Cress. Sophie seems homesick. Got anything to help out?
If it's a group gift, sure. It won't be much, but I can pitch in. What were you thinking of getting her?
Still deciding. Any suggestions?
Posters of home. They're easy to carry, and shouldn't be hard to find for Dreamland. They fly their ads all over the lowers.
Doing a collection to get a gift for Sophie. Think you can spare a few bucks from your latest stack of residuals?
A gift, eh? What's the occasion?
Something to cheer her up. Still thinking about what to get her.
Well, Sophie's no stranger to gifts from would-be admirers. Breaks the hearts of every one of them, but she seemed rather fond of the knife she got.
I'm getting something to cheer Sophie up. I know you two aren't too friendly, but if you got a nickel to spare...
She's loaded. You'd need something special to impress her.
It's a gift. I'd like to believe she'll appreciate the sentiment, even if it's not bottles of champagne.
All right, here. If you haven't decided what to get her, the does all drink Melita Cafe. Don't tell her I told you.
Collection in hand, I pop into Pier 6 and walk back to the root cellar with a modestly wrapped can of Melita Cafe. Sophie's eyes light up like a ray of sun on water as I place it on the counter.
What's this?
A gift. It's for you.
How sweet. And it isn't even my birthday.
Then think of it as an early birthday present. You seem like you've been a little down since we left Dreamland. I thought this might help.
Are you implying I'm homesick? Really, darling. Dreamland's only a ferry ride away.
Yeah, but you can't go home anytime soon, can you? My words strain through her facade like poison to her ear. She slowly exhales.
No, I'm afraid not. There's the business with the well, of course, but
I also betrayed Marm. It'll be some time and distance before grudges fade, and I no longer have to check for bombs.
You got people who hate you for saving them, but you still miss it?
Oh, I've always been loathed. Even when I was a dirty child, cutting purses.
But they weren't planting bombs in your car or arranging shootings back then.
Fortunately, no, but I'm used to dealing with danger. I dealt with it when I was heir, and becoming Baron would have only made me a more appealing target.
So what's there to miss, exactly?
Quite simply, it's home. And no home's without its dirty laundry. For every threat, there's a light. An opportunity or a game to be played. Even if it was with my sisters.
I might never have rammed cars with my siblings for a laugh, but I recognize that sigh. A wistful longing for simpler times past. You going to open that now, or wait till your birthday?
Oh, so impatient. Has anyone ever told you to savor the anticipation?
She leaves me to wait a beat longer before she tears into it.
Melita Cafe! My, this is a surprise.
Heard it was the dough's preferred brand.
It is. I imagine we single-handedly keep them in business. And not just because of the discounts. Trust me, when you try a cup... How about I brew us a pot?
How can I help?
The way you scientists tell it, the Heights is supposed to be the new city of a greater future. Only the best and brightest are allowed up there. What got you your invite?
Extensive testing and a bit of luck. The Heights organizers decided they didn't want to rebuild the lowers and uppers. That meant there could be no barons, and no buying your way in. When Olympus Park was looking for staff, I just happened to fit the role. Someone with passable knowledge of Aethonics, who valued merit, and who could speak on their behalf.
Must have been a pretty cushy offer. You don't sound too cut up about having to leave your old life behind.
I admit the generous salary bump and prestige helped. However, if that's all I wanted, I could have gone anywhere.
A bright passion fills Gardner's eyes, softening the air around him. It was love of science that could rival Nellie's.
Our grandfathers first ascended to the skies to find a better future. I don't think they'd see the world around us and be proud of it. But I believe that future is still out there. People like Eleanor, the Heights, Olympus Park, they're all a part of figuring out how we get there. Until next time.
Hello.
You make many trips over to Nation's Crusade?
Plenty of folk making the trip. Pilgrims, I suppose.
It's not all one way, is it? There must be people looking to leave.
What makes you say that?
The Axe is cracking down on all kinds of things. Life's hard out there. He looks at me as though I were a child, not with condescension, but with a wistful awe at the innocence of youth.
Hard everywhere, miss. That's life.
We've gotten to know one another pretty well, right?
Oh, so, miss. As those things go.
I think it's time you told me what happened. What's this big secret you're always carrying around like a sack of flour? It's weighing you down, Mr. Throg. A bolt of suspicion cuts through his clouded eyes. He looks at me hard, gauging me like I'm a troubling pink glaze on the horizon he ought to steer clear from.
Not a pretty story.
They never are. Throg's eyes narrow, and he seems to conclude it's better to tear the bandage off the wound and get it over with.
Ferry accident. Way back, mind. Before your time. My fault. Terrible. A lot of folks hurt.
That's awful.
City took my stripes. LMA, she left. No work anymore, except down here, where people don't ask questions. Usually.
I put a hand on his arm, and he flinches instinctively, like a wounded old hound. I keep my voice soft to show the old man my gratitude. For what it's worth, you're the best captain I ever sailed with.
Thank you.
Giovanna.
I found some things that are more unique.
And pray tell, what diamonds in the rough have you found, Mishichu?
What can you offer me?
You don't come across something like this without getting your hands dirty.
What can you offer me?
I already have someone in mind.
What can you offer me?
You don't come across something.
What can you offer me?
This is something I can move with so long. There you are. See if anything catches your eye. So long. Giovanna. Just got a new shipment in. See you soon.
How can I help? Come back soon.
What do you need? Be careful out there.
This?
Without Marm in the picture, I imagine things back home are looking different.
The Does aren't the only one rebuilding their lives. The community caught the brunt of her expansions. Now, they've got breathing room to recover. We're racking up over time to fix what she did.
And Diane?
We talked things over before I left. I floated leaving town, seeing the rest of the Lowers. She told me she'd start tying up loose ends so we could leave on a fresh slate. Diane's given up a lot for me to hang around feeling sorry for myself. When we're done here, I'd like to make it up to her.
Settling in all right, big guy?
Not my first time away from home for a job. And from the sounds of it, I won't be sitting on these mitts for long. From what I hear, the Underground's got their sights on more than the Well. They planning on taking the whole damn city?
Knowing Hollywood, they might be. But they won't be taking on anyone if we don't fix the Well.
Damn right. You've got me for that, at least.
You and Diane, you two have been together a while, right? Tell me a bit about it. He grunts, but he doesn't tell me to drop it.
First time we met was at a party. I was a tongue-tied shrimp. She was a knockout.
Love at first sight?
Nah, I just chased off her scumbag ex. He got some hits in, so I was feeling lightheaded at the time, but she made it feel worth it.
Lucas smiles. It might not have been love at first sight, but it had been the initial spark in the engine.
Diane's been there for a lot. My boxing career, me and Marco, and what I did after. We got into fights about it, you know?
Really? Looking at you two interact, it's hard to believe.
No relationship's perfect. She stood by me, but it didn't mean she didn't sometimes resent me. I did my time, then chose to throw myself into doing what Marco would have done. I don't think she minded sticking around the hall, but I picked my brother's dream over making one for us. That's gotta change. You know where to find me.
Giovanna?
A lot happened in Dreamland. How are you holding up?
Much better, darling. You know, it's not often someone gives me a gift. No strings attached.
It wasn't just me. Everyone else chipped in too. And Gardner's the first one who noticed you seemed down.
Is that so? Well, I'll have to thank them later then.
Marm might have been the one at the top, but you were the Doe's leader. You think Dreamland can handle itself without you?
As well as can be expected. Dreamland started with Marm, and her beloved Doe's ran her off. Once the shock passes, I'm sure we'll suddenly find angry loyalists, nostalgic for her tender care.
And then what? Dreamland gets another coup to put Marm back?
I doubt it. Marm may make things difficult for us from a distance, but she's far less persuasive over the phone. There will be costs, but it's nothing we can't handle. In the meantime, I've instructed my people to focus on recovery. Make donations, seed territory, monitor the Does, and ensure Winnie is cared for. Take care.
We arrive back at the hole in the late evening. All I want to do is slope off to a bunk and slide into oblivion for a few hours. But Apollo and Sam want a debrief. It takes a few pots of coffee and some encouragement, but I recount the night's events as best I can. By the time I'm finished, rays of sunlight illuminate the room. Apollo leans forward in his seat while Sam leans back. Both are equally interested in the fate of their old enemy, but Apollo is eager, while Sam seems almost sad. Marm can't cause any trouble for Dreamland if she's not there. Exile seemed like the best option.
Sweetheart, Marm has killed or ruined more people over the course of her rotten life than we could ever know. How can we just let her leave?
We've done worse than kill her. We've sent her into the wider world with her tail between her legs, her power broken, her cash in our pockets. Even if she's alive, she can't exactly enjoy her twilight years.
What? Are you kidding? Sam, you know Marm. That wily old fox always has an ace up her sleeve. Who's to say she doesn't show up 5 years from now with a pack of Canadian mercenaries in tow?
Sophie knows better than to trust to luck. I think we can relax and let her handle it.
Okay then. I still don't like it, so I'll have to lump it.
I'm angry too, Apollo, but I'm with Sam here. We have people who are hurting. We play the long game, we minimize the damage.
Now why does it sound so much more palatable when it comes from you? Such a charmer.
Apollo, you've been giving Luca the evil eye ever since we got back. What gives?
Time to put the tiger on the table, eh? Very well. We've got a few questions about him.
Such as?
How committed to the cause is he, really?
He's aces in my book. A good man and a good ally. Don't tell me you suspect him of something underhanded. It's not—
I just don't want him leaving us in the lurch when his ledgemen call his name.
Gia, you have to understand. Joining the underground is serious business. It's a sacrifice. It means being part of something bigger than yourself and your people.
Luca's an unknown, and we have no room for doubt. I simply don't trust him, darling.
Luca's back is against the wall on this one. If the well isn't closed, Dreamland is heading straight into it. His #1 priority is his people, and his people are in Dreamland.
Darling, I've had spa days longer than you've known Luca. Once he decides Dreamland is out of danger, then what? Luca's an unknown, and we have no room for doubt. I simply don't trust him, darling.
If I were you, Hollywood, I'd start thinking a little less about what he can do for you, and think about what you can do for him.
Really? Why should I stick my neck out on the chopping block for a plug like him?
Between the two of them, Sophie and Luca are in a position to make things harder or easier for the underground. If you try and shut Luca out, you're shooting yourself in the foot.
Maybe spread around a little of that movie star charm instead, eh, Apollo?
Okay, point taken. We'll let him in, but he's your responsibility. Got that?
That covers the broad strokes. Let's move on. Nellie, how does the Aether core look? I wouldn't put it past Kilmire to try and swindle us.
Professor Gardner and I have inspected it thoroughly. It's the genuine article, all right. We still need to install and test it, but it should work just fine according to our specifications.
Atta girl. One less power-mad Baron to worry about, and our well solutions well in hand. Get cracking, Doctor. What's next, Sam?
Gia, you've, interacted with a certain Mr. Blanc. We've contracted him to look into the Black Hat after Nellie. He's ready for a meet.
I've worked for him before, sure. I wouldn't say I trust him, but he pays on time and in full. That puts him head and shoulders above most in my racket.
Well, he's insisting on no radio, no courier, and an in-person meet. If he wants things this private, let's hope his info is pure dynamite.
I'm surprised Blanc agreed to meet. He's not the revolutionary type.
Sure, he's worked for the other team before, but he's discreet, has plenty of reach, and I'm told he stays bought. You hear what happened with Montclair?
The Prince of New York? Claimed to be some kind of old country blue blood, right? Ended badly, if I recall.
Right. Mr. Blanc dug up proof that his bona fides were anything but. Stopped him taking over in the lowers, and gave us the leverage to check the uppers barons who'd done business with him.
Knowing Blanc, I'm sure he came away from that deal with a few extra simoleons, too.
Oh, no doubt he kept the choicest bits of blackmail to himself just to feather his own nest. That's what I'd do.
All right. I'll head to the meet and keep my eyes open. Who knows? Might be nice for me to lead the conversation for once. Besides, I deserve answers about that group Dufresne is working for. I had to let him go back at Coney, which left me with a lot of unanswered questions.
Oh, please make sure to say hello to Mr. Blanc for me. I'm so grateful for his help getting me here.
No problem, sweetheart. If I don't remember, I'm sure Gia will.
Hold on there, Apollo. You're not planning on going to the meet yourself, are you?
Why not? I know the uppers better than anyone here. If anyone can get in to see Mr. Blanc without getting pinched, it's yours truly.
Your famous face might give you away. Let Giovanna and I take care of it.
Look who's talking. You might not be a movie star, but the Rat King is just as well known in the papers as I am. Or don't you think the infamous Iron Hand meeting with an underworld figure will grab headlines?
Apollo, you're up.
I reluctantly accept this grave duty.
Cute, but this isn't awards night. If you're pinched, it'd be a big setback for the underground. Be careful out there.
Just a quick rendezvous with our mysterious contact, old boy. Right out of a Jarl's picture, am I right?
Don't make me regret this.
Excellent! By the time you two return, we should have the device in good working order. I can't wait to tell the professor.
What do you need? Drive safe.
Giovanna. See you soon, darling.
Hello, Gia. See you.
Make it snappy, would you? See you soon.
The uppers are another world only vaguely resembling the one I know. The gutters are empty of garbage, the walls free of graffiti. My stomach does a flip-flop. I'm a square peg in a landscape of round holes here.
Don't let the clean streets and pristine buildings fool you. The physical foundations are as good as money can buy, but the moral ones, I wouldn't trust my weight to them.
At least you can actually taste the air in the uppers.
The standard of living in the lowers is determined by whom it benefits most. And those people are living here, not down there.
I check my watch. We should head to the glass cage now. Mr. Blanc won't stick around to wait for us if we're late. I don't know if it's something I pick up in a mirror or the corner of my eye, but I feel a familiar itch between my shoulders. I check, and sure enough, we have a tail on us. Better move. Fast. We're being tailed. I'm going to see if I can't get cover somewhere so they'll pass us by.
All right, I'll keep an eye out.
As soon as I mark an opportunity, I spin the car on a dime and barely make the hairpin turn into an easily overlooked tunnel, smooth as cream. My stomach barely holds on to my lunch with the spin. Hold on to your hat. We screech to a shuddering stop in the dark tunnel. I notice a car pass by us. It's an ordinary Joe looking over a map, but I wonder. Still, I don't see anybody tailing us once we finally depart our hidey hole. I still feel like we're being watched. Know anyone who would have you followed?
I don't see any flash bulbs, so we can rule out the press. I think this is underground business, darling.
Probably just nerves. The coast looks clear for now. Let's get to the glass cage. Suddenly, a burst of static blares over the radio. I wasn't expecting a call. The even, measured tones of Mr. Blanc's voice are punctuated with hisses of white noise.
Bravo, Silver, the Celtic Flame.
It's an old piece of bootlegging code. Security has been breached and the opposition is armed. He's called out Hugh Street as the new rendezvous. Acknowledged. There is another burst of static and the voice is gone. I pull a quick U-turn and start heading toward Hugh Street. Looks like a change of venue.
I don't like this. You spot a tail, and just a moment later, our contact changes our meeting spot.
What are you getting at?
I'm saying that if it looks like a trap and smells like a trap, it's probably a trap, darling. Even that old bore Shakespeare knew it.
A cold feeling burns in my gut, like a shot of raw bathtub gin. I can't fathom what would make Blanc abandon his plans this way. Whatever his reason, it's serious business. Shadows envelop the meeting spot on Hugh Street. A narrow afterthought of an alley leads into a sort of postage stamp courtyard. Only each wall is the looming cold edifice of a modern building. The buildings here cast deep shadows like bottomless pits. My mouth feels sticky and sour. Tastes like dread. I get out of the car. I grip my gun in my pocket like the hand of a childhood crush. It's so quiet out here, my heartbeat is crashing jazz cymbals in my eardrums.
I don't see him. He must have run into trouble.
Try to relax a little, huh? We're early. He's the punctual type. Despite my casual tone, I can't settle down. We must have been here an hour already. I check my watch. It's been barely 5 minutes. When Mr. Blanc suddenly speaks from the shadows, Apollo jolts and quick draws his pistol. My hair is standing on end. The familiar red ember glows from the black shadows of the alleyway.
Relax, Mr. Diamond. Put away the gun and let's talk.
Nothing but darkness within. I guess nobody's paying for overtime tonight. The uppers are different at night. All of that pristine concrete and glass, so shiny and bright in the day, looms like jail cell walls after lights out. The open, starry sky somehow still feels too low, too close. I'm trapped.
That's close enough, Randazzo.
Ah, been a while, old sport. I see you're still playing Mr. Mysterious.
We all have our roles to play.
Beyond the corona of cigarette smoke, I can make out even less of Mr. Blanc's mug than usual. Something's not right here. This was a desperation play. He chose it knowing that whoever is after him wouldn't expect him to pick this place. Too many windows, too many places for hidden eyes. A weak ploy. The glass cage was compromised, wasn't it? Someone was waiting for you. You're giving us your findings because you're trying to get out.
Astute, Randazzo.
With painful slowness, I edge closer. The man likes his anonymity, but curiosity moves my feet before I can stop them. The tip of his cigarette flares with light as he takes a long draw. Despite his businesslike tone, his hand is shaking slightly with the effort. His skin looks pale. Is he sweating? You're hurt.
Not another step, Randazzo.
Until today, I would have described Blanc as flawless, if cold. A consummate professional, always in control. Tonight, the cracks are showing, and they're showing that things are wrong. Deeply wrong.
I have the information you paid for.
Spit it out, man. I don't like this place you've chosen.
There is not a safe place in New York. I will be leaving soon. I'd recommend the same for you all.
Are you serious? What about your network? What about the glass cage?
My enterprises are not your concern.
The ember of Blanc's cigarette shakes in his hands. He takes a long, hungry drag. All the more reason for you to cough up the information and get under cover.
Very well. My investigations have led me to a group called the Trust. It is an organization that has existed as long as the field of Aether development. They have more resources than all of the baronies combined. They wield immeasurable influence, fantastic wealth, and they hold sway over each and every baron in New York. They have stayed secret thus far by suborning, bribing, or killing any who have dared to challenge them.
That sounds ridiculous. Are you putting me on? As soon as the words escape my mouth, I know he's dead serious. But it's too ludicrous to fathom. I can't seem to fully catch my breath.
Ignore them at your peril. It would appear you have stepped into the deep end without realizing it, Randazzo. And you've dragged the rest of us along with you.
Okay. Let's say that there really is a shadowy organization secretly pulling the strings in the city. Sounds far-fetched to me. What's their purpose?
Just as in every other period in human history, those who already hold wealth and influence often wish to keep it to themselves. All in the name of the greater good, naturally.
And enriching their pet politicians and scientists, no doubt.
The smallest fraction of their holdings would sate the avarice of any public servant or investigator.
If these people are so all-knowing and all-powerful, why bother with Nellie? They could just discredit her, ruin her rep.
I provide information, not conjecture. They are simply opposed to Reinhardt's presence here.
If they're so powerful, why haven't they succeeded yet?
Perhaps you're the wrench in their works, Randazzo.
Are the Trusts the ones responsible for spreading red Aether technology? The rally in White Street looms, the carbonized stink of human ashes filling my nostrils. My gut lurches as I watch Kilmeyer's Island crash into dreamland. I shiver involuntarily. This is madness.
That's insane. Evil. All those deaths for what?
For power, for control, for short-term gain. Who knows what drives the minds of the Barons? Each has their own strength and their own weakness.
The pieces all fit, but it still sounds so far-fetched.
Those vultures, those villains. We still need to see your proof, Blanc, but damn me if it doesn't ring true. How else could all of this happen so quickly?
I have proof, yes. Circumstances beyond my control brought me here before I had time to collect it.
Circumstances beyond your control? We're sticking our necks out here. Do we look like suckers to you?
We're professionals, and we've worked with Mr. Blanc here before. If the goods aren't here, we just have to go get them, right?
Just so, Randazzo.
Mr. Blanc reaches into his breast pocket slowly. His motion hitches and, despite his iron demeanor, he can't help but grimace in pain.
The proof. It is in my office. I will let...
Crack of thunder. The ember falls from Mr. Blanc's lips. The shot takes him off his feet, and he hits the wall, shoulder painting a streak behind him. Something metallic drops from his hand and clanks to the ground.
Mr. Blanc!
Mustering what must be the last of his strength, Mr. Blanc pushes off the wall and staggers around the corner, out of sight. More shots. A scream. The world gone slow suddenly comes alive full speed again. My companions and I surrounded by the whip-crack of bullets, hitting the pavement all around us.
Get to the car!
As if through a wad of thick cotton, I can hear my people yelling at me, but I stoop to grab what was dropped. It's a heavy brass key. I clutch the key like a talisman and throw myself to the ground, presenting as small a target as possible. Miraculously, none of the shots hit me, but it's only a matter of time.
Gia, get in!
I hurl myself headlong into the open door, but my coat catches on the frame. Windows shatter and holes appear in the car's armor next to me as I stumble inside. We had better get out of here while the car's in one piece. The driver floors it, but I scramble behind the wheel. Now's not the time for politeness.
Keep driving until I tell you to turn.
You know this place?
Had a fan who, enjoyed my company. Turn, now!
This is it. We need to lose or blast our pursuers before their reinforcements can show up on the scene.
We're in for it. They're gaining on us.
Don't lose your head. Let's outmaneuver them.
insurance don't cover this kind of monkey business.
I can hear more of their souped-up cars in the distance, racing towards us. We're out of time. They've got reinforcements coming, Apollo. Where's that exit?
Now! Turn now!
Apollo guides me through off-path alleyways and back roads, past checkpoints that would normally stop me cold, massaging their suspicion with his movie star looks and palaver. The key in my pocket feels incredibly heavy. I'm still thinking about it when the sounds of pursuit fade away into silent night.
Well, this is just beautiful, isn't it? Our informant's dead, a secret organization has us on its hit list, and what do we have to show for it? Bubkiss, that's what.
We're not sunk just yet. He gave me this. I'm guessing this unlocks something in Mr. Blanc's office at the glass cage.
It's a risk. But it's our only option. Maybe we can beat them to it.
We have to watch our step as we enter what was once one of the ritziest hotspots in the uppers. Wind whistles through the shattered glass floor. Glass crunches under every footfall. This place was stripped. Whoever did this wanted to find Mr. Blanc's secrets, but the anger they left behind is evident. My heart lurches with hope. Did they do this out of frustration? Maybe they didn't find what they were after. If they'd found what they were looking for, they wouldn't have used a wrecking ball on the place. Spread out. Make it quick.
Blanc's office is probably hidden somewhere around here. Let's hope we can find it.
We need to hurry. They probably left someone to stake the place out, which means they'll be coming in as soon as they report in for backup. A spider web of widening cracks lead to an enormous hole smashed in the floor. Oddly fitting for a lair built on secrets, though I doubt Mr. Blanc would appreciate the parallel. The bar is a complete loss. I've seen this place weather brawls, gunfights, and even a fallen chandelier, but it's beyond repair now. It's been completely stripped, every panel smashed open. This is a dead end. The wall behind the bar is riddled with buckshot. A series of shotgun blasts tore through the expensive bottles like tissue paper. I hope Morgan wasn't working tonight. Mr. Blanc's booth hasn't escaped the carnage either. I look across its burst upholstery, the smashed table.
Will you look at that? Dents here, along the wall. Someone was trying to bust through.
Let me have a look. I wrap my knuckles along the wall until I find a spot that doesn't sound right. I run my fingertips around the paneling. I find a recess concealed by shadows. The key slides home through a thin layer of plaster. The wall slides back, silent and well-oiled. A passageway opens into the depths. We've found the hidden office. Sneaky bastard.
Seems to me like his paranoia was justified. Ladies first, I insist.
As we enter, I flip a switch on the inside of the hallway. The wall behind us closes as the room lights up. It's quiet in here. Blanc must have had it soundproofed. We're safe in here. For now. Something in this room is worth killing and dying for. Knowing that makes this more like a personal mausoleum than a study. This is clearly where Blanc spent most of his time, among the memories of a secret life. An expensive liquor collection filled with rare vintages. My Zio would have marveled at the bottles for a full second before making off with the entire set. The bottles are arranged by date rather than name for some reason. I know this banner. It's for a mercenary group in the uppers, the Blacktails. As nasty a crew as you'll find anywhere. They'd cut your throat for a nickel and sit down to a plate of spaghetti in the same breath. This shelf is identical to the others, save for a single book sticking out almost 1.5 inches from the others. It bothers me. I don't believe the fastidious Mr. Blanc would leave such an imperfection in his lair. Instinctively, I start pulling books out of the shelf, letting them spill to the ground higgledy-piggledy. Recessed into the back of the shelf, I find a hidden safe. This shelf and the shelf behind it are crammed full of files. Each file contains information on a different New York VIP. Blanc was sitting on a cache of solid gold, or pure gelignite, depending on your view. There are enough names listed here to fill a city block. I don't have time to go through all of them. I had better stick to names I recognize, or I'll be here all night. Mr. Blanc was willing to work with Apollo, Sam, and the rest of us, so he must have checked us out thoroughly. I want to see what he knows.
Samuel Ironhand Lowe, born and raised an Aether rat. Once attempted to separate himself from his youthful origins before the Terriers put an end to his plans. Took control of the fading Undercity League. Deft negotiation work found success in multiple baronies. Close but secretive association with Apollo Diamond. Potential value. Master negotiator. Engenders trust. Exacting nature with an eye for detail. Exploitable weakness. Overly sentimental. Will do anything for the rats. Alcoholic. Apollo Diamond. Born Moish Zachariah Diamond to a tailor and a library assistant in the lowers. Maintains a public persona as an affluent and charming man about town, film star, and philanthropist. A carefully constructed front, built after years of struggle in local theater and print advertisement. It was Moishe's agent who suggested burying his Jewish origins and taking his working name. After his big break starring in the successful war serial About Face, Diamond took advantage of his newfound fame to expand his repertoire. During his rise, began a second career as an urban resistance fighter. Potential value: communique smuggling to other islands, access to information on resistance cells. Exploitable weakness: bravado. Diamond can be goaded into rash action if he feels it is in character.
Usually I enjoy reading my own press, but that sure ended on a depressing note. I think I've heard enough from Mr. Blanc for now.
Mr. Blanc's file on Nellie is slim, although it doesn't take long to find out why.
Scientific prodigy. Fast-tracked into the Helicline Institute at 16, most probably by members of the Trust. Connected to the Trust's development of red Aether. Trusted Fellow by 19. Honorary doctorate from NYU. Reinhardt has reached out to me about a clandestine job of some sort. I must remember to update my file on her once I learn more.
It appears there was more here, but it's been removed, and a bookmark placed here. Interesting.
Cress Carter, expert mechanic. Free home of origin unclear. Lost an arm while saving an engineer during a disaster in her youth. Parents took on her contract debt, allowing her to leave. Known associate of both Samuel Ironhand Lowe and Apollo Diamond. Has been seen of late in the company of Gia H-Shot Randazzo. Gifted mechanic with limited capabilities in clandestine operations. Potential value: illegal vehicle customizations, superficial interactions with Aether rats. Exploitable weakness: guilt at having survived and being a burden on her parents.
Creep really thought he had me pigeonholed, huh? My life is not that cut and dried.
Of course it isn't. This is all one guy's perspective.
Right-hand woman to Magdalene Weiss and former leader of the Dreamland Does. Currently acting as Dreamland liaison to the Underground. Very much Marm's creature up until her defection. Psychologically fascinating. Sulzer believes that she is independent and strong, and cannot see that Weiss has molded her into her own image. Sulzer's rise through the ranks accelerated after foiling an attempt on Weiss's life. Despite rumbling that she was in on the assassination attempt, Sulzer's stock only rose in Weiss's eyes. It remains to be seen if Sulzer will actually make any waves under her own power. Many, including her former Doe sisters, are waiting to see if she is truly capable on her own. Potential value: information on Does, leverage against Killmeyer, access to Weiss's remaining Dreamland assets. Exploitable weakness: vanity, can be controlled by questioning the validity of her reputation.
Giovanna, darling. I seem to have caught a chill. Let me borrow that file. I want to start a nice warm fire.
Luca Mazzi, leader of Dreamland's Legion, is a man who has never realized his capabilities. Stuck in a loop of guilt and shame over the death of his brother Marco, he holds a powerful urge to self-flagellate. Often gets in his own way, simple-mindedly prioritizing the general welfare of his people over any agenda that might affect meaningful change. Believes he is upholding his brother's legacy. Ironically, though loath to put his people at risk, seems to favor the block-with-your-face style of street fighting in the boxing ring. Can weather a great deal of physical punishment. Potential value: support against Dreamland Does, transportation of bulk goods, information on shipping schedules. Exploitable weakness: caretaker. A threat to the Legion, real or invented, can tie him up indefinitely.
Seized by my desire to see Mr. Blanc's true opinion of me, I decide to search out my own name. I'm surprised to see that my file is part of a larger folder, including files on my Zio and needles.
Giovanna Randazzo, infamously known as H-Shot Randazzo. An interesting study. Despite a semi-larcenous choice of career, she displays a curious flexibility of mind. Seems to approach every challenge with a fresh set of solutions, alternately opting between using force, wits, or trusting to her skills. May prove to be a viable partner as I contemplate retirement. Conduct embraces a wide spectrum. Murdered John Valentine in cold blood after the death of her uncle, but also regularly gives succor to the marginalized and performs other selfless acts. Recent endeavors include her role in bringing down Elijah Tellingast and masterminding the Pandemonium Heist alongside a loose confederation of newly made associates. Potential value. Possible partnership in future after I am satisfied of her mettle. Once she finally comes to terms with the loss of her uncle, will become either a danger or an inestimable resource. Exploitable weakness. Shaky morality. Has selected a life of apathy against her own better instincts following the shock of her uncle's death. Vulnerable to manipulations toward egotism or altruism.
I ball my fists and lean against the shelf, taking care to breathe deeply for nearly a full minute. I can't tell if Mr. Blanc's profile on me is groundless speculation or not. I wait for my hands to stop shaking. It takes a while. The file on my Uncle Alfonso is older than the others. The paper slightly yellowed. Still, my curiosity gets the better of me.
I first dealt with Alfonso Randazzo following my return to the city in the turbulent days following the disaster. The lockdowns around the city provided ample opportunities for an experienced smuggler. Despite his death at the hands of the ham-handed John Valentine, his lessons regarding professionalism and honor were taken to heart by his niece, Giovanna, so his life was not spent in vain.
There's one final page in the file outlining my Zio's strengths and weaknesses. It has presumably been kept there for the purposes of thoroughness. It's older and more faded than the rest of the file.
Potential value. Established smuggling channels throughout the city, made dependable by an unimpeachable code of honor, forgotten by many in the current day. Exploitable weakness. Honor. Randazzo matured during a period when honor still existed among thieves. In this era of power-mad barons and ruthless sycophants, he cannot hope to exist for long.
I can hardly swallow past the lump in my throat. I knew my uncle was too honorable for this world, but for someone else to see it so clearly, to confirm that idea, opens up that wound just a little bit.
Peter Portnoy, born Piotr Portnoy, known on the street as Needles, a small-time smuggler working out of White Street's Raymond district. Ex-partner, romantic, possibly, of Gia H-Shot Randazzo, textile specialist. Portnoy was involved in the caper that claimed the life of Alfonso Randazzo, incurring lasting injuries from the job along the way. This job provided the friction point that ended his partnership with Gia Randazzo.
Even after all this time, it stings.
In recent days, Portnoy has been smuggling in and out of White Street, before and after the advent of the Civil War. Made a great score in the Hogmanay Hall job. See file. Usefulness. Specific jobs involving textile manufacture or fashion. Exploitable weakness. Gia Randazzo. The man fosters both love and hate for his ex-partner. Using her against him would provide leverage.
Maybe he hates me, but at least he's still alive.
Eli Tillingast, a man of conviction and tragedy. His reputation as a bloodthirsty warrior is unimpeachable. His destruction of the Ferdinand Mill spelled doom for the boroughs. Decline came quickly after the Water Waste War. Tillingast choked on the administration of his own hard-won spoils. A maddening end for a man of action, leading him to his own dependence and death by Red Aether. Following Tillingast's demise at the hands of Gia Randazzo, White Street is embroiled in internecine conflict, With Lutzko and other loyalists still remaining, it appears the old guard is on top. For now.
Unlike the rest of the file, I also see a hastily handwritten note on scratch paper attached. An afterthought?
E.T. contacted by OP after Santa Anita bombing. Red A appeared in E.T.'s hands soon after. No coincidence. Magdalene Weiss, aka Marm, is a name synonymous with Dreamland. It would actually be far quicker to name the criminal enterprises she did not have a hand in than the reverse. Growing her own gang, the Does, into an unstoppable force, Weiss has since gone on to rule Dreamland with an iron fist. Yet, in her dotage, Weiss grew obsessed with control, causing unease in her ranks. A recent plot headed by Gia Randazzo and associates, in conjunction with Sophie Sulzer and the Does, ousted Weiss from her Dreamland throne. Weiss, exiled from the city she loved so well, is currently regrouping in Canada, carried by offshore caches under her control. Sulzer has her under clandestine observation.
A hastily written note on the back of a torn-out ledger sheet sticks out. It's cryptic, but I think I get the gist of it.
MW contacted by OP shortly after Pandemonium Blaze. Red Aether appeared soon thereafter. A pattern is emerging. Millard Meeks, aka the Glass Baron of Astoria Bay, knows better than to interfere with my operations here or elsewhere. The deal we have worked out benefits us both, and he is just intelligent enough to honor our pact of mutual ignorance. I have observed the letter of our agreement and hidden away my material outlining his child's parentage, as well as the source of the glass fortune. In the event of my death or forced exile resulting from his defaulting on our contract, the material is concealed within the oversized painting of the Baron in the Great Hall of the Glass Mansion, within the frame itself. When viewed under black light, the text etched in silver chloride ink reveals a series of account numbers to offshore banks. Any competent forensic accountant will find his holdings to be less than legitimate. Beatrix Wilcox, the so-called Baroness of the Black Tails. My own personal history with this woman, this savior, avenger, and monster, is painful to recount. Yet recount it I must. Information is information.
The rest of the entry has been recorded in a cipher, and I can't find a code key anywhere. It looks as though Mr. Blanc has hidden Wilcox's secrets from everyone except himself. This shelf houses various fangs and paws from exotic animals. A series of scorched stones labeled Great War are also shelved here, each of them dated. There are a few empty spots. Mr. Blanc's private arsenal. The weapons here tell stories of warfare, of clandestine affairs, of time spent in Germany, the Americas, the Congo. Blanc either had connections, or his hands were soaked with blood.
If this ever gets out, there'd be a screenplay in no time.
You ready to play a man of mystery like Mr. Blanc? Could broaden your profile with the masses.
And relegate this gorgeous mug to scenes half filled with shadows? Hardly. There's a reason they call this the moneymaker, you know. You don't cover fine art with a sheet when it's on display, Gia.
You are so full of it. Scattered papers covered in spilled ink surround a half-packed satchel containing even more papers. Looks like he wasn't expecting trouble when it showed up at his door. The safe has a combination lock with a backup keyhole. It looks much like Mr. Blanc himself, implacable in its flawlessness. It's a tough old bastard. It's been a long time, and I was never an expert, but I gamely push my ear up against the surface of the safe and begin finessing the combination dial, infinitesimally slow, listening for telltale clicks and clunks. Finally, after what seems like an eternity of straining my ears and cramping my fingers, a pattern emerges in the lock's rotations. I try my sussed-out combination, and the safe pops open with a faint hiss. With slightly shaking fingers, I pry open the lid of the safe like a pirate's treasure. Only instead of rubies or doubloons, this safe is stuffed with files. Mr. Blanc's most secret stash. Got it.
Great. Pass it over. Let's get to work.
I pull out the stack of files with both hands and fan them out over the desk. What we're holding here is pure dynamite.
There's got to be a file in here about Red Aether. That stuff keeps popping up. I bet Blanc knew something.
I'm cycling through file folders when my eyes are drawn to a file labeled Tobias Dufresne. Finally, some answers.
Tobias Dufresne, the Hanged Man. Beatrix Wilcox's old hunting dog. I never had to go up against him, thankfully. Retirement didn't agree with this former blacktail, and he made it known in no uncertain terms. Dufresne's history is one that remains hidden. Every informant, every spy I sent to ferret out his secrets, met a bloody end. After the 5th such attempt, Dufresne himself was waiting for me, in my private booth. Dufresne poured me a tumbler of whiskey, and recounted for me the details of what has come to be known as the Night of the Underline Revenant. It was more confession than conversation. I dare not recount the details of his rampage, but the broad strokes. After being asked to perform a job that went against his code, he was hung by his neck from the tow line of an island and left for dead. 3 days later, he boarded a ferry off the island, carrying a sack filled with the tongues of every underboss who voted for his sentence of death. The Baron himself was left hanging from that same tow line. I suspect that the Trust aided Dufresne in his quest of vengeance to acquire his allegiance. He never revealed why he sought me out, but I read between the lines. He was warning me to stay out of his affairs.
I paused to reflect. I don't know whether or not I would have taken the Trust's aid and pledged to them if they had helped me with my own revenge after Valentine's murder. If it weren't for my friends, I might have. A few more folders in, I spy Nellie's name, as well as the name Olympus Park. Maybe the gaps in Nellie's file can be filled in here?
Receiving a hand-delivered note from anyone in the Heights is unusual enough. But to receive a note from Reinhardt, a rising star in Olympus Park, was quite shocking. Even I have few contacts within the Heights. In the note, Reinhardt mentioned to me that her life was in danger, and she believed the bombing of Olympus Park was specifically done to halt her research. I immediately started my own investigation. While I have few agents in the Heights, the Trust has them everywhere. I was able to get the information I needed through some unusual methods. It was from these arrangements that I was able to acquire a rubbing of a special seal. I believe it to be the secret seal of the Trust. It must not be shown to anyone, as its value as an identifier is irreplaceable.
I look over the carbon copy, paying attention to the indicated seal. I know I've seen it before somewhere, but I can't place when or where. I stare at it until it's burned into my memory. If Mr. Blanc says to keep it secret, it's likely a secret worth killing over. My hackles raise. For all I know, he was shot over this rubbing. I quickly hide the file from the others. After my examination of the top and bottom 2/3 of the pile, I settle down to flip through the middle portion. I go through one by one before I finally find the record I'm after. The dissemination of Red Aether.
The Red Aether events in White Street and Dreamland were far too close together for me to consider them accidental leaks. My informants across the baronies, once told what to look for, produced proof of more. Every barony bribed with Red Aether held the following traits in common. They were all located in the lowers, and every one was granted Red Aether following an action that destabilized the lowers. Further analysis revealed that the relationship between the Trust and the lowers barons goes back decades, to the founding of each barony. The Trust has been king-making for decades.
A chill runs down my spine. I'm way in over my head here. Every Lowers Baron who has emerged as an unassailable iron fist has done so for this Shadow Cabal? The strings pulled here are so far above me that I can't even see them. How does a group have this much control over the Barons? How many Elis and Marms had the Trust created? I've got what we're after. The evidence we need. The Trust supplied White Street, Dreamland, and others with red Aether. Maybe Nellie can help us make sense of this.
This is just what we were after. Let me have a look.
I square up the pile and shove it over to Apollo, who starts leafing through it after reading the summary. A few pages in, his eyes cloud over. I recognize that pensive look. Apollo?
It all sounded so simple at the start. But it never ends. For every wrong we right, for every tyrant we stop, another takes their place. Where does it end? How many enemies are there?
Apollo, taking down the people who caused the suffering has always been only half the fight. I know it's not always as fun as punching out a crooked guard or burning down a weapons depot, but when we take the machine down, we have to build something in its place.
Inspiring others, you say? Just the job for a movie star, isn't it?
He beams like he's posing for a publicity still. I snort, trying not to laugh. Proud, brave fool. He makes you want to believe in him. Hope. That's what Apollo brings to the table. Apollo snorts and sports a nasty grin, softening to a wry chuckle after a few moments. I blush a little at his throaty laugh. I feel like one of his leading ladies, just for a few seconds. It's enough.
Oh, I've heard this before. You've been talking to Sam too damn much. But it feels different hearing it from you. Maybe you're right after all. All right. We've got what we're after. Let's grab what we can and move out. We'll have plenty to talk about when we get back to headquarters.
We've accomplished what we set out to do. Time to get back to the hole.
How can I help? Bye for now.
We arrive back at the lighthouse just before sunrise. My adrenaline and nerve have both bottomed out completely. I find a bunk to crash in and sleep for almost 14 hours. We all meet up later that evening to discuss our findings. Getting everyone up to speed on the information Mr. Blanc provided us proves no easy task. The Trust, Dufresne, the Red Aether, everything.
Poor Mr. Blanc. He was so very gallant. Even knowing assassins were after him, he stayed to the end to finish his work, to help us.
Perhaps your bravery in fleeing the Trust inspired him to act bravely as well.
Nellie, here is the file Mr. Blanc had on Red Aether. This is what we were after. Why don't you take a good look at it and let us know what you find? I hand Nellie the file, Gradually, the lines of sorrow fade from her unlined face as she becomes embroiled in the work, her analytical mind giving context to the raw information we couldn't absorb. Just as quickly, her pensive face turns to one of shock and alarm. She slams the file down on the table. She moves with such sharp shock that Apollo and I grab for our guns instinctively.
This is monstrous. Unbelievable. Gia, this is why the well has been growing. It's worse than we ever could have imagined.
Nelly, focus. What is it you're trying to say? What's happening?
It's the spread and concentration of the energy, to be exact. Aether affects the atmosphere, you see. Usually, proper refinement removes the harmful effects, by and large. If it didn't, the city would have been torn out of the sky years ago. Even General Eli's weapon, on its own, should barely have an impact. But with multiple baronies using red Aether, the effects are multiplied exponentially. The energies are tearing the well open day by day. It's like throwing gasoline over a fire.
Okay, slow down, Nelly. Breathe. So, if the lower baronies are using red Aether and this is causing the well to worsen, how do we fix it?
Short of everyone agreeing to stop using red Aether, I suppose. If we were to refine red Aether into harmonic Aether, that would do it.
Take a new weapon of power away from the barons? Seems unlikely. Maybe we could go the harmonic Aether route given enough time, but that's something only you can do right now, correct?
Right, but we still have Daisy primed to fix the well. At the very least, that should buy us time to work out a more permanent solution.
If red Aether is so dangerous, why spread it? If the Trust has a good thing going influencing the lowers, why are they intentionally feeding the well?
That's what's so alarming. It makes no sense at all. I can't make heads or tails of why someone would do such a thing so deliberately. Why be so reckless? Are they trying to destroy the lowers?
Something is nagging at my memory. I tune Nelly out as I search for a scrap of information. Something I heard or saw earlier in the evening. I suddenly remember something Mr. Blanc said to us in the alley before the attack. Something about the Trust and their moves against Nelly.
This organization knows just how to push the Barons. They've been battling over the Trust's scraps for decades. Why would they stop now?
Maybe they are. Maybe they want the Barons to destroy each other.
But why?
All those people.
I don't know. We're still missing something. But some of it feels right. They want the lowers too focused on one another to stop whatever's coming.
Whatever the case, if there are more baronies with red Aether than we thought, we're running out of time.
Okay then. How much time do we need to buy you before the device is ready to roll out?
Oh, the device is ready. The issue is one of proximity. In order to fix as much of the well as possible, to really complete the job, we need to move closer. In actual fact...
Nelly pauses as she rolls her eyes skyward, mumbling math under her breath.
Yes. For best results, we will have to travel within the well itself. Extremely dangerous, yes, but also necessary.
A sudden flash from the window blinds us all with white light. I pull my gun, but the spots in my eyes keep me from finding a target.
Uh-oh.
By the time I'm seeing anything but spots, whoever was at the window is long gone. I strain my ears and hear rapid footsteps fading away into the distance.
Get them!
Apollo is the first out the door. My feet pound asphalt in an all-out sprint when I run headlong into Cress.
Whoa, 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 where's the fire? I just saw Apollo taking off like a bat out of hell. Mind telling me what's going on?
No time, Cress. Someone spied on the meeting. Some guy with a camera. Gotta stop him.
Go then. I'll let the others know.
I dash off, but I can hear Cress call out to me before I'm out of earshot.
There are only so many places he can go, Gia. We'll get him.
As I approach the ferry, I recognize Mr. Throg. In his grip is my quarry, held by the scruff of the neck. The kid has a camera on a strap and a notepad sticking out of his pocket.
Hey, hands off, Charlie!
Nobody on the ferry that I don't recognize. Rules.
Aw, come on, Chief. I need to lay low. I've got some toughies after me.
Who do we have here?
Stowaway.
Hey, I got a name. It's Benny. Benny Castellano. My friends call me Big Mouth.
Big Mouth, huh? Should I have heard of you?
Maybe you read my byline. I'm a reporter for the Midtown Crier, and you got no right to keep out the press.
It's just a kid, maybe 110 soaking wet, and I bet my back teeth not more than 15 years old. If he has pictures, though, we might be sunk. How should I play this? Relax, kid. You're not in dreamland. You won't get hung from the underline or thrown over the side just for taking a picture or two. Let's talk.
Is that so? We got a witness here. You swear?
Promise. I threw my back out heaving a kid over the side yesterday.
You're kidding, right? She's kidding, right?
Benny finally calms down enough to get a sentence out. The kid's got moxie, I'll give him that.
Okay, so I'm a reporter, see? I got a lead on a potential scoop, and I heard some folks talking about the lighthouse. Sounds like a story to me, so I stake out the joint. So you and your buddies show up and start a long talk, read Aether, the well, hot dog, I think. Headline story, here I come. I take the shot, but I forgot about the flash. Rookie mistake.
Damn it. The kid knows way too much to just let him go. I don't want the underground to deal with this squirt the way they wanted with the Coney Island leak. I need to get him out of here. All right, Benny. I'm going to give you a chance to talk your way out of this. If you come with me, you might even get a story out of it.
Sure, I got nothing to hide.
Benny sits under the lights, fearless with the energy of youth. I envy him that. Sam, Apollo, Nellie, Cress, and I take turns interrogating the kid.
So I hear talk about a secret underground running around making trouble for some barons. They show up, and when they make noise, barons go poof. I figure there's a story in it. I start trailing their activities and end up here. I ask around, hear a few stories about unusual traffic to the lighthouse. Lots of people coming in and out all hours, so I stake it out.
How long have you been watching us, Benny?
Not long. A couple meetings now. I heard something about Mom Weiss, something about Red Aether, secret society stuff. Hey, are you the real Apollo Diamond? Can I get a photo? Tabloids will pay big for a candid shot.
Kid, forget the shot. If you want to leave this room alive, you keep your trap shut, but good. Or we shut it for you. Permanently.
Aw, don't climb up your own leg over it, Pops. Besides, I already got a line on a better scoop. Hey, watch it!
While Benny is spouting off, Cress upends his bag on the table, its contents clattering and scattering to all corners. Nellie and Cress go over every item. There's also a half-open pack of cigars, but no lighter, and a sawed-off baseball bat, the kind taxi drivers keep up their sleeves. How about you, Nellie? Anything interesting? Nellie is peering closely at a photograph, barely developed. Her perfect nails dig into the paper, tearing at the fibers.
Hey, watch it with those!
Look at this! Do you have any idea what this is?
Nellie passes me the photograph. I scrutinize it carefully. There's a device in the photo. I don't want to disappoint Nellie, but at a certain point, all of her fancy gadgets look the same to me. Some sort of engine?
No, not an engine, but something we dearly need. This is an Aether amplifier. Powerful one, too, from the looks of it. It could amplify Daisy's range and power so we can fix the well without needing to go inside it. Excuse me, Benjamin, was it? Where did you see this device?
That thing? I saw it in Nation's Crusade. It was locked away in one of their missions, at the base of a tower. I snuck in after hours and I snapped some photos. Dunno what it is, but it looked important. And it's Benito, doll.
Well, it's simple then, isn't it? We go to Nation's Crusade, explain the situation, and convince the Baron to let us use their amplifier.
The room goes silent, except for the rumble of the island's lifters and the rhythmic spinning of the fan over the table.
What? What am I missing?
Nellie, dear child, what you describe as our ideal solution, yes. But the Baron of Nation's Crusade? She is not always reasonable.
No point in dressing it up. Annie Sullivan Walker believes she's been appointed by God to raise Nation's Crusade to prominence. She can't be reasoned with. We've tried.
They're not wrong. Annie has a way about her. She speaks directly to her people's hearts. They love her for it. They'll do anything for her. She's also the only one with a long-surviving barony out by the well.
What Cress isn't saying is that she's a few lines short of a screenplay. Cress, I know you've been close to them in the past, but these days, Annie's people are fanatical.
I heard about Annie's takeover of Nation's Crusade a few years back. She's got a reputation as touched, either by God or by madness. Would she be open to negotiation?
Doubtful, but she might be willing. Her mission is committed to helping the needy. She even sends her devotees to provide relief aid to other baronies, though they use that as an excuse to recruit more to their cause.
Those missions are used to spread Annie's propaganda and lure people into her cult, darling. She's worse than a talent agent. Annie's doing her best to raise a massive flock by hook or crook, all in the name of being neighborly, of course.
Cress, I didn't know you spent time in Nation's Crusade. What's the story there?
It was after I left my free home. I wasn't sure where to go or what to do. Nation's Crusade, for all their faults, have always been kind to Aetherians looking to start over. Sam set me up with them when things went bad.
The least I could do, Chris. You deserved it.
No, Sam, don't blow it off. The least you could have done was nothing, and plenty of people offer that. Same with Nation's Crusade. They got me work in a garage, fixed me up with my arm. From what I've heard, though, Nation's Crusade is a whole different animal now. They may be taken by force when they can't convert. I hear Annie is different now, too.
Okay, let's say we head to Nation's Crusade to lay hands on this amplifier. Are we sure it will work with Daisy?
You have a point. I'll need to examine the amplifier in person to make sure it's compatible. And if Benjamin could sneak in, I'm sure we can.
Ha! Don't sell me that cheap, sweetheart. I had to tap some contacts and went through 3 cartons of smokes to get in that far. Also, the Bucketheads have built a bunch of new missions. It's a whole new ballgame.
The kid's right. Annie's been expanding in a big way from what I've heard.
But you know which mission is the right one, don't you, Benny?
Yeah. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do. And I'll even show it to you. For a price.
Look, kid, you sure it's a good idea throwing your weight around like this? We've gone up against barons before and won. Not much challenge in sending you over the ledge if it comes to it.
Gia, you're not serious.
Aren't I?
Oh boy.
Be a good boy and show us the mission, and we'll throw you a few crumbs. Step out of line, and it's the big adios.
Okay, ma'am. I'm along for the ride. Say, I was hanging on to this little number just in case. Maybe you can use it.
We accept, Benito, but we have conditions. First, keep your mouth shut about the underground. Second, Gia's in charge. Don't question her, just do what she says. Third, you may as well get comfortable. You, Apollo, and I are gonna have a long talk about what we can do for one another. Put the camera away.
Aw, nuts.
This is my first time in Nation's Crusade, and I'm hoping it's my last. It's not the dingy, unpainted buildings, or the fact that 1 out of every 3 is condemned and slated for demolition. It's not the gangs of soot-smeared children in turn-of-the-century hand-me-downs playing noisy games in the streets, or the piles of debris gathered at different street corners. It's not even the presence of the well howling in the near distance, or people going about their business as if nothing is out of the ordinary. It's...
Gia! Benny! Look at all the posters!
Nellie sweeps her hand around the block. Every standing wall, whether part of a building or not, is plastered with posters glorifying Annie and her crusade. Or remnants from posters that have been torn down.
Yeah, Annie's got a lot of people behind her around these parts, but not everybody. The dissenters just clam up. At least see your face. The bucketheads, they don't like complaints.
The largest building on the block, free from posters and grime, slouches against the skyline, its dark, eye-like belfry casting shadows and judgment on the detritus surrounding it.
Our destination awaits, ladies.
For a community center, the place seems curiously sealed up. Windows are boarded shut, doors are bricked closed, spikes guard tempting ledges, and chains ward off the perimeter.
That's the mission. That's where I snapped the photo. No one's looking this way, so let's bust in pronto.
Wait, where are the guards?
Guards? Why'd they need guards? Look at the place.
Buttoned up or not with what's inside? Fat chance. There has to be something. Benny, they don't need guards. Benny follows my eyes to see a half-dozen open windows facing us and our supposed entrance. An elderly woman with a pie walks past one, sending a disappointed side-eye towards my trousers.
Oh, I see. They got surveillance. Of the busybody variety.
We need to find a more discreet entrance.
Oh, if you say so. Follow me. I know exactly the spot.
He leads me past our supposed entrance and into a recessed sewage access tunnel running alongside the mission. Down some stairs, we find a wall of bricks in the shape of an old door. Why didn't you mention this before?
I don't like the smell of this place. It's gross.
With nothing more to add to his simple explanation, he pulls out a crowbar from his backpack and smashes the loosely bricked-up doorway, revealing a tunnel behind it after a few solid whacks. Where did you get that crowbar? You didn't have it at the lighthouse.
I swiped it from Cress's garage last night. Figured we'd need it. Here you go, Cress. Thanks.
Why, you little...
A sharp tingle assails my nostrils with the odor of mildew. The mission is all cracked plaster walls and battered wooden furniture, illuminated by half-melted candles held in rusted iron candelabras.
Hey, what gives? Where's the big thingamajig? I swear it was right here in this room last time. Honest.
You absolutely sure?
I swear on the grave of my grandma, this is the place.
Relax, kid, we believe you. Spread out and look for clues. It's none too clean in here and not a lot of room to hide something that big. I'll bet we can find out what they did with the thing. Several short stacks of chairs spread out unevenly against the rear wall. Hardly the most efficient way to store them, in my mind. Stale clothes house communities of dust and mold amongst well-expired cans of food and an old helmet inside the giveaway bin. Handprints around the edges indicate they've been moved recently. No footprints, just a thick layer of dust with thin streaks through it, like something was dragged. No one's been here to eat in weeks, but a bulletin board is mounted on the wall. It's covered in desperate pleas for aid, going back for several months. No footprints, just a thick layer of dust with thin streaks through it, like something was dragged. No one's been here to eat in weeks, but something was here. Neglected and left to the rigors of this unkempt hall, this organ undoubtedly played powerful music in its glory days, blasting forth with songs of praise and celebration, echoing from the walls in triumph. Hate to see donations go unused. A quick rummage amongst the decay in my hand falls on something useful. Wait a second. Deep cracks spread out across the wall call out like a dinner bell on an old farm. Someone tried to cover them up with plaster, but did a poor job hiding anything at all. A phonograph record has fallen halfway out from behind the organ. Some music lover must have hidden it back here a while ago, judging by the thick layer of dust on its cover. With the chairs gone, it's plain that the wall has been patched up with plaster in a big hurry. It's practically still wet, but was hand-dried, causing the cracks to form. I've got it figured, I think. Hidden compartments and rooms are a smuggler's bread and butter. Hell, I've plastered over a few walls myself.
Hot dog! That sounds like the doohickey from my snap. Stand back, ladies. I'll make short work of it.
I take a good look at Benny rolling up his sleeves. I don't think he tops 100 pounds. I'd better step in. The kid's all determination and has a bat, but not enough mass. Whoa, settle down, Benny. We don't want our ace reporter hurt. We've got a story to write. Leave it to me. Stepping up to the wall, I carefully tap with my fingertips and guess where the studs are. After a few minutes of examination, I find a gap between studs on both sides of the plaster patch. With the use of the crowbar and some careful maneuvering, I'm able to move aside a chunk of the wall without making a mess, prying it open like a door on a hinge. Maybe I should have been a builder. The hairs on the inside of my nose stand on end, My head fills with the dull sound of roaring waves, and my breath catches at the sight of aether, iron, and magic.
Wowzers! I can actually feel the discharging waves in here! This is incredible!
You said it, lady.
Despite its size, I can see that this hardware has been lashed together with almost no finishing. It's not made to impress, that's for sure. The flares of red aether are dazzling my eyes, promising one hell of a headache in the near future. I swear I can feel my fillings vibrating in my mouth. I'm no scientist, but I know expensive goods when I see them. These whiz-bangs are rare and expensive. No way Nation's Crusade could afford them on their own. A lone, somewhat shabby office desk sits in front of the amplifier, absurd in the size difference. I see a few schematics piled on top. Temporarily oblivious to my existence, Nellie rushes forward, walking around the amplifier as far as she can manage, mumbling to herself for several minutes.
After my initial observations, I've come to two conclusions. First, the purpose of the amplifier. It is my belief that it is working in concert with other devices within the district to shield Nation's Crusade from the well's gravitational forces. Second, the capabilities of the amplifier. I believe it shouldn't take more than a few adjustments to repurpose it to work with Daisy.
So, we could activate the machine from Nation's Crusade and not inside the well.
Exactly.
I like the sound of that. Now we just have to make Annie play ball.
Clam up, someone's coming.
We all stand stiller than Roman frescoes out of a book. Sure enough, voices and footsteps radiate from the front door of the mission. We need to get out of here. We burst into the front room. Someone's at the front door working the locks. I have only seconds to respond. I put a finger to my lips and gestured toward a locked window I spotted earlier. I'm just getting started on the lock when my stomach grumbles loudly. I shouldn't have skipped lunch.
What? Call for backup. We've got intruders.
Run for it! We smash our way out the window and run down a series of alleys without plan or reason. We're safe for now, but we've stirred up a hornet's nest of activity. Back on the street, a rushing river of bobbing hats ranging in colors and size pulls us into its current. Amongst the crowd, some sing, others dance, yet all wear plastered shark-toothed smiles. What gives? Where are they all headed?
Rather spooky, isn't it?
Looks to me like they're moving over to Quincy Park Terrace.
We're never getting back to the cars in this mess. I must be driving funny as I move slowly through the crowd. Something sinful in my paint job or alien in my eyes, because a kind-eyed woman reaches in and puts her hand on my shoulder.
You look new. I'm glad you're coming along. Annie has a teaching in store for today that will open your eyes.
Ah, I see. Thank you very much.
You are coming, aren't you? This really is something you shouldn't miss.
She speaks half to the crowd while her grip tightens on my arm. Wandering eyes of passers-by lend countless invisible strings to fasten me in place, keeping my foot only hovering above the accelerator.
You really shouldn't.
She and the crowd have me surrounded. I stare into those eyes and imagine what it means to be a fly trapped in a spider's web. Her grip tightens almost painfully, but then she lets go, walking off with a smile and a wave.
Hope to see you soon.
Sitting still while the rushing water of people flows around him, a ragged man begs behind a threadbare cap with barely enough change to buy a cup of joe. Excuse me, sir. Pardon me for asking, but how come you're not heading to the rally? Plenty more marks in a crowd like that. You could probably rake it in.
You're not from here, are you? Those people won't give me a thing without selling them my soul first. I'm gonna want that for later.
I see. Well, you take care. Nellie runs up, her usual brightness tarnished by a newly revealed discomfort with crowds.
Sounds like Annie's going to be at Quincy Park Terrace. We can talk to her and ask about the amplifiers. See if she'll help us.
Might be a story in it.
Okay. It's been a while since I've been to church, though. Hope the holy water doesn't burn me too badly. The streets are teeming with foot traffic as we make our way to the grand concert hall in Quincy Park Terrace. Luckily, by the time we find somewhere to park in all of the traffic, we're among the last entering the venue. The hall features several balcony levels and a sizable auditorium, accommodating tens of thousands. Every square foot of space is crammed with the faithful, packing themselves in, shoulder to shoulder with perfect strangers.
And here, we are safe. Here, we are free. God has decided that we are to live in the storm, that we may shine brightest to those who need salvation.
The faces of Annie's people are shining with perspiration, shouting their devotion until they're hoarse. I keep a tight grip on Nellie's arm so I don't lose her or Benny in the crowd. Annie's audience is making a full-course meal of her impassioned sermon. Their eyes shine with the inner light of unshakable faith. I have to hand it to Annie. She's got the meeting out at the palm of her hand.
In the wilderness, surrounded by enemies, Moses held up an image of power upon his staff, an image of fear to the evil, but of salvation to the faithful. Nation's Crusade will offer that image in the lowers.
The speech is in full swing, the audience raptly drinking in every drop of Annie's palpable charisma. It's the perfect opportunity to relieve a bystander of his wallet on the sly. I bump into another member of the crowd, hoping to dart my hand into his pocket. He goes to catch his balance, nearly knocking me over, and casts me an angry glare. I've drawn too much attention to myself now. Not worth risking another attempt for some petty cash.
You, my friends, need not worry that you are chosen. Behold the yawning vortex of pandemonium. See how those mired in sin falter, while the lambs of our crusade remain strong.
Thanks to a bunch of lashed-together Aether amplifiers running interference, that is.
Our prayers have not fallen upon deaf ears. The halls of earthly power cannot help but shake to their very foundations when confronted with our Lord.
If the Trust is behind your sudden acquisition of red Aether-powered amplifiers, I have the feeling it's the halls of power shaking you down, sister.
Some call us fools, but those blind to God will see wisdom as folly. While the well is death for some, to us, it is God's gift.
I let the even, impassioned speech wash over and through me, trying to see through her words. Is she a nurturer or a fiery rabble-rouser? Deliverer or warlord? Something is going on beneath the surface, where we're not meant to look. I motion with my hands, drawing my group closer together for a conversation. pretty words, but Annie is deliberately downplaying the danger of the well. What's her angle? Does she really think people can live so close?
I do hope Annie has plans beyond relying on the amplifiers alone. Surely if she cares for her people, she'll understand the danger the well represents.
Feeling a little of that old-time religion, Dr. Reinhardt?
Gia, she just feels different from the other Barons. I say we at least make the attempt to talk it out.
Are you kidding me? Annie is nothing but trouble with a capital T. She's hiding things from her people. Remember that doohickey we saw earlier? She's double-dealing and up to no good.
I see your point, kid, though it doesn't pay to jump to conclusions.
You asked what I thought, and that's what I gave you.
Honestly, I think Annie's relatively harmless in the grand scheme of things. At least she's not using her red Aether to blow holes in buildings or smash islands together.
Never doubt, brothers and sisters, that we of the Nation's Crusade are God's chosen people. We will persevere and triumphantly usher in a new heavenly kingdom on Earth.
I guess you've got a point there. I still don't like it, though. All these people seem too happy. Last time I saw a guy smile at me like these folks, he had a knife behind his back and a buddy ready to jump me.
She does seem a bit windy, but I think most of it's for show. Hopefully she'll hear us out once she's off stage.
And now, brothers and sisters, turn to your neighbor and embrace them. For there are no strangers in this barony. All are the children of God.
Nellie squeezes Benny like a rag doll. The kid blushes to the roots of his hair. I can't help but laugh, but I choke it down as someone approaches me from my blind side and hugs me tightly. I seize at first, ready to break the grab and toss them on their can. But when in Rome, I sigh and pat their arm in affirmation. Thanks. Thank you. That was a nice hug. You can let go now, please. Now. Bless you. Let go.
Bless you also, sister. Are you new to the flock?
Yes, that's right. A friend told me about this place. Thought I'd come see for myself.
That's marvelous news. Your friend is truly doing good work. Here, take this. Perhaps it will help you along your path.
The grabby congregant is all smiles and eager energy as they push a pamphlet into my hands. I can tell they won't take no for an answer.
You should visit Annie at your first opportunity. I'm sure she could show you the way better than my poor words ever could. You'll find her at her home, Gethsemane. Her doors are open to all.
Good idea. Thanks, pal.
And now, my friends, neighbors, brothers, and sisters, let us bow our heads in prayer.
That's our cue. We make our exit as Annie guides the crowd through the end of her service. We take a breather, then head over to the Gethsemane retreat to talk with Annie face to face. It's not much to look at, but when holing up in a place surrounded by allies who have already faced the worst this neighborhood has to offer, the sense of being hunted feels distant. That's more important than all the creature comforts of a swank high-rise. They say a good outlaw can sleep anywhere, and I've put that notion to the test over the years. It's a relief to know your friends have your back while you wait for things to cool off. A few minutes of idle searching reveals something wedged against the wall, behind a corner table. I checked the address twice before parking and walking up. It's an utterly plain brownstone stuck right between two boarding houses. Hardly the fortress or palace I expected. We walk right up to Annie's home. The door is ajar. Playing it safe, I poke my head in. Several of her armed faithful are inside. They all take note, but are not in formation or attention. One of the bucketheads walks over to us.
Welcome to Gethsemane, pilgrim.
The knight's eyes flicker over the pamphlet in my hand.
Ah, you're one of the flock. Right this way, Annie's in a garden. She prefers to relax there after a service.
The guards lead us through to Annie's backyard garden. Nellie bursts forth from the group, wandering around to admire the features and flowers as if she didn't have a care in the world, humming like a honeybee. The garden's presence in the relative squalor of Nation's crusade is a testament to how badly Annie's followers wish to please her. The hedges are perfectly trimmed, the fountain and pond fresh and clean, the stonework well maintained. As we enter, Annie is kneeling in front of a makeshift altar. Her eyes are tightly shut as she murmurs softly. The only sight marring this idyllic scene is the ever-present well, boiling and booming in the distance. Beautiful flowers adorn the trimmed vines climbing up the walls of the courtyard. The bright pastel colors are as vibrant as any painting, drawing the eye away from the skyline's gloom. In the shade of a tree located in the center of the garden, a makeshift altar has been prepared atop a stone wall circling the tree's trunk. The picnic basket in front of the hedge is chock full of fresh fruits and cheese. Even from several feet away, the scent of the ripened bounty fills the air. From behind the tall buildings around the brownstone, I can make out the bitter promise that is the well. A promise of oblivion, an end to futures. Though the tall buildings outside Gethsemane would normally look quite intimidating, the skyline actually does a very good job of obscuring the well. Was this spot chosen for that reason? Crafty. I see Benny skulking near the rear wall of the garden, where he's examining the flowering vines. From the way he keeps looking back and forth, it looks like he's up to no good. Benny's so focused on the flowering vines that he doesn't see me coming. He leans forward, sniffing at the flowers. Steadying himself with his jacket open, his hand shakes with anticipation before making the grab. "Hey, Benny." Benny yelps and turns around to face me. While he turns, I reach out with my far hand and snatch a yellow flower from one of the vines, as quick as a pickpocket. I hold it up to him, smiling.
What? How'd you do that?
Talent, my boy, pure talent. This what you were after? Try to be a little less obvious next time. I toss him a wink in the yellow bloom. His cheeks flare red. Upon my approach, Annie finishes her prayer and rises to her feet gracefully. As she rises, an axe lying on the ground is revealed just next to her altar. She follows my eyeline and smiles, her eyes sparkling with curiosity.
Welcome, sister. Thank you so much for waiting. You must be new to the neighborhood. Welcome, welcome. Where do you come from, friends?
Myself, I'm from the Helicline
Oh, we come from all over the place. But they say that we all end up where we're meant to go eventually.
Oh, I've heard that as well. Well, you've searched me out and you found me. What can I do for you?
How did you get into your position here, Annie? I noticed that picture by your altar. Was that someone important to you?
Ah, you saw the picture of my father. Before I was born, my parents founded a mission in the lowers, providing health services and free schooling to those less fortunate. I grew up in the mission myself, teaching and caring for others after their example. After they passed, I took up their cause as my own. I swore that I would provide a godly example here on Earth.
Her eye twitches involuntarily. There's something more here, but she seems agitated. I don't want to get on her bad side just now. Maybe later. I've dealt with a few barons before and been all over the lowers, but I've never seen a place like this. People have a lot of opinions about them, but love? That's a new one to me.
We had a baron once, who was more in line with what you have known. Once he tried to suppress the message, but God softened his heart, and he willingly stepped down for the good of the people.
In other words, the Baron of this place tried to send them packing. There was a revolt, power was handed over to her, and she's got everyone convinced it was God's will. A nice arrangement. Your island butts right up against the well. Aren't you worried about the well sucking this place down like a raw oyster?
What my associate means to say is, how do you plan to deal with the well in the long term? Even amplified etheric shields will only work for so long.
By the grace of God we have endured. Surely you don't believe that the will of our Lord, who has conquered death itself, would falter against something so base as an inverted gravitic anomaly.
What?
Shh. Go on, please.
Or maybe it's some unique etheric property, localized, of course, that resists the vortex's force. I don't pretend to be an expert, but I believe Richter's theories on Aether vortices touch upon such a possibility.
To my side, I see Nellie go pale. She wasn't expecting this, and neither was I. Annie is a zealot, to be sure, but also an educated zealot, using terms I barely understand. She's also lying through her teeth. Let's get down to brass tacks, Annie. We need your help, and we need it right now. Time is running short for all of the lowers, and we think you have the key to our survival.
Anything I can do to help my fellow brothers and sisters, of course. Speak your piece.
Look, I don't have time for your hokey speeches, and I don't have cash for the offering plate. We're talking about people's lives here. Let's dispense with the Sunday school and talk amplifiers.
What a pity. I was hoping we would get along.
The well is getting bigger, and if we don't do something to close it up real fast, the entire lowers is history. And by how close you bunch are, you shouldn't have to guess who'll be gobbled up first. We've got a plan. Nellie here made a device that should put the whole thing to bed, but it needs your red Aether amplifier you're using to shield.
What? How dare you?
The woman recoils like a bear stumbling across a mirror and its own reflection. Annie's face flushes, maybe the first human response I've really seen coming from her. Now we're getting somewhere. That's right. That big machine we saw at the mission. We know what it's for, and what it does. It's doing its job for now, but...
But not for long. Miss Annie, the well is growing at an accelerated rate. You've bought your people some time, but those amplifiers won't hold. If we wish to secure their safety, you must work with us.
Besides which, playing games with people's lives ain't kosher, lady. You'd better help us out, or we'll blab to everyone what a crummy dump this is.
I turn to Benny slowly, my eyes wide. Before I can say anything, Annie's scowl hardens into an animal snarl. She bares her teeth. I don't think she's ready to use that axe on us just yet, but she's getting there.
You would dare!
I flinch away in the face of Annie's fury. Nellie to my left gasps. Benny, bless him, snaps a photo out of habit. Annie's eyes are flashing with panic and rage. She grinds her teeth so hard I'm surprised I can't smell smoke.
You have no place here. Guards, take them. Put them to the question.
Whoa, look, let's just talk about...
Come on, gang.
Come back here. Annie says you can't leave.
I think I'll put that off for a while, thanks. Nellie sits beside me silently, still mazed. I know she was hoping for the best out of Annie. She's disappointed, and I don't blame her.
If we make it through this, it's going to make for one heck of a scoop.
Sit in the back and keep your head down, kid. It's about to get dangerous.
By order of the Axe!
Really, darling, I could use a hand.
Come back here. Annie says...
I think I'll put that off for... Nellie sits beside me.
If we make it through...
Sit in the back and keep your...
can't take much more of this.
Soldiers of the Lord, do your duty!
My heart starts slowing back down to normal as the nation's crusade cars are left in the distance. I roll down my windows to vent the pervading smell of cordite in the air.
What do we do now? She just threw us out, without any good reason.
Let's head back to the hull. We didn't come all this way just to quit. We'll find a way. The roadway ahead narrows into a toll road like nothing I've ever seen before. An entire mobile unit of bucketheads is gathered at the checkpoint, including manned squads of intercept cars and heavy battle wagons.
Holy cats! Look at all that hardware!
It would be suicide to try and blow past this checkpoint, so I stop the car. The second the brakes take hold, a shack next to the checkpoint opens, and a pastor steps out, flanked by 2 armored bucketheads.
Good day, child. Let's take a quick look, And let's not forget the toll.
Charging a toll here is akin to extortion, but they have the heavy weapons, and I don't. I fork my money over with the reluctance of a war widow removing her wedding band.
Very good. Now let's see.
One of the bucketheads walks over to the pastor with a folded piece of paper. The pastor reads it carefully, then looks up at us squinting. I know that look. He's recognized us somehow.
Prepare yourself for the wages of sin.
Things are about to get tight if I can't think of a way out of this situation. Battle-ready vehicles surround us at every turn. We can't outrun the interceptors, or outgun the battle wagons. You could turn us in, it's true, but maybe there's another way. Could you see your way through to taking a quick smoke break? The pastor's mouth hangs open for a moment. Whatever he was about to say, I can practically hear his brain's shifting gears.
An interesting proposition. I suppose I could enjoy a quick respite. If only I could afford the bill for dinner. And cigars for my men.
Fine by me. More than you'd make after a dozen stops. And all of it done without the fuss and muss of paperwork.
I could see that you support our cause most generously, child. I bid you go along your path and sin no more.
It's an expensive way out, but it could have been worse. Much worse. They wave us through. I can't leave fast enough.
Hi, Gia. Come back soon.
I'm on my third belt of the good stuff and just starting to feel warm when things go in all directions, as usual. And, as usual, Apollo is the one who starts it off.
We could move in on the mission disguised as supplicants, set up an ambush, and take the amplifier by force. They're complacent and slow. Well, I'll bet you yourself could take at least 5, darling.
We might get away with it in the short term, Apollo, but there are Nation Crusade missions all over the lowers. Fighting them off would be a waste of time and resources. There has to be something she wants.
Either way, we need that amplifier array. Countless people will die if we don't do something.
Nellie's right. Like it or lump it, we need those amplifiers. And it doesn't matter how we get them, only that we get them, and fast. Frankly, guys, I'm fresh out of ideas. Apollo, Sam, What do you think?
We could just take the amplifier array. Maybe we could call for additional support from Sophie's Does and Luca's Ledgeman. They're good in a scrap.
I hope you're not suggesting what I think you're suggesting. We don't have anything like a standing army. Annie and her bucketheads would squash us like bugs.
Not if we made a deal with some of those gray caps for some Aether weapons of our own. That would shut them up in a hurry, I'll bet.
Wonder weapons aren't any kind of substitute for boots on the ground, Apollo. And even if they were, the Trust would gladly supply Annie with her own. Escalation isn't the answer here.
I don't think negotiation is either, old man.
What's your read on all this, Nellie?
Well, we tried talking. It didn't work, but perhaps we went about it from the wrong angle. Or the truth was too much to take in at once. Or...
Nellie, slow down. We could look at all the things that went wrong another day. What matters is what we're going to do about Annie now.
I know, I just... There really are no easy answers in the lowers, are there?
Tough and tougher choices, remember? So what's your gut say about Annie? Her eyes turn skyward, as though searching for answers in the rafters. None appear.
I wanted to work with her, but I suppose if that's not an option, if we have the means to take the amplifiers by force, we should.
You're serious?
It's an option, isn't it? The well's growing fast. If we don't get those amplifiers, it'll be too late. All my work, what happened to my colleagues, it'll all have been for nothing.
I've been thinking it over, and I have an idea of how to bring Annie to the table. Annie's strength comes from the overwhelming support of her people, but there are cracks in the foundation. We can work with that, eliminate her support, and we eliminate Annie. Exposing her lies and half-truths will make her people turn on her, which leads me to our secret weapon. Benny, how many photos did you snap during our little trip through Nation's Crusade?
I got about 3 rolls worth. Not all of them are keepers, of course, but still, that's something like 70 snaps? 70. Hot dog.
If we expose those photographs and disseminate them effectively, the little pisher's pictures might be just what we need to show the people what's really keeping them safe.
Nice work, kid. Want a job? We can always use another set of eyes.
I'll pass. I'm a reporter, not a revolutionary. You can have the film, but then you're on your own.
I should convince Benny to stick around. He's good at sticking his nose into Annie's business, and he's better with a camera than I am. And I hate to admit it, he's growing on me. I could use a few laughs. Benny's got a big heart and will always try to do the right thing. Benny, can you really say that taking down the Trust is a story you want to step away from?
You got a point there.
So what do you say, Big Mouth? Are you in?
Okay, you talked me into it, but I have conditions. I want my own room, I want 3 squares a day. Oh, and I want a box of good cigars.
I think we can manage that, kid. Now, we've got your photos. That's a good starting point. But if we're going to turn the people against Annie, we need to know where to find the proof that she's lying.
Oh boy, have I got some leads for you. Corruption, fraud, incompetence, malfeasance.
I don't suppose you've looked into Annie's love life, Benny.
Sure. The word on the street is that Annie has a secret lover. A real handsome fella with a...
No, Gia, Benny, that's the wrong type of muck. We need to get people angry, inspired. What do we have that shows Annie failing?
A movement like Annie's grows with gatherings, to spread the good word. Have you looked into her rallies and sermons? Anything we can use?
So there's this big pilgrimage thing that Annie's got. All about her. Seems there's been problems lately. Mysterious things. Attacks, money going missing. It all stings to high heaven.
That's more like it. Anything else?
Annie might have her people in an iron grip morally, but they still need to blow off steam somehow. How do they shake a leg without any booze or gambling?
I did hear a rumor that there's this humongous dance. I've been trying to track it down. Huge party. The whole thing is a big secret since it was banned.
A dance?
Yeah. Word is, it moves from place to place so it can't be rumbled by the bucketheads. Sure would make Annie look like a sucker, right?
I'll say. It wouldn't look good for Annie to be caught slipping.
I'm impressed, Benny. You came through with some good leads.
Aw, shucks.
You see, my friends? This young man is already paying off for us. Well done, lad. But you have a lot to learn and not much time. I think one of our members should mentor young Benito here.
Good idea, old man. What do you think, Gia? Who should look after Benny in the short term?
I don't want to risk Benny in a ring or out in the streets just yet. Cress, show the kids some of that magic wrench. He can help you keep the vehicles in tip-top shape.
I guess I could use another hand in the garage. But you owe me one, Gia. I hope you have some clothes you don't mind getting dirty, Benny.
Oh yeah, I'm going to soup up my car so it's the fastest hunk of junk in the city.
Need something?
From what I've heard, Dreamland and Nation's Crusade aren't usually friendly neighbors.
You got that right. Rivalry's been going on ever since they set up a mission on our doorstep.
Doesn't sound like you got much rancor for them, though. Lucas shrugs, a giant unbothered by a passing fly.
They look after people, not just the ones with the deepest pockets. I respect them for that. Doesn't mean I'm ready to pack my bag. Dreamland's got its share of problems. Trading them for someone else's won't make me happier. And unlike Nation's Crusade, Dreamland doesn't judge a man for having a night out. You know where to find me.
Hello, darling.
So is this the first civilian revolt you've set in motion?
Come to think of it, yes, I believe it is. Do I sense an impending reprimand?
No. I'm just as responsible for it as you are. I'm fine with making reckless calls when it's just my own neck on the line. This is different.
Damn right it is. But let's not be uncharitable, Perhaps a better word than reckless might be bold.
Try pitching that to a mother who's just lost her kids because of a civil war we started.
Look, this outfit has to come together. I have to make it more than just a rabble of ragtag groups, and Annie's a clear target. We're giving them a symbol, Gia. An alternative. Something better to look toward.
Yeah, but how do we know things will get better?
Anything's better than this, darling. You already know that.
Got any fun Hollywood gossip for me?
Oh, really? I thought you were above that sort of thing, Gia.
I don't know where I went wrong to give you that impression.
Trust me, darling. You're better off not knowing those sordid tales.
Fine, then. Tell me about your movies, at least. What was it like making Sunset Parade?
Like that one, did you? Well, here's something even the tabloids won't tell you. My lovely co-star, Dora.
Theodora Fife, you mean?
Naturally. Sweet girl. Very talented. Curses like a drunken pirate. We could hardly get through a scene without her showering us in expletives at least once.
What? But she seems so...
Mm-hmm. Exactly, darling. Arrivederci, darling.
Hello, Gia.
You don't seem nearly as eager as Hollywood to start a revolt. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were planning a funeral.
Apollo is young. He's fought enough battles to get a taste for the thrill, but what we're doing is still war. It may be necessary, but it's not something I take pleasure in.
Spoken like this isn't the first war you've been a part of.
It's not. It was a very long time ago. I was not too dissimilar from Apollo. Young, angry, and driven to change the world now, unable to think of what cost we'd later pay. At that age, I felt I could do anything, even run away from my free home and contract.
You ran away without paying off your contract? What about the Terriers?
My eyes hadn't completely changed. Myself and a few others thought if we left before then, we could start again somewhere else. Why should the Baron miss a few Aetherians? I'm sure it's no surprise that the Baron's Terriers found us eventually. They burnt down the new lives we built. After that, I had little choice but to return to the free home.
You seem pretty familiar with Nation's Crusade. Deal with them a lot with the Undercity League?
We try to maintain civil relations with all baronies when possible. It puts more tools in our belts for when needed, such as relocating our friends from the tomb, or finding somewhere for Cressa.
You really trusted Nation's Crusade with her that much?
Cressa needed somewhere she could recover safely. Many baronies are not kind to us, even when we've paid off our contracts. I knew Nation's Crusade would see her as a human in need of kindness.
No wonder you two are willing to stick up for Annie.
She was kind to Cressa, yes, and she is one of the most reasonable barons I'd ever worked with. However, it's been some years since she became baron. I'm afraid it's enabled her worst impulses.
Wouldn't be the first person to lose her head over authority. I doubt it's a coincidence that almost every baron we've run into is a power-hungry maniac, and Annie's got a whole flock cheering her on.
Even so, I want to believe she and Nation's Crusade can be better.
The Terriers tore apart your new life and forced you back to the free home. What happened after that?
What many angry young people do. Dedicate themselves to revenge. I undermined the Baron at every turn. I broke every rule I could for our people. And when the Baron went to war, we aided his enemies.
It's the sort of tale that'd have Apollo salivating. The underdog Aethir fighting back against oppression to save his home. But I know there's no happy ending. When the dust cleared, it didn't end up changing anything, right?
I'm afraid it did worse than that. The new Baron was crueler than the last. And when Terriers were not enough to keep us in line, she would employ blacktails.
I feel ice wash down my spine. Blacktails might be high-living adventurers, but almost all of them cut their teeth on the battlefield. Barely trained Aetherians would barely put a dent in them. I'm sorry, Sam.
Thank you. I've had years to come to terms with it. I might not have changed the world then, but I've done what I could, in my own way. Though I would prefer it did not come to war, I'll still stand by you through whatever may come. Good luck out there.
Hello.
Hear from any of your contacts back home about the Red Aether leak?
Yes, quite recently, thanks to the information you provided. However, I'm afraid their findings are worse than we could have imagined. Our lab was not the only building affected by the attack. Fire spread, wiping out a number of records. I initially thought it was from the explosion, but given the timing, it's suspect.
Dufresne and his employers could have been aiming for 2 birds and 1 stone. Stop Nellie's research and plug the leak.
It's very possible. As troubling as it is to consider, if this organization is as old and powerful as Eleanor tells me, it's little surprise they'd go this far to remain hidden.
Know much about secret societies, Professor?
I'm afraid they wouldn't be very good secret societies if I did. The few I do are mostly in passing. The Midnight Fencing League when I was a student, the Underground, which you're a part of.
But none who match the Trust's profile.
Unfortunately, I'd advise against drawing any more attention. Whatever their motives, whether for morals or profit, it's clear they'll use whatever means necessary to deal with the problem. Goodbye for now.
Miss, are you?
Yes, darling?
I heard Dreamlands had its share of skirmishes with Nation's Crusade in the past. What's your take on them?
Oh, darling. We could spend an evening on it, and it would barely scratch the surface.
Humor me.
Well, if you insist. They are moralizing, teetotaling dullards. And the missionaries are always so tedious to deal with.
That bad, huh? I'll bet if I asked a Nation's Crusader, they'd give a similar assessment about you folk.
I have no doubt. After all, Dreamland is built on vice. Everything your heart desires is available to buy or sell, and moral judgment is so tacky. Needless to say, they detest us. Ta.
You know where to find me.
Look what the cat dragged in.
Found this one hiding away from the bucketheads. Looked like it was in need of a rescue.
Don't worry. I'll give it a good home. Be careful out there.
Well, well. You do much business in Nation's Crusade?
Anywhere there is demand, I provide supply. This woman in charge there, she has created a great deal of demand. I would be foolish not to capitalize.
Demand for what?
Come now, Giovanna. Let's not be prudish. We've both given confession before, no?
Can't remember the last time.
Whatever sort of pleasures you may have shamefully admitted to in the dark of that wooden booth likely have much in common with the things I provide for Nation's Crusade.
Stealing comics off a dime store shelf? Tiana's laugh is beautiful, as much for its rarity as its plush velvet tones. Every time we chat, I learn something interesting about your past. Any new tidbits to share?
Sharing goes two ways, you know. You have information I do not. And as you say, our ledger is not balanced. You owe me.
Okay then. What do you want to know?
In this work, we are careful not to leave a trail behind us. Yes? There are always traces. Signs in the dirt. Ways you can tell business has been conducted. But there is one group who never, ever leaves traces.
You mean the Trust?
What do you know of them?
Probably less than you do. Some shadowy group of ghouls pulling the city's strings, right? A shadow falls across Tiana's face, framing her sharp features in stark contrast, like a portrait whose color has been leached off the canvas.
Stories, Giovanna, have power in them. Even in myth and legend and lies, there is truth. There are forces at play in the world we dare not imagine.
Come on. You trying to scare me?
Yes. If you learn anything more, let me know. And please be careful. See you soon.
How can I help?
Had a feeling the sit-down with Annie wouldn't go smoothly. Just didn't think it'd take a sharp turn sideways.
I don't understand. She's seen the well. She must know what'll happen if left unchecked. Why wouldn't she want it fixed? Surely that would impress her followers more than some stage showmanship.
Hell if I know. Maybe she bought into the lie herself. Or maybe she's more conniving than we thought. Either way, I doubt she'll bend unless we make her.
I hope she does. All those people are on the edge of the well. If the well breaks through those towers... Oh, it'll be really bad, Gia. Come back soon.
What do you need?
We really pulled it off. The heist, outplaying Marm, almost doesn't feel real.
Wish we'd taken her castle out too. Those vultures will have that gaudy eyesore fixed up before people realize it was this close to being torched again.
The distraction still worked, Cress. You got the fire going. We wouldn't have had a chance of getting out without you.
Yeah, suppose you're right.
You used to live in Nation's Crusade, right? What was it like back then?
Smaller. Not many baronies risk hanging around the well. If it's not a gravity storm that gets you, it's a rival barony. But for folks with nowhere to go, it was a hope for a fresh start.
Folks like you.
Yeah, folks like me. Nation's Crusade believes in helping the downtrodden, and no one's more underfoot than an Aether. I needed to get back on my feet. They gave me the space to do it. Wouldn't have been in any shape to run a garage otherwise.
Was Annie always so...
So, fire and brimstone?
A little, yeah. She didn't just turn on us. She sicked her guards on us the moment we said their barrier wasn't as divine as she claimed it was. Cress's shoulders tense, knots forming as her image of Annie tangles with mine.
Annie's always wanted to save the world. That much is real.
And the part about being chosen by God? That recent?
I don't know. If she ever believed it back then, she never said it.
How's Benny? Any problems?
The problem is he's overexcited. Wants to speed before he knows the difference between the accelerator and the brake. So I'm starting him small. Get him used to working with the basics.
You know, you sound a little like Sam when he talks about you.
Ah, so you want to take over babysitting duty, Randazzo. Both hands on the wheel, yeah?
There's a heavy feeling in the air tonight. Benny sits at a table with a hangdog impression, an open root beer on the table in front of him. He barely acknowledges me as I sit. Hi there, kid. What's with the Basset Hound impression? Someone break your pencil?
Oh, hi, Gia. I got a problem, see? There's this girl. I think she's real swell.
Nellie, right?
How did you know?
Magic smuggler powers? Come on, it's obvious. She's cute, she's smart, and she's the only one here not old enough to be your mother. What's not to like?
I just don't know what to do. Should I ask her out? Or maybe get her a little gift? Or just forget about it? I mean, she's class. And I'm just... me.
I hate to dampen your burgeoning thoughts of romance, young man, but Eleanor is quite absorbed with her research. I doubt she would have time to deal with your infatuation.
I'm about to fire back at Alistair for his unasked-for opinion, but Benny's excited exclamations have attracted the attention of some of our mutual associates. Apparently they have their own thoughts to share. This should be good.
Hey kid, you want to get a girl's attention? 3 things. Be aloof, do something great in front of her, and as soon as she's interested, disappear. You leave her hungry for more, she'll be chasing you before you know it.
Oh, you want my advice too? Why not make her something nice, like a paperweight or birdhouse, I don't know.
Benny is wilting under the merciless deluge of well-meaning romantic guidance. I put a hand on his arm and lean in to give him some big sister counsel. Say, do you still have that flower you picked for Nellie back at Gethsemane?
Oh. All right. Yeah, I got it right here. It's a little bit squashed from carrying it around in my coat and all.
Trust me, kid. Go buy a cheap vase for it and put it in a little water. She'll love it.
You think so?
I know if I was in danger like we were back on Annie's Island, and some guy cared enough about me in that den of vipers to pick me a flower, I'd be impressed.
Hey, yeah. I mean, when you put it that way. Hey, thanks, Gia. You're pretty smart sometimes, you know that?
Benny dances back, mirth in his eyes, avoiding my playful swipe. I can't help but laugh. Sometimes I want to hug him, sometimes I want to strangle him, but I'm getting used to having the kid around.
Yeah?
Most kids are selling papers. Meanwhile, you're out there writing them.
That's how it started. See, you're talking to the former numero uno bullhorn of the Newsy Union. Before I got my reporter badge, I was speaking at all our rallies and protests.
Sounds pretty impressive. So what made you give it up?
There was this reporter, real class act. She covers our protest, and it hits me. She ain't repeating the usual spin pieces. She's talking to the little guy and taking on fat cats with the unvarnished truth.
Must have really left an impression on you, huh?
Yeah, I figure, hot dog, if this is what journalistic integrity is supposed to look like, I want in.
So, ace reporter for the Crier, huh?
Hey, what's with the skepticism? I got your proof right here.
Benny rustles through his oversized bag and holds up a lovingly folded paper. Amidst the who's seeing who and who's taking what, an article by Benito Castellano decries the treatment of Aether rig workers. Okay, I get it, you're the real thing. How'd you land the gig anyway? The Midtown Crier's a rag, but even they got some standards.
I earned it. See, I started out in the barrio. I'd report scoops from my perch. Turns out, scandal, corruption, and malfeasance are hot topics, especially when they come from an unfiltered point of view. So I start thinking. I got scoops, contacts, and a following. All I'm missing is an official platform. The Midtown Criers work in a similar beat, so I apply to be one of their muckrakers.
And they hired you, without so much as raising an eyebrow about hiring a kid?
Didn't matter. I tells them that if they wanted my dynamite scoop, they owed me the byline. My skills did the rest of the talking.
How's the mentorship going?
Cress ain't much of a talker, is she? I try to get some chatter going while we work, and she just shrugs.
Give her some time. When she's working, she's working. She's just figuring out where to fit you in.
Huh. You might be onto something. She used to stonewall my one-liners, but I almost got a chuckle out of her. And she always slows down when I say I've never seen something before. Thanks for the insight. I'll keep at it.
So, how'd things go with Nellie?
I thought about what you said. picked out the best vase I could get on a budget, and handed it to her. She was practically over the moon. And that was before she even heard where I got it.
And? What did she say?
She told me I'm a great guy. Even told me to ask her again when I'm older. If you hear something juicy, let me know.
Just ahead, the sounds of chaos emanate from a group of Buckethead cars surrounding a protest group. The Bucketheads are busy arresting a token number of participants for their civil disobedience. Right now, the crowd is dispersing slowly, but one wrong move could set the whole place off. I scan the crowd, looking for any sign that things might go sideways. Everything looks normal at first, but I eventually notice one man in particular who catches my eye. His coat has been treated with a fresh coat of dirt, but it's a little too tailored for something worn by your average pilgrim. He's clearly more interested in agitating the crowd than calming things down. His ramrod-straight posture and concealed weapons spoiling the line of his coat clinch it. This guy is a Blacktail's mercenary, hired to stir up trouble. Putting Annie on the warpath might just flush us out. I step out of the vehicle and push my way into the crowd, but the Blacktail's agent has eyes in the back of his head. Suddenly, something sails through the air, followed by the sound of breaking glass. I push my way to the front and find one of the Bucketheads on the ground, hands cradling his bleeding scalp. The mob goes silent as his companions draw their truncheons and form a line, surrounding the crowd. I dash back to the car as the advance begins. Things are getting hot. I have to keep my head down if I want to slip through Annie's fingers. The spotlighted reader boards filled up with names, but I somehow doubt Charity Grissom's short stories of the soul would have headlined during the place's club days. I snoop the stacks of dry reading material and breathe stale air until I find something shiny hidden away in the back room. A projector stocked with bootleg film reels. The museum's a sealed-up mausoleum. Its headstone, a weathered sign, reads closed permanently due to crimes against human decency. So why's the lock on the side door brand new? I pick the lock, and the gallery door opens its polished floors and uncovered displays to me. Someone's been taking care of the place, and they've left a canvas inviting guest messages. Among the heartfelt appreciations, initials, and doodles, a cartoon Annie sulks in a corner. I circle bleachers and overgrown fields like a bee, until I'm drawn to a flower made of colorful paper. The ground around it's ringed by footprints. A group was here recently. I'm halfway back to the car when someone calls me out.
Excuse me? Are you lost, miss?
Yeah, I was looking for something. Must have been somewhere else. The woman's eyes glide from me to my latest search site. I keep my face calm as I unlock the car, but I turn the key fast as she follows my coattails.
Are you looking for the recreational jump group?
Sweat pours off her brow, eyes twitching like a bug expecting a newspaper. Fortunately for the both of us, she'd said exactly what I needed to hear. Might be. Know where I can find them?
Grayson's having it over at the garage. Better hop to it.
Hey, over here!
I spot Benny waving to me from the shade. Between the drawn shutters, the barren front lot, and the sign flipped to closed, the garage was a lonely shack, a blemish on the side of the road to somewhere. Walking up tells a different story. The ground rhythmically pounds beneath my feet while the shutters bleed clandestine murmurs.
Holy smokes! You hear that? This is it! The floating dance hall!
Yeah, I hear. Now, let's figure out how we're getting inside without spooking them off. If the party's still going, they're likely expecting people. However, as my knuckles go to rap wood, the shutters go still. Silence rings in my ears. My hand inches towards my piece when the door opens.
Hi?
Hi. Open for business?
No, sorry, ma'am. The garage is closed for building inspection. Try again tomorrow?
Inspection, huh? Place don't look so bad to me. In fact, up close, I'd say it looks to be of a respectable quality.
It's all on the inside. There are termites, rats, all kinds of unpleasant stuff. But don't be alarmed. We're doing a deep clean to get the garage back in order.
Any idea when you'll be done? I was in the mood for some recreational jumping. A light clicks on behind the man's eyes, exposing the seams of his drab, bureaucratic veneer.
Oh, soon then probably. What sort of jumping do you enjoy, miss?
The kind you can tap your feet to. Used to jump around a lot with my pals, Lindy, Fox, and Charles. Look, cards on the table. You're Grayson, right? The Joe running the floating dance hall?
Yeah, I am. Nice to meet you too. And you are?
Gia Randazzo. And this is Benny. Group we're with wants to hire you for a party.
Oh, sure. But how many people you got coming? I got something planned in the tunnels next week. We can get another 5 or so, if they're hip enough to party with Aetherians.
Looking for something a lot bigger. Need a community-wide shindig. Something to remind folks around here what it was like to let their hair down. The sooner, the better. Grayson looks at me like I'm talking about moving the moon. He brings himself back to the comfort of Earth with a cough.
Wow, dang, that's a lot to drop on a fella.
Can't do it?
No, it's not that I don't know how, but there are reasons we're partying it up in the middle of nowhere. Nation's Crusade has a ban on any frivolous and morally suspect music.
Look, Grayson, I may not be a party organizer, but I've done my share of gigs. Nothing beats the thrill of pulling off a big one.
Oh, I know, it's just, if we're doing this, we can't do it by halves. It's gonna have to be a lot of work to hustle through. Might be tough on, someone so young.
What, you talking about me? I'm the star reporter for the Crier. I work the streets on the daily, throwing parties as kid stuff.
With every word, every assurance, Grayson's eyes brighten. Seeming distant possibilities move into focus. Suddenly, moving the moon doesn't seem impossible.
Well, shoot. Why not? Let's do it. Let's throw NC the biggest bash in memory. I gotta finish up here, but meet me at the records building in Meadowlark. Head for the lower door during after hours. Gia! Over here!
We look for the drab spot of color against a set of concrete steps and a double set of ornate doors. A film of grime says no one's been down here for months. Need help getting it open?
I got it, I think. My key should still work.
The door clicks open to a long, dark box. It's like breathing in a decades-sealed cabinet. Dust and stale air rush my nose, filling it with aged paper and cardboard.
Ow!
Oh, Jesus. Gia, could you get the lights? Wall to your right.
A cloud of dust wafts through what little space is left between several towers of boxes. Grayson skips around the mess.
Welcome to the Swan. What'd you think?
Hot dog! Get a look at the size of this place. You fit a stadium's worth of Metro Maniacs fans in here.
Yeah, but it's going to be a fixer-upper. Think we can get it ready in time?
Hey, you wanted to remind people of how things used to be? The Swan once was the go-to place for a good time, whether you were a first-timer or a champion dancer.
My eyes rove the hall. For every box and stapler I find, I see pieces of its former glory in chandeliers and brass ornaments. It's not often you uncover spots like this in the lowers. What's the story behind this place?
You're looking at the oldest dance academy this side of the lowers. It was opened 3 barons back by a generous old lady with a fondness for romance and a hatred of crass, smoky nightclubs. She left it to the community when she passed, and we took darn good care of it. We used to alternate between teaching, casual, and competitive dance nights.
You seem pretty familiar with the place. Didn't just have a key. You knew where the light switch was in the dark.
Yeah, I forgot to give the key back when the hall closed. After what happened, I didn't think they'd mind if I kept a souvenir. I used to be one of their regulars. Mostly provided the music, but some nights I'd come down here just to sit. Me and others used to spend whole nights chatting it up under these chandeliers.
All right. Where do we get started?
It's been some time since I was down here. How about you take a looky-loo? See if you can find the hall's dance sheets and record player. Oh, and we'll need to see if the bar's still hooked up.
I give the boxes a rifle through and give up at the 4th. Whatever the Swan might have been before, Nation's Crusade buried it with enough staplers and lined paper to supply a skyscraper. Musty sheets, cracked light bulbs, cobwebs in all corners. Hope Grayson's got a ladder. Among inventory papers and broken glass, my eyes drawn to several footprints dotting a scrap of something. My shoe taps the pattern out to an invisible partner. Back, right, up, right. These are dance sheets, right? Where do you want them?
Table's good. I'll organize them later.
While I ankle around a jungle of knickknacks, Benny's got Grayson's ear in an interview between juggling light bulbs.
So, Mr. Grayson, the Criers readers want to know, who are you exactly? How's a suit go from pushing pencils to throwing clandestine shindigs?
You aren't gonna publish my name, are you?
Nah, I'll give you a whatchamacallit, a pseudonym. Gotta protect my sources. We can call you something mysterious, like Mr. X.
Mr. X, huh? Well, okay then. As for the question, I've actually always had a relationship with pushing pencils. Being a musician usually means doing something to pay the bills between gigs.
Hang on. The Cooper Club's Battle of the Bands, right? You were one of the acts.
Oh gosh, yes. I might not have been Silverfoot James or Kid Holiday, but I like to think I put on a good show back there.
Footprints dance across instruction sheets with barely a crease or tear in their path. An off-color corner pokes out of the boxes, like a hand breaking through the rubble of a collapsed building, pleading for help. It takes several minutes to dig out a stage, a record player, and a trombone and its case. Found the record player.
Thank goodness. Yeah. That, takes care of them.
Grayson's chipper mood fades, swallowed by some dark cloud cast by the stage.
I guess he never came back for it.
The who and the what?
My ex-partner. I mean, old bandmate. We used to go everywhere together. My trumpet and his trombone, too. The Swan, the streets, the rooming house. Anywhere we could play.
Used to?
We had a disagreement, but it's fine. We still talk, well, once in a while.
Between the shuffling of boxes, the soft chatter of voices, and the scritch of Benny's pencil, the air starts to feel lighter.
You said, I quote, Nation's Crusade has a ban on frivolous and morally suspect music. So how come you're still here? Shouldn't you be playing at some club on the other side of the lowers?
Well, I tried auditioning around after the band. Briefly landed a gig on another island, but Annie's followers started spreading the word there, too, so it wasn't long before I was looking for work again. And once the money ran out and the callbacks stopped, I was stuck.
The pencil stops.
That ain't fair.
Yeah, you're right, but I look at it this way. We've all got to eat somehow, and if I keep eating, I'll keep finding chances to keep playing.
As I pass by, I hear the soft flutter, gasping for attention. The tape's starting to go on a piece of paper fixed to the side of the trombone case. I bend down to give it a read. The best decisions are often the hardest.
Freddie wrote that. When he got down in the dumps, he'd look at it and remind himself why he played.
And the reason is?
It's not my story to tell.
Footprints dance across. The bar's a dumping ground, counter struggling under a hill of boxes and a ring of files and spare mugs. I squeeze my hand under the counter and flip the switch. The fridge hums awake. Bar's got power.
Terrific. Gia, can we borrow you?
They've got a corner mostly excavated, except for a stack of steel folding chairs. 3 trips later, we uncover a patch of wood and a fleeing spider. It runs off behind a large pile of clutter. Going to take a lot of elbow grease to make this place presentable. We'd better get enough people to make it worth it.
Trust me, despite all the finger-wagging around impropriety and wild behavior, there are still plenty of people who want to dance. All they need is somewhere to do it.
Oh, I see how it is. It's like they say, nothing draws a crowd like a crowd.
Exactly. You think I started with a garage full of people? It started as friends, then neighbors, then friends of neighbors, then people I'd never met, all who just wanted to hear the music again.
Maybe it's the sparkle in his eyes as he says it, or the unshakable belief behind his words, but I almost believe it. Anyway, how's it look?
It's the same Swan I fell in love with. Or she will be once we get these stink boxes out of the way and start gussying her up. Oh gosh, I got so much to do.
Then we're better off splitting the work. Aside from the venue, what's left?
Usually I'd be sending out the invite. I stash location, time, specifics in a different spots. That lets the regulars know who to bring and where to keep the bucketheads away from.
No problem. Just tell me where to deliver and I'll get the word out.
Okay, sure. That leaves stocking supplies. Gia, I hate to ask, but...
That depends. What am I grabbing? Grayson taps his thoughts out on his chin like he's checking against items on a list. One has him frowning, briefly but deeply.
Booze, music, and cosmetics. Whatever you can get. I was already planning a run for next week's party, but we'll need it sooner. Fortunately, you can grab it all in one place.
Last I checked, even bootleggers avoided Nation's Crusade. No one wants to risk getting caught holding moonshine by a buckethead.
It's around, if you know where to look. Officials hoard it for their rallies, usually get a fresh stock whenever they raid speakeasies or get a new island. If you're lucky, you can sneak off with some.
And if I can't?
We won't be completely dry. I have a regular attendee who brings homemade grape juice. It'll keep the taps flowing for a little while, just not the night, or half the night.
You're a musician. You and that record player aren't enough entertainment?
Yeah, I mean, sure. It'll do in a pinch. But the Swan's records haven't been updated in years. People aren't going to show for something they've heard 100 times. I was thinking...
Grayson drops his gaze to his feet, rubbing his hands across his cheeks as though to ease the words out.
I was thinking we're reopening the Swan. People will feel nostalgic. It might be nice to do a reunion gig with me and Freddie. The Swan's best brass players, back for one night only.
Still not seeing where you need my help. He's your bandmate. What's stopping you from asking him?
Freddie won't talk shop with me. Stopped after Annie made clear the music band was here to stay. Won't even talk about tunes or auditions, let alone any floating dance halls.
But he'll talk to me? A total stranger? For a moment, the man looks like he wants to take back his request and bury it away in the pockets of his drab suit. But hope's a powerful thing.
Freddie looks like some no-nonsense, gloomy guy. But he's not. He's the most passionate musician I've ever met. Keep things polite and respectful, and he'll hear you out. Tell him I want to talk. That's all.
Cosmetics?
Yeah. The Swan used to give guests the Cinderella treatment. Helped them feel good about themselves. There are folks who haven't seen a tube of lipstick or a jar of hair oil in years.
Huh. Yeah. Now that you mention it, I've been seeing less painted ladies around.
What's got Nation's Crusade hung up on cosmetics?
Oh, they're, signs of loose morals that encourage dangerous intermingling. Same way bright clothing or scents tempt you into pride and vanity.
Uh-huh. Sounds like I won't find any at the local beauty shop then.
Oh gosh, no, none of those left either. But I hired a smuggler to bring some in. I was gonna meet him for the pickup later. It's by an iron gate. Tell him Grayson sent you, and that the invite's still good.
All right. Sounds doable. Where am I heading?
The Temperance Rally. Annie runs it at least once a month, brings everyone together. You bring what you have to purge, and you destroy it with the help of your neighbors. The most devout always show up. And Freddie.
The musician swallows down a lump. I don't know what makes him more queasy. The event itself or his dear pal giving up the horn for an axe. Charming. The booze and your bandmate I get. But why would you arrange a pickup in the middle of a mob?
It felt like the easiest place to hide an outsider, you know? Like a tree in a forest. Nothing unusual about visitors who want to see what upstanding living looks like.
I'll look into it. You just focus on the venue.
Break a leg. And try to grab as much as you can. The more we get, the better the party.
Brighter than the fires of hell, and hotter than the sun, a chorus of righteous axes rain down on items judged guilty. Rivers of liquor seep into the ground while metal, wood, and paper feed the pyres. I duck behind the crowd of manic avengers while Baron Annie the Axe takes to the field.
We shall cut down their idols, destroy their sacred pillars, burn their altars. As Paul said, give no opportunity to the devil.
She goes to a woman struggling under the weight of crates of bottles. Together, they cast it over the edge to the applause of an adoring crowd.
Drinking, gambling, vanity, pleasures of the flesh. But we do not gratify these earthly desires. Instead, we walk by the Spirit of the Lord.
The answering shouts make the island quake like it's Judgment Day. It only comes to an abrupt lull when Annie steps down from her perch to hold out her hand to a downcast man.
These books were my late wife's. She was a good woman. Never meant any harm, but the content is, I know. But these were hers.
What does Paul say? That the devil and his machinations will come in sheep's clothing. All of us can be deceived, brother. Your wife meant no harm, but she carried on with evil, just as my parents did. You can make that right.
Her words are the push he needs. He sobs and lets his wife's books fall, cremated by the flames to a choir of soothing neighbors. I tightly thumb Zio's hat.
I love a happy ending, don't you?
I jump out of my skin. The twisted melodrama must have thrown me off, because I hadn't seen the crone or her basket of goodies until she was at my shoulder.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Lamb Chop. I didn't mean to frighten you. I would have said hello earlier, but you look completely taken with our Annie.
Yeah, she's a real inspiration. Hard to take your eyes off her.
Well, look at you. You're a fresh daisy in the flower patch, and you're already sucking things in like it's water.
Wait a sec. How do you know I'm new?
Why, it's my job. I'm one of the event organizers, or as I like to call it, the door lady. When I see a new face, I can't help but make them feel welcome. Here, for you.
She catches my hand. Years of social niceties and smuggler instincts prevent me from yanking it away before she palms me a set of dice. Didn't think Nation's Crusade approved of gambling.
Oh, these are the cast-out lamb chop. I keep them on hand to help warm folks up. Small and easy. Toss them and you're done.
She watches me with as much anticipation as the witch waiting for Gretel to take a bite. When in Nation's Crusade, I tell myself. I roll them between my fingers and throw them over the edge.
Would you look at that? Clean to the burrows. We'll make a destroyer of vice out of you yet.
But take hope, for even our Christ was tempted. Stay vigilant, brothers and sisters.
Bodies disperse as Annie charges forward, rallying her followers to other battlements. I slowly exhale and use the shift in the crowd to make my escape. Thanks for the welcome, ma'am. Think I'll go mingle.
Call me Bethany. I'd love to introduce you around, but someone's got to mind the exit. You'll be all right on your own?
I'll figure something out.
That's the spirit. Have a lovely time. But don't slack off, We're here to destroy sin. Cookies are only for those who do their part.
The older woman totters off, but a sickly sensation lingers. Maybe she's nosy, but she casually glances my way once in a while. Better hope she gets over a mother henning fast. The truck on the side is loaded, but strangely untouched. I find the cause in a letter stuck on the dash. They detail orders to move overstock to storage, stamped with Nation's Crusade seal. It hits me. I could walk out of here with barrels of booze if I had one of those letters. But Bethany's gaze is like a hovering wooden spoon. I grudgingly decide to circle back later. Can't leave yet. Still need to find Freddy in the pickup. Bells shrilly scream under a beating of axes. Nation's Crusade must have raided a casino, because there are enough slot machines to fill a wing of pandemonium. Some still jingle with coins between hits. A spidery itch crawls down my spine. Looks like my nosy greeter's still watching. I kneel over the hill of battered metal corpses and jam my boot knife between the loose plating. A few wriggles later, it pops loose, releasing its bounty to my waiting pocket. I watch Annie's followers throw the machines overboard and hope there's no one below. Dodging fast won't stop a few 100 pounds of metal from going through your roof. Look for the iron gate, Grayson had said. I casually lean against it, but 5 minutes pass and the only thing that joins me is falling ash. A small scrap of cloth tucked into a nearby fence waves at me. Yellow for attention, a smuggler's message. I tug it out, along with a note hidden in a matchbox. The message is curt. Too hot. Meet at the bend on the closed road. My heart kicks through my ribs at the handwriting. I knew it from scribbled work orders and personal notes slipped in my pockets. Part of me wants to tell Grayson his pickup was a wash, but I've still got a job to do, even if it means meeting with needles. The crackle of white-hot embers and the smell of pulp, plastic, and fabrics have me breathing shallow. I turn my head upwind and notice the curve of a still pristine record. A spidery itch crawls down my spine. Looks like my nosy greeter's still watching. Under the popping of flames and the dying twang of someone smashing a guitar, I slip the record between my coat and shirt. If the party doesn't love it, Cress will. Who knows what other treasures have found their way into the fires? The next Mozart? Another Artemisia Gentileschi? Fat wooden bodies spill their heady contents into a nearby drain. A barrel or two would be a hit at the party, if I can find more than women-sized pockets to smuggle them out. A spidery itch crawls down my spine. Looks like my nosy greeter's still watching. I borrow an axe off a noble-faced official and take my best swing. The executioner's blade splits through to the cheers of the crowd and the mourning of my inner smuggler. Whatever you think of paupers, they all share a similar story. Shadowy, glow-eyed specters at the Undercity gates. This one standing around topside like an alligator sunbathing in a fountain.
What are you staring at?
Sorry, caught me off guard. Never seen a pauper out in the open.
New to Nation's crusade, eh? So long as you don't shriek over some rats scurrying around, we won't have any problems.
Not worried about terriers? The headlights behind his goggles take on an intensely gleeful glow.
Yeah, the Baron gave him a talking to. Our contracts state they can't stop us from joining service, or the destruction of evil when we see it.
But you don't seem to be in a hurry to grab an axe or kindling.
My part comes later. I'll be here all night, sister, cleaning up after the topsiders have had their fun. Otherwise, they let moonshine flood the tunnels and block our doors with their barrels.
You folks look like you've got a decent relationship with Annie.
Yeah, well, it's all right. Best we've ever had with the Baron. Only one to include Aetherians when they preach human decency.
So you're a fan. It's almost impossible to see past the thick lens, but I almost see the crease of a brow and the upward flick of his gaze.
I don't think she's all that. But her way means I get the sky.
Hypothetically, if someone wanted to take some of those barrels off your hands, how much would it cost?
Hypothetically, make me an offer.
This event's a circus. Doubt they make cleanup easy.
No, they do not.
What if I said I got something planned for those barrels? Something that'll have the stiffs clutching their pearls.
I'd say clear off, Topsider. I got no interest in fighting back against a frenzied mob.
Amidst the shouting and raucous fervor, I hear the steady chop of an axe. The man behind it wields it with the air of a cloud on a funeral day, preparing tinder for the pyres. Freddy?
Yes? Can I help you, Miss?
Gia Randazzo. I'm a mutual friend of Grayson's.
Are you here on his behalf?
There a problem if I am? The former musician snorts, giving me a knowing half-smile dyed in melancholy.
No offense, but I'll have to decline. Grayson didn't come himself, which means he wants you to ask me something he knows I'll say no to.
Another barrel slate breaks. He throws them into a pile and starts on another.
I'm not looking for trouble, Miss Randazzo. It's my day off.
Hell of a way to be spending your day off. Don't got any hobbies to catch up on?
Fresh air, social time, exercise. I don't need much else.
You sure about that? Because from where I'm standing, you look like you'd rather be anywhere else. The axe comes down with pitch-perfect precision, but there's not a drop of satisfaction behind those eyes.
Doesn't matter what I want, it's responsibility. I already promised Mrs. Bethany I'd replenish the wood.
You that worried about a conversation?
By smooth talk and flattery, they deceive the minds of naive people. You give them a minute and you find yourself playing the plants in a greenhouse because someone said please.
Grayson's that persuasive, huh? He answers by chopping wood chips into splinters.
How is he?
Looked fine, last I checked.
Good.
Maybe his mind's made up, but Grayson had been sure Freddy would at least hear me out. I wait until Freddy's finished taking apart a bar top before I try again. Look, Freddy, I'm not asking for much. A minute of your time and I'll be out of your hair. I'll even tell Grayson to give you space. The tangle of emotions whirls across his face before they come out in a long sigh.
Your minute starts now. What's Grayson want?
I think about saying he can ask Grayson himself, but one look at the grim line of his face tells me he's not budging without something solid. In low tones, I show him my hand. An opportunity. Grayson's organizing something from the good old days. One night only. He wanted to know if you'd be up for a reunion. He closes his eyes, breathes slow, and, just as slowly, puts the axe to the side.
Gia, was it? I'm going to assume you're trying to help, but you're not. You're enabling him.
So what? You think he should give up? Like you?
Yes. Grayson's chasing something that isn't coming back. We took our shot and we failed. We're stuck now, so we might as well make something out of it. He'd rather get himself hurt. He'll get caught, or he'll wake up and realize it's been for nothing. I won't be a part of that.
Saw that quote on your trombone case at the Swan. Something about the best decisions are often the hardest. Grayson said it was a reminder to yourself.
About why I play?
He half smiles, and whatever memory he's in parts the clouds a little.
I pissed off a Baron.
What?
My previous island's Baron liked marching bands. He'd pay kids to take music lessons if they signed up for life. And I took his lessons, I played some years, and then I ran. Once I found out I preferred club music.
Let me get this straight. You loved music enough to make an enemy of a Baron, but you're worried about Grayson?
Shoot. I need to clear my head. If you see Grayson first, tell him I'll think about it.
Hello, Lamb Chop. Leaving so soon?
You sound like you run a lot of these events.
At least once a month. Honestly, I thought we'd wind down once Annie made it a regular affair, but the Lores is a very bad place. There's no shortage of wicked things to be rid of, try as we do. Mind you, I've been a card-carrying member of the Ribbon Temperance Brigade long before Annie came along. I signed up in honor of my late husband.
Was he a pious sort too?
No, he was a drunk. The only sinful thing he ever removed from this world was when he drank himself into the devil's care.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't be. The man had a mean temper when he had a drink in him. You could say good riddance and leave it at that.
Who knows what other treasure... The truck on the side is loaded, but strange it hits me.
Sorry. I still need to...
I watch Annie's followers.
Hello, Lamb Chop. Leaving so...
Yeah, time I head out.
Of course. Thank you so much for stopping by. Before you go, I have something to say. Dearie, when Annie calls to you to destroy evil, you act. No buts, no coy blushes. You do as you're told.
Sorry, Bethany. Must have misheard you over the noise. The witch isn't finished with me yet, though. She leans close to pat my forearm, like she's measuring me for the oven.
I wanted to talk to you alone. Didn't want someone jumping to conclusions. But I saw you getting handsy with the offerings earlier.
My hair stand up, already priming for flight. I force myself to stay calm and keep mum.
Now, simply being near sin isn't a crime, or we'd all be destined for the lake of fire. But if you did do something shameful, now's the time to confess.
Ugh, you got me. I almost pocketed something, but I couldn't go through with it. I felt like Annie was there, reminding me how the devil comes disguised as human desire.
Oh, my dear. Well, I can't say I'm not disappointed, but I'm glad you took Annie's lessons to heart before you made a mistake. You can start making up for it with redoubling your efforts to purge the sin from both the city and yourself. If you need a place to volunteer, I can find somewhere to get you settled.
The fields of white-hot judgment fade in my mirror. I breathe deep the cool air and thumb the wheel as I go over Grayson's list. I got music covered. Hope that and the cosmetics are enough to draw a crowd. I round the bend and feel the world tilt. If I hadn't already seen his writing, I would have known Needles from the shape of his silhouette and the scent of his favorite cigarettes.
Who the hell... Diamo.
Nice to see you too, Needles. I'm here for the pickup.
Funny. Last I talked to my client, he was supposed to come himself.
Change of plans. Grayson sent me. He also says your invite's still good. Now, are we going to spend all day playing Whispers? Or are you going to give me the package?
Okay. Had to ask. Didn't want to find another no-show client tied up in a trunk. Packages are in the trunk. Bigger ones behind right and left panels, small ones sewn into the lining of the pink and green coats.
We're halfway to his car when engines announce themselves with a distant roar. Our heads whip down the winding road. Red and white cars bearing painted axes rapidly speed toward us. How much heat did you pull?
Not enough to send pitchforks after. Must be a patrol.
Then maybe we can talk our way out.
I have something. I've got a tailor's license signed to Petya Ivanov. You could play fashion designer. You look sharp enough to pass. Say the car broke down on a delivery.
It's an act we've put on a dozen times before, but the memories blur into the last job we worked. I'm standing in the dark of Santa Anita Lodge, Needles 38 pressed into my gut. Don't make me regret this. Something flits behind his blue eyes. I don't have time to see what. When the Crusaders pull up, I'm impatiently tapping my fingers while a harried Needles slams down the hood.
Excuse me. This road is off limits.
Sorry, sir. We were on a delivery to Downing when the car broke down. Just finished fixing.
Needles hands him a packet of forms. I wrinkle my nose, passing it off as annoyance instead of nerves when I smell ash. He must have come from barrel smashing.
Thank you. We'll let you get on your way once we finish checking the contents of your...
Keep your greasy paws off them. I spent all week finishing those orders. I didn't lose sleep so some buckethead on an ego trip could ruin them.
Hey, boss, go easy on him. He's just doing his job. Quick check and we're on our way. And if something gets messed up, I'll take care of it.
Pietya! Needles shrugs like a man resigned to the tide and pops the trunk. He takes his time, showing off drab colors and modest cuts while smoothing ruffles. No one else sees him tuck away an odd stitch. Satisfied? Or is carrying cotton and tweed a crime?
No, that'll do. Thank you for your cooperation. Now you have 5 minutes to get off this road, or there will be a problem.
We watch them leave, sharing a sigh of relief and a grin as they peel away. Let's hurry up. I don't want to risk any more surprises.
I'll get the panels. You get the coats.
We move the cargo to my car, steps haunted by silence. Where the space between us had been empty before, there's an uneven jumble. Familiarity piled on by hurt and uncertainty.
That invite. It's not just a code word, it's for Grayson's shindig. You gonna be there?
Yeah, helping to organize it.
Come talk to me later. I got something for you.
Look, Needles.
Please?
I don't have an answer. Not when we load the last bag, not when I blink, and he's gone. All I know is I've got a job, and I'm due back at the Swan.
Gia, how'd it go?
Missed something on your list. That going to be a problem?
Hey, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. We can still get a turnout. Throw in some atmosphere in the Swan's magic, and we're still good. How'd things go with Freddy?
He said he'd think about it. Can't promise anything more than that.
That's good. Better than good. It's more than I could have hoped for. Thank you, Gia. Tonight's going to be special. I can feel it.
Need a hand with anything else?
I think I got this covered. Why don't you take a spell? Freshen up a bit before the party, if you like.
I just might do that. Time passes. I'm back at the dance hall, hand on a thrumming wooden door, a chorus of joy and life on the other side. A tender ray of light peeks through the crack. I take the invite and step inside. The stage bears barely a scratch or scruff from its burial. Either it was in better shape than I thought, or Grayson's a miracle worker. Bright bulbs, dusted curtains, stitched up holes. Hard to believe it was a site only fit for the spiders and moths until a short while ago. Benny's already inside, scribbling notes with quick fingers and wide eyes. He punctuates his thoughts on the dot of an I as I approach.
Hot dog, Gia! Not so bad a crowd for a party thrown together on the quick and down low.
Not bad at all. We did good, junior reporter. Through the waves of crowds and dance floor, my eyes drawn to an approaching pair. A musician in a tan suit, arms slung around his other half. Freddy! Finished thinking, huh?
You made an effort to talk me over. I decided to give you a shot. Blame Grayson for the rest.
Hey, now, I didn't need to do much talking at all. All I did was return Mr. Toots to his rightful owner. What you did with it after was your biz.
Mr. Toots?
My trombone. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to go finish warm-up.
His eyes roll, but Freddy's half grin is a break of light through the gloom. He pats Grayson on the shoulder and takes to the stage with his other partner, Mr. Toots.
Anyway, before things get busy, I wanted to tell you something. Thanks, you two. It's been a long time since I played a packed room like this.
Don't worry about it. I got hired to make this party happen. It'd be bad for my rep to make a poor job of it. Grayson gives us a 15-watt smile. He takes to an expectant stage and a deserved applause. Him and Freddy lift their horns. The hall holds its breath in anticipation. The music starts, and the swan completes its transformation. The once stale air warms under bright music and swaying bodies. Though I'm supposed to be working, I imagine myself on the floor too. Not every day you get to enjoy the same party you're working.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We're still on the clock. Underground's expecting party coverage. Testimonials, quotes, pictures, the whole kit and caboodle. All anonymous, of course.
I'm going to keep an eye on the floor. Catch up with you later, junior reporter. Polished to a shine, the bar's a shallow well for the thirsty and giggly. Grayson's regulars might have brought homemade wine, but it's going fast. There's a line from the beauty station to mirrors of all genders and ages. Men with hair gel and women with makeup take a gander at their reflections and leave with a bounce in their step. I catch Grayson and Freddy between sets.
Gia! Hey, enjoying the party?
Sounding swell, Grayson.
Oh, thank you. It's all the atmosphere. Nothing fills my cup faster than a full house and a great band made to live up to.
You really enjoy playing that much?
Well, sure. Don't you get any warm feelings when your work makes people smile?
I'm a smuggler. My work's supposed to happen on the down low. Most clients are happier pretending they never met me. And if I'm lucky, the job ends with a clean handoff and a thank you.
So why go to all the effort to help me then? What are you getting out of this?
Do I need a reason? I'm good at what I do, and I got bills to pay.
Hey, now, we all gotta eat. I'm just saying, you put a lot of effort into a gig that's just for the money.
I'm a professional. Warm feelings don't pay my rent, my car, or whatever else I need to survive.
Don't worry, I get it. Sometimes a gig is just a gig. But for what it's worth, you've made me and everyone here real happy, Gia.
Freddy's humming, lighter with a trombone than an axe, but the clouds linger. When he's still too long or too short, he goes quiet. Freddy, how are you holding up?
Happiest I've been in years.
If that's your happy, I'd hate to see what your glum looks like. His mouth twitches downward like he's lowering the curtain on his mood.
Try not to forget things roll back tomorrow. Maybe this time for good.
You want it to be for one night only?
No.
Then what's stopping you from doing more gigs with Grayson? It wouldn't be public, or even as nice as here, but it'd be somewhere.
I could. We'd make a good run of it. It still doesn't change the band or what happens if we get caught. You think the hurt's worth it?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you. But I know what it's like to be stuck living in something you hate.
Maybe. I'll think about it when I'm not working. Thanks for noticing, Gia.
Among a sea of undulating bodies, one's flopping about like it's her first time in the deep end. A teenage girl alternates between peeping at dance sheets and practicing steps solo. Mind if I cut in?
Oh, sure.
One hand in hers, one arm around her back, I guide her through the steps. She's a choppy partner, jerking on slow steps and dragging on quick steps, but she evens out with each repetition.
I'm doing it! I'm really doing it!
Sure are, kid. First time?
Pretty much. The last time I danced was at my cousin's wedding, but that doesn't count.
And Nation's Crusade doesn't allow dancing for even weddings anymore, I take it.
No. Grandma says it leads to sinful thoughts and sinful actions. Is it weird I don't care?
The song ends and we part. The flushing girl bobs her head.
Thank you. I'm going to go practice some more.
The floor here is strewn with all the sheet music the band tossed onto the floor over the course of the concert. I'm not sure if it'd be worth anything, but it's a piece of Nation's Crusade history now. I rifle through the fallen pages, looking for something that might make for an interesting keepsake. At the bottom of the pile, I spot the final movement, signed by the band. I tuck it into my coat pocket. I'm sure a music lover would enjoy this piece of history, even if it takes a little insider knowledge to fully grasp the significance. There's a trio camped comfortably together. Their limbs are a comfortable sprawl, as though the dance hall were their living room.
There I was, up 28 hours, my partner dead asleep, arms giving out. I saw the ice buckets and I knew what I had to do.
Just because I didn't see it doesn't mean you weren't wrong to do it.
Lighten up. Scolding her isn't gonna bring the prize money back. Which you should know after helping us spend it all on drinks and movie tickets.
Their friend grumbles defenses into his drink, while the pair share a laugh. The handsome-looking partygoers trails off when she sees me.
Evening, miss. Hope you don't mind some fossils taking up space.
Why not? Sounds like you were here first.
Damn right, sweet thing. We and the Swan have history. We were reminiscing a bit.
All right, I'm curious. What did you do with the ice buckets?
Don't. We'll be here all night listening to her again.
Then plug your ears, sweetie. Once upon a time, the Swan used to hold dance marathons every last Tuesday of the month. 50 cents for admission, free food and shelter. Winner takes all.
It was your idea, Clyde, wasn't it?
I got the idea from San Francisco. Something to fill the hall during slow days. Fortunately, I didn't realize one of my best friends was a conniving cheat.
Oh, come off it. Sadism was sexy entertainment back then. I wasn't the only one slipping smelling salts in my sleeves or dipping fellas into an ice bath. Speaking of which, so, the ice buckets. Adrian Felton keeps kicking our shins, so I dropped a bottle of red ink into their tub. How was I supposed to know he'd make a mess?
What's your history with the place?
We used to be regulars. I tell you how many years we've been coming, but it'll upset Minnie.
I beg your pardon, Chris. The only thing she needs to know is that I'm the 5-time winner of the Swans Dance Marathon competition and marathon record holder this side of the lowers. Although if you want to see moves, you should watch Clyde. He used to teach here.
Not all of us are looking to show off.
Why not? Maybe I'll learn something by watching. The former instructor squints at me, then his drink. Nothing feels former about him as his hand swaps the glass from Minnie's hand in one fluid gesture. Their steps are a well-oiled music box, and each step clicks the ground like teeth against a cylinder. 1, 2, spin, dip. Clyde elegantly swings Minnie downward and upwards.
And from another angle.
Without a break in movement, they swap parts. Minnie to the side, Chris the lead, Clyde the follow. 1, 2, spin, dip. A perfect repeat of the first, etching the motions into my memory.
Yes?
I look across the room, and the world slows. Whether scarred or in new clothes, Piotr has a pair of eyes I'd know in any crowd. They trail my every gesture, from my dress to my face, until we're steps apart.
You look good. Anais?
Didn't think to ask. Got it for a job. Yacht party with Dreamland's upper crust.
Whoever picked it's got taste. Newest season, classy colors, pretty enough to look at. Not enough to stick out. In Dreamland, anyway.
You planning on spending the night gushing about my dress? A spot opens up along the bar under a shuffle of giggling feet. Part of me doesn't realize we're stepping through familiar motions until we've cleared the counter and perched our elbows. But when we run out of steps, the silence sets in. I feel like we're wading through a room covered with molasses. No helping for it. I'm going to have to get us unstuck. Heard Eli sent out a full draft order. Glad to see you got out.
It was close. Came back from a job, saw the notice. Barely had any time to grab my kit before they started kicking doors down.
And the shop?
Haven't been back. My guess, it's ashes.
Knowing White Street, it might as well be. Whitecaps don't tolerate deserters. If a tailor ran without any friends or family to punish, that didn't leave many targets.
Heard something about the general, though. They say 8-Shot ushered him onto the final ferry. That true?
It's not like that. Does it look like I go out of my way to kill a Baron?
Surprisingly, no. Too risky, even for you. Doesn't stop people from guessing. Last I checked, top bets were professional hit, revenge mission, or vigilante action.
Figured if you had a barony you liked less than White Street, Nation's Crusade would be somewhere in your top 5.
Upper end of the list. But White Street's on fire, and Nation's Crusade's got plenty of smuggling jobs.
Not surprising. Zio used to say in our line of work, no one benefits more from a baron tightening their fist than us.
He wasn't wrong. It ain't all makeup runs. Records, films, smut, food, clothes, comics, religion, everything's a target. Pissing off every third Dame and Joe in the barony.
I stare at my reflection in the counter. A while ago, I'd be imagining a steady stream of work and a growing pile of cash. I don't see them now. Have you heard about Mr. Blanc?
Not since my last Uppers gig. Why? What happened?
He's dead.
What? No, don't kid.
I'm not screwing with you, Needles. I was there. The air cools into a respectful silence. Needles waves down the bartender. We order 2 shots. Neither are to Mr. Blanc's tastes, but we drink in memoriam anyway.
To Mr. Blanc. He ran a nice bar.
To Mr. Blanc. He gave me a second chance. All right, Needles. What's this about? Needles usually isn't one to pull his punches. Whatever this is, his fingers fidget for half a second before placing a set of keys on the counter between us.
Here. 35 Chimera. Won't have all Cress's work, but it'll get you around.
You fixed Chimera?
Not personally. Found it while I was still in White Street. It was like seeing a ghost. But I did a big job, someone owed me a favor, I owed you, so I cashed in.
Needles, when I said you owed me double, it was for the gala. Bringing my car back's a hell of a lot more than pay up and get out of my sight.
Yeah, but I owe you for more than the gala. Owed you for the Valentine job. And for being a bastard who couldn't even say sorry.
Still not hearing an apology.
Damn it, Gia. I'm sorry. You wanted to know why I wasn't at the funeral. I meant to. Had my suit, a pack of cards, and a bottle of whiskey for Alfonso. Made it halfway there before I pulled over. Kept thinking Alfonso would still be here if you let me drop. Didn't think you wanted me there anyway. Not after the fight.
Look, Piotr, if I didn't want you there, I would have made sure the invite never got anywhere near you.
Too late now.
The reminder is a familiar ache between my shoulders. I look for a distraction among the bottles. Instead, I see a couple behind us overlaying our reflections. Maybe Piotr sees it too.
Let's play hypotheticals. Say it's the day of the funeral. This time I show up. What happens?
Same thing we do every time we finish a big job. Glasses of whiskey, cards, and stories.
Alfonso would have liked it, as long as the stories were about him. Always liked someone else reminding him how clever he was. He ever tell you about the cabbie wars?
About as often as the Russian bear. Even if we got through the funeral, I doubt we would have been okay. My rep was in the mud, and from what I heard, yours was only slightly better. We'd still be scrabbling for jobs.
Funny. I cleaned up pretty nicely on White Street.
I also remember you getting chased out by whitecaps.
Yeah, it was nice while it lasted. But maybe I could have skipped that part. Wouldn't have set up shop there if we'd pooled resources. And you know who the principled one was. Some clients like that. So, where do you think we would have ended up?
I'd like to imagine we could put together enough dough for a patch of sunlight. Somewhere I'm not squinting through islands to check the time of day.
Still trying to move upstairs.
The uppers isn't going away, even with the heights around. It's taking me time, but my cash and name are in a better spot than they were a year ago.
All this assumes we keep in touch. Think we would have given it another shot? Being together.
Maybe not immediately, but I'd like to imagine we had a chance. Still missed your crooked face, you know, when I saw it in Raymond.
Funny. I missed your perfume.
My perfume?
Yeah, the wildflower one. Noticed it under the bleach. Reminded me of a lot. That and working with someone who enjoys playing dress-up just as much.
For a moment, the edges of the world soften with dreams of another past. I linger in the could-have-beens until the couple disappears, stranding us back in reality. It's a nice story. Too bad that's all it is.
Yeah. Doesn't change a thing. Wasn't there for the funeral. Stabbed you in the back. Got whitecaps chasing after us.
Honestly, Piotr, it still hurts. I won't forget you got Chimera back. That doesn't mean I'm entirely over what happened, with White Street or Valentine.
Didn't expect you to. Still feeling it myself. But we never would have been in the same room a year ago, let alone be talking.
I doubt this is the last we see of each other. We're both smugglers. Our work's going to overlap once in a while. And if I'm going to run into anyone else, I'd rather it be you.
You're not so bad yourself. I already lost one Randazzo. Hate to lose another.
It's another reminder of the hole Zio left between us. This time, I almost don't feel it.
Anyway, you got a job. I need a smoke break. I'll see you around, Milaya. Go on, enjoy the party, Gia.
Hey, Gia. What's the word? Any trouble?
No one's kissing the floor or painting a cow between rounds of Russian roulette yet.
Yeah? Any chance of that happening?
Wouldn't get your hopes up. It's Nation's crusade. Even a line dance counts as a wild night out.
You said it. I've been getting testimonials all night. And these people are starved for something more than sermons and speeches. Everything they do's gotta go back to goodness and duty. It's no way to live. And get this, Annie even bans the funnies. You think I can talk the underground into letting us include some in my article?
Try asking after you have it written. Benny frowns, chomping on the eraser end of his pencil like it's a fat cigar.
That's been tricky. I'm experiencing some bona fide writer's block. Been stumped deciding on the headline interview.
What? Nothing exciting enough?
Nah, that ain't it. But we need something with pizzazz. Most barely read past the headline. We want to sway hearts. We need to hook them from the start.
Annie's ban put Freddy out of work. Doesn't seem like he's as at peace with it as he says he is.
Huh. Yeah, that could work. Nation's Crusade stopped the music. Former musician speaks out. Let's see what he's got to say.
We weave through lines of bodies bobbing up and down, and wave Freddy over between sets. Sweat pours down his brow, and not entirely from effort.
Something wrong?
Grayson tell you about Benny over here?
He said something about a reporter. He didn't say he was a kid.
Aw, don't let age fool you. Name's Benny Castellano, star reporter of the Daily Crier. I'd like to interview you for the front page. Personal details redacted. How's it feel to be back on stage?
While others might have blushed or preened over the opportunity to make the papers, Freddy's face clouds over. He looks as sure as a dented weather vane. Benny's a seasoned reporter. If he says he'll keep you anonymous, he's a man of his word. Freddy rolls his eyes, but there's no annoyance or rancor behind them.
It's bittersweet. I feel like I'm still waiting to wake up.
Must be disorienting, huh? The Swan's the most happening joint on the island. Then bam! Closed. Not because of profit or the owner packing it in, but the Baron said so.
Disorienting's a word. So is painful.
What happened back then?
Not much, except it was sudden. I came to work and found Crusaders. They said heretical music was banned, but Annie would show us the way.
I remember Freddy chopping up kindling and feeling a thump to my gut. Benny furiously scribbles in his notepad.
If you have anything you'd say to Annie, what would it be?
Annie, I respect you, but you're wrong. You took something I loved and called it sin. Me, Grayson, every musician who stepped on stage, we aren't evil people.
Shrieks of delight cut into our conversation. It starts as a startled gasp and builds into a room full of awe. What the hell is that? Clad in a sharp suit, Apollo could have walked off a poster. While tongues tie themselves into pretzels and autograph requests come out in stutters, he takes them with a gallant wink and a smile. As the crowd flows towards the matinee star, I swim upstream to Grayson. The musician's flustered, professionalism straining against the same enchantment that has his audience.
Is that Apollo Diamond? What's he doing in Nation's Crusade? In one of my parties? Am I dreaming?
Couldn't help himself, I guess. Once the pleasantries ebb away, Apollo sweeps to the stage. The crowd parts, forming a narrow path between him and Grayson and me.
Oh, hello, old sport. Lovely barnstop you've got going on. My people heard rumors about a floating dance hall in Nation's Crusade. Had to come see it for myself.
Thank you. I mean, you're welcome. It might not be as fancy as what you're used to, but we are a friendly crowd, aren't we?
The hall swells under a tidal wave of agreeable cheers, swept away under the fantasy of a movie star in their little corner of the world. I feel a little floaty myself when Apollo turns to me.
Gia, darling. Fancy seeing you here. We really need to stop meeting like this.
You tell me. Why is it you just happen to crash a party whenever I'm on the invite list?
Luck, I suppose.
He reclines back onto the edge of the stage like it's one of his sets, effortlessly drawing the room into his orbit.
I heard all the dance halls closed years ago. Good to see the folks of Nation's Crusade still know how to have a good time, eh?
Another wave of cheers fills the hall, but Apollo's churning something. Beneath the smiles and whispers, ripples of discomfort, sadness, and resentment pass through the crowd.
You know, I never quite understood Nation's Crusade's thinking. Sure, morality and goodness and all that, but why's it gotta be so drab?
I don't think it should be. A good number of us don't, in fact. We wouldn't be here otherwise.
Oh, that's the spirit. I've been to my share of parties. Never have I seen someone struck down over one. Well, except when someone tries skipping the bill.
The crowd chortles along, but it's more than politeness. They're hanging on his every word, drinking up visions of a world lost to them.
Joy makes us human, after all. What's more human than enjoying life, eh? We only get one, so let's spend it dancing. Hit the floor, tap your toes, turn to your neighbor and ask, Gia, would you dance with me?
For a moment, I'm standing in a fantasy. Soft motes of light around an outstretched hand from one of the city's most desired bachelors. But then, I picture myself standing across from a familiar pair of pretty blue eyes. Thanks for the offer, but I've got someone else in mind.
Well, no loss then. Knock them dead, darling.
I feel a flutter in my belly, like it's the days Needles and I were dancing around budding feelings instead of bad memories. Just like back then, all I had to do was walk up and ask. Up for a dance, Piotr?
Always, Milaya.
He takes my hand, and the emptiness shrinks to the spaces between our fingers. I doubt it'll ever fully close, but we leap back and forth across it with every step. Hours pass. While the early risers and the lightweights slip off into the night, Needles and I take advantage of the extra space to take turns swinging each other around the dance floor. What the hell was that? If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to spin me through a wall.
Hey, I spin fine. You try after 2 drinks.
Without missing a beat, we switch positions, and I mirror what Clyde showed me. 1, 2, spin, dip. I swing Needles low, fighting a smug grin as he flushes brighter than a bolt of crimson fabric. Hours pass. Stars wink away to morning's light, and the remaining night owls make for their beds. Needles and I take the last dance slow, nothing but the sway of our bodies to keep us upright.
Gee, still with me?
Still dancing, aren't I?
Just checking. In case you need someone to walk you to your car.
Is that an offer? The music ends. We stumble off, leaning against each other to get to our cars. My memory rings in a pleasant haze, but I remember the words we drove off on. Goodbye for now. Run into a standoff between a protest group and bucketheads. The former pilgrims have blocked off the street while a painter airbrushes a secular mural on the side of a nearby building. While I can't say it's a victimless crime, it's hardly the sort of thing that would concern a baron of the lowers, if that baron were anybody but Annie. civil unrest means our strategy's working, but I'm trying to continue working behind the curtain. It wouldn't be a good time to get pinched by the authorities. I'll have to handle this delicately. I pull up to the rear of the Buckethead cordon and roll down my window. The one in charge sidles up to my car and leans down to talk.
Move along, Pilgrim. We've got our hands full here, and we'd hate for a bystander to get hurt if things escalate.
Listen to me. You're both being played. Someone's instigating this protest as a distraction while they move in a barge full of contraband. The Buckethead furrows his brow, looking skeptical.
How can you be sure?
Because it's what I do. Look, I'm just a pilgrim now, but before I came to Nation's Crusade, I was a smuggler. If I were you, I'd fan out and check all the alleys and side streets. The Buckethead nods, motioning to his compatriots. They pile back into their chase cars and fan out, leaving the road ahead free for me to continue my journey. I'm rolling slowly through a stop sign when the world seems to shiver. The Aether road suddenly lifts, colliding with my front right fender, and in my peripheral vision, I watch a rotted house bend at the waist. I am a marionette to some immense force, the strings pulling on my entire body at once. What the? In the sky, I see the well pulse. In a flash, the colors grow more vivid, while the outline expands against the blue sky. A forgotten island near the rift cracks like an egg, drifting into the well's depths to vanish. I need to get back to the hole, and now. Nellie needs to hear about this. There's no time to lose.
How can I help?
Any idea what this could be used for?
This one might be tricky, but I have some ideas. This is enough for something else I've been working on. I'm so excited for you to see it. Just check the steamer trunk the next time you're here. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
Benny is at his usual table, humming a familiar tune, tapping his foot. It takes me a few to clue into Benny's tune, then I remember why it's so familiar. It was one of the numbers the band was playing at the dance hall. It looks like young Benny has fallen prey to the insidious dancing bug. Hiya, Benny. Or should I call you Twinkle Toes?
Hardy ha ha. I thought it was kind of fun is all. Who knows? Maybe I'll check out the scene sometime. Only
you don't really know how to dance.
Yeah, I kinda got the idea. But I'm not sure how to put it all together. I'd like to hit the dance floor and look real smooth, you know?
I think I can help with that. Luca, Gardner, front and center. Thomas, turn on the radio. Find something jazzy.
Huh? What's up?
What can I do for you, Miss Randazzo?
Hope you wore your dancing shoes, boys. The best way to learn is by doing. Come on, kid. Let's prance.
Not sure about that. I'd rather watch first if that's okay by you. Give me some idea of where to put my big feet.
Don't worry so much. Try to have a little fun with it.
No, really, I couldn't. Don't make me, okay? Show me first, please.
Benny is so self-assured and brash that sometimes I forget he's just a kid. His hands are up, he's biting his lip, his cheeks are flaming. I thought he was being modest, but now I'm not so sure. Okay, relax. We'll put on a show for you first. You can try later. Does that work out for you?
Thanks. I'd like that.
You're up, Professor. Let's shake a leg.
Why, it would be my pleasure.
Gardner favors me with a courtly bow before offering his slim, manicured hand. As soon as we settle into a stance, he leads me on a whirlwind tour around the cellar's dance floor. It feels more like gliding than dancing. The ballroom style is more Baroque than boogie-woogie, but I can't ignore Gardner's skill. That technical mind of his really comes through in the dance. Benny's eyes shine as he takes it all in.
Did Eleanor tell you that I used to enjoy tripping the light fantastic? Good for tone muscle. I even once considered furthering my education in dance, but a sabbatical was not forthcoming.
You're a wonderful dancer, Professor.
Thank you, my dear. Although I find it helps when one has an equally skilled partner.
Benny, true to his nature, splits his face with a huge grin as he and Luca sit back and watch the dance unfold. The two of them clap enthusiastically as the dance draws to a close.
Didn't know you had it in you, Prof.
I couldn't dance like that in 1,000 years, but I think I got some of the basics down. Thanks, you guys. I didn't realize you made house calls.
Yes. Hand me that socket wrench, will you?
Wow. How did you ever afford all of these swell tools?
I paid for them. Some with money, some with favors. Now,
Did you make that arm?
no.
How did you lose your arm?
Choking a cub reporter who asked too many questions and wouldn't hand me a socket wrench.
Do you know which paper they wrote for? Hey, Gia. Catch you around.
There you are. Don't be a stranger.
Miss? You know where to find me.
Hello again. Take care.
Hello, miss. Thank you.
Ah, Miss Randazzo. Until next time.
Back already, huh?
Saved it from one of Annie's temperance bonfires. What do you think?
Let me clean it up first. I can still smell the smoke on it.
How's the Chimera looking? She up to your standards?
She's getting there. Whoever Needle's miracle worker was, they cared more about looks than optimization.
Despite that, she's wearing a small smile. Her mind's still snapping together the pieces, figuring out how to return Chimera to her old self. Knowing Cress, she'll be even better. I remember you telling me something. Apology accepted if you get our baby back?
You got some help, for sure. You're forgiven. Just make sure you keep a better eye on it. Oh, be careful out there.
Calm down, Eleanor. What do I always say?
A panicked researcher finds only the worst outcomes. But I need to do something, Professor. Would you wait and see if a hurricane were about to break all your windows?
Nellie turns to me as I approach, her face a twitching mess of conflicting emotions. Alistair maintains a detached air, his face unreadable.
It's the well. Daisy picked up a spike in etheric activity. It's escalating, Gia. Really, really fast.
Yeah, I know. I just watched it tear apart an island. I came here to tell you.
I have an idea. But with how fast it's growing, the room for error is high. Don't you see, Professor? This is exactly why I have to do something.
Nation's Crusade has a gravity shield. The islands should be fine, right?
The towers won't hold forever. As the gravitational pull of the well increases, they're getting less effective. And once the pull is strong enough, they'll tear the Barony apart.
Even once you've accepted a terrible reality as it is, sometimes it's hard to believe. The well's been a static, if terrifying, part of the lowers for as long as I can remember. And that's about to change. How long until that happens?
Soon.
I've never seen the two of you argue like this. Maybe you need some air.
We weren't arguing. I was just explaining my point to the professor.
It was merely a disagreement, Gia. We're academics. Our field is based on spirited discussion. As Eleanor hasn't started swinging fists at me, we're still in the realm of civility.
Professor Gardner, this is no time to joke.
I'll take this seriously when you do, my dear.
Something? What exactly is this something you need to do?
The well's growing fast. Annie still won't negotiate. So, maybe it's time to act.
We're doing everything we can. Annie will have to come to the table soon.
Gia, Daisy is already mounted onto the truck. We don't need to worry about Annie. We can go right now and activate her in range. It will just have to be a little closer than I had planned.
Nellie, we talked about this. One wrong move at the well and you'll be torn apart before you get a chance to blink. You've seen what it can do to an island. And you're no island.
I agree. But if Eleanor's heart is set on this, the least we can do is ensure she is adequately supported. I know Daisy, and I can drive better than most in Olympus Park. I'll make sure she comes back safely.
Thank you, Professor. Let's go.
Wait a damn minute. Nellie, you run off half-cocked and you're going to wind up vaporized. I can't let you do this when we're so close with Annie. Nellie's face is a hot iron, glowing red from the coals of her fears and desperation colliding. A deep breath cools the fires before she speaks.
You're right. We're not ready. I'll try to think of another plan.
Now, hold on. Eleanor is right to be concerned. The well is a phenomenon poorly understood. She may not have enough information for a reliable predictive model. Thus, I believe she may be right. If we neglect to act now, it may be too late to act later.
Professor, I admit I don't know all the science involved in what Nellie's doing. But I know danger, and Nellie knows to trust me when lives are on the line. A vein in his temple beats a steady rhythm in the quiet lab, though his face keeps an affable calm.
I am sure that Eleanor can make her own choices. If she says she's ready, then she's ready. Come along, my dear. Let's prepare the truck.
No. Gia is right. We need more time.
His jaw moves through several less than academic epithets before returning to neutral.
Very well.
All right. So we're clear? We stick to the plan. I keep helping the underground to force Annie to the table, and you keep an eye on the well while you work on improving Daisy.
Agreed. I've been panicking in part because, well, I'm behind schedule on a number of features. Maybe this is the push I needed.
Which features are you behind on?
Well, the first several tests came very close to explosive decompression, but I think I have that solved. The biggest problem now that that's solved is shielding to protect us from radiant efflux while the machine is running. It's going to take some time to solve, between design and production.
I'm going to get ready for the next mission. It might be the last before Annie comes around.
Be careful out there, Gia. Hi, Gia. Bye for now.
I wade neck deep into a lake of humanity. Pilgrims flood the space from station to ferry, many wearing clothes peculiar to far-flung baronies. Locals still comprise the majority, but it's a slim one.
Gia, over here!
Benny? Thought you were hanging around the hole.
I can't be cooped up nowhere. Besides, there's a scoop here, and I'm going to find it.
All right, Benny. What do you know?
The pilgrimage is supposed to be this big religious thing, see? Supposed to make you reflect on Annie's journey when you walk through. All the locals gotta do it. But there's something rotten in the apple bucket. My sources say there's preferential treatment, money greasing holy palms, and abuse going all the way up the chain, right to the top.
Guess the best way to get a fair view is as pilgrims.
Yep, Underground's got our entrance fee. So all we gotta do is keep our peepers open and look for clues.
All right, let's get on board.
So you're from Nation's Crusade, huh? Care to share your pre-pilgrimage thoughts with the crier?
I'm so excited. Everyone who lives under Annie's miraculous rule should go at least once. And I've already been thrice. I'm very lucky.
As we step in a line, Benny pulls a notepad from his pocket. I can't see what he's writing, but his furious urgency suggests a live transcription of the people around him.
I'm here for my monthly visit. I live close, you see, because I come once a month. Yes, of course I brought a donation.
I guess for the experience? I've never been. I'm from the Morrigan Barony. Donation? No, I only brought enough for the entrance. Was I supposed to?
I am merely here to see the sights. Yes, my first visit from Bottle Hill. The Soul? I think there's been a mistake. I might be a first-time visitor, but I'm a regular sponsor. Pastor Zachary has me on the other list. Now, excuse me.
I'm here to learn. Oh, my second visit. First and a half. No, I can't afford a donation. We went through that the last time.
Uh-huh. Duly noted. Here's your pass for the Sol.
The Sol? Wait a damn... I mean... dang moment. I was on that route last time, and I'm lucky my head's still in one piece. Doesn't me coming back mean anything? How about me being from Nation's Crusade?
It's out of my hands, miss. I'm just following guidelines. Both ferries will get you to the pilgrimage site.
Gosh darn it. Fine. But I'm coming back to haunt you if something goes wrong.
Please refrain from blasphemy and swearing when you reach the site. Next. Please state your names, purpose of visit, if you've previously taken the pilgrimage, which barony you're from, and if you'd like to make a donation.
Benny Big Mouth Castellano, reporter for the Midtown Crier. Here with my associate, who will introduce herself.
Gia Randazzo, here to make sure my associate gets what he needs for the story.
Well, isn't that swell? I have 2 spots open on the Solomon. It's our most scenic route.
Just a moment. I gotta confer with my associate here.
Benny takes a few steps to the side, lowering his voice. I get the feeling he's about to suggest we pedal a bicycle to Annie's walk instead.
What? My reporter sense is tingling. I've seen this before. They're giving us the cushy route to butter us up. You want to get to know a joint? You gotta see how they treat the little guy.
I take a few steps back to the booth. What's the difference between the Sol and the Solomon?
The Sol's route is themed around the mistakes and triumphs of the past. The Solomon's route is themed around having the wisdom to see the path forward.
And how do you decide who boards which ferry?
Well, many of our most generous supporters prefer the Solomon. They tend to book in advance. Most walk-ins board the Sol.
Listen, appreciate the offer, but the Midtown Crier's readers are salt of the earth. They want to know what the everyman experiences. We'll take seats on the Sol.
But...
There a problem?
No, not at all. Here's your pass. Have a safe trip.
Shoo, I have no time for questions.
Pilgrims from the uppers are a strange sight. You see tourists in Dreamland for obvious reasons, but here? Some of the ones I see don't look like they're here for their faith, though.
Pardon, friend. You look like you're from out of town.
I'm here to find, well, I guess what it all means. Annie started a mission on my island, and it turned my whole life around. I just want to know more.
Benny and I load up our cars and step out onto the deck.
On your right, you'll see the Cana Enclave. It's the site of one of Annie's first missions. It was places like this that would later provide lessons for Annie's later work, like Gethsemane.
Annie's lessons haven't always been painless for the non-believers in her cause. What happened at Cana was retold in breathless whispered rumors. It's outwardly pretty, though flaws crack through the exterior here and there. A burned-out lamppost, a rusty gate. The money isn't coming into Cana.
Dear Sir, meeting at...
I spot Ida alone on a bench near the edge of the deck. Her index fingers tap carefully on her lap, pushing into a sheet of paper diagrammed to look like the keys on a typewriter.
What you doing? Don't look like you're taking in the scenery.
Oh, I've seen it before. It seems like a good time to get in typing practice instead. We're still a long way off from the pilgrimage site.
Anything worth keeping an eye out for?
Not much. The big attractions are on the Solomon's route, I hear. No sparkling juice for us either.
Oh, I thought it would be bigger. Oh, I thought it would be bigger.
Need anything, miss?
So, Cana Enclave. This was one of Annie's first gardens, right?
Yes, miss. It was before Annie tamed the well, so they didn't have much. But she came every day to work the plot, and people joined her. They grew something, and more people came.
And the previous Baron didn't like that. From what I heard, he sent goons to bury the garden in concrete.
Yeah, but Annie stopped them. It was one of the first times she stood up to the Baron before, God softened his heart.
The Bluebell's cheeks pinken on the company line like he's hiding a broken vase under a rug. Surprised Nation's crusade doesn't keep it better maintained. Are all the landmarks along the Sol's route like this one?
Well, humility is next to holiness. And, there used to be a proper stop there to look around the Enclave.
What happened?
The staff was transferred to a different mission, or something like that.
Anything funny happen on your shift?
Someone got air sick on the last journey. I had to do a deep clean. Not a fan.
Uh-huh. The kid's shoulders jerk, taking my skepticism like a chicken stuck in a coop with a fox. He's hiding something. But before I can ease it out, Benny takes a swipe.
Aw, can the twit. I bet you know all the secrets around here. What's a skinny? And why's it got you spooked? Oh, look at the time. I have to chase the seagulls off the deck.
He flies off to the other side of the ship, leaving us with a half-filled page and a shared dubious look.
You're thinking it too, right? He knows something.
Maybe. Next time, try a lighter touch.
Oh, I thought it would be big.
Need anything, miss?
The deck shakes, and a plume of white smoke appears over the ferry as it comes to a sudden stop.
So sorry for the minor inconvenience. Please remain calm.
So, how do you like Nation's Crusade? If I wanted to move...
Well, if you're looking for safety and you're willing to put in the work to get to know people, it's a good place to be. You might want to keep your head down, though. People can be suspicious. And make sure you tell them you've done the pilgrimage. Everyone trusts you more if you have.
Thanks. I'll need to think about it. You're swell, miss. So, how do you like Nation's Crusade? If I wanted to move...
Well, if you're looking for safety and you're willing to put in the work to get to know people, it's a good place to be. You might want to keep your head down, though. People can be suspicious. And make sure you tell them you've done the pilgrimage. Everyone trusts you more if you have.
Thanks. I'll need to think about it. You're swell, miss. So, how do you like Nation's Crusade?
Well, you might want to keep your head down.
Thanks.
I spot a bluebell fiddling with a steaming pipe. He tries in vain to wrap a roll around the thing. This one is no Aether. Hey kid, you look like it's your first time with a pipe and it just insulted your mother. Let me give you a hand.
Okay.
He hands me the tape, and I fish around in my pocket for a moment before withdrawing a coin and pressing it against the leak. I quickly wrap the tape over the coin, eliciting a sigh of relief from the kid and the pipe.
Thank you, miss. I gotta go let the captain know.
He turns to run off, but turns back to look at me instead. His face twists like he's debating a stupid idea, but his lips move of their own accord.
Hey, if you hear something that sounds a lot like someone whistling in the jailhouse now, you should hit the deck. Probably.
The ferry's progress falls into a sedate rhythm. A cool breeze blows across the deck, and for a moment, everything is calm. Hey, Benny, you found anything?
I've been tailing the crew. Seems oddly light for a ferry this size, and the bluebells made himself scarce since the last stop. Maybe he's up to something.
Yeah, I'm feeling on edge. I can't shake the sense of danger right out of view.
Yeah, whole thing reeks. I wonder.
The shrill whistle of a woman's voice cuts through our conversation, followed by a song. I recall what the Bluebell told me before he ran off. The same Bluebell that's conspicuously absent from the deck. Get down! Benny and I hit the deck, narrowly avoiding a twisted shard of the hull blown past by an explosion. The distinct rat-a-tat of gunfire carries on the air.
Oh, this is gonna be fun!
Really, darling, I could use a hand.
Don't look now, but I think we ain't out of the woods just yet. The baddies tailing that other ferry are coming this way.
They're catching up. Pull this damn boat over or we'll all go down in flames.
Hello! I was wondering why my men came back bruised. Instead of a herd of sacrificial lambs, I found a bird with a sharp beak.
Back off. I have a bullet with your name on it, and it's begging to fly.
Oh, now you're talking my language. Can't back off anyway. See, we signed a contract with Baron... You know what? No reason to tell you who or why. This is going to happen. I think that's enough dust-up for today, but this won't be the last time. Be sure to tell any of your friends planning a little trip.
The Sol is missing large chunks of hull, and smoke hangs heavy in the air. Still seems airworthy, but she's going to need repairs.
That poor man. If I'd have just gotten him below deck sooner. That poor man.
Bullet holes and bad dreams. Just another day in the lowers.
Hello, everyone. The attackers have fled. Our faithful managed to drive them away. As Annie would say, long is the path, and the tribulations many, but... how does that go?
Hey, Gia. This attack. Ain't it weird how nobody on the ship seems as surprised as they ought to be? Upper's mercs are dropping out of the sky. Where's the escorts?
I don't know. But I know one thing. The Blacktails heard ahead of time that it'd be unprotected. I've heard the story, how Annie the Axe stormed the walls and overthrew the last unfortunate Baron. The palace where she started her crusade, now a living museum in her honor. Her axe still hangs lodged in the gate, an inspiration to her followers and a threat to her enemies. Seeing it feels a little like walking past Beowulf's lost sword. I debark with the other passengers, milling towards the gates of Annie's Walk. Passengers from the Solomons spill out onto the deck, their clothes and smiles undamaged by the Blacktails. Still, pilgrims from the Sol remain in high spirits as we move toward the gates.
I can't believe I made it in one piece.
A cheerful man shuffles to the front of the crowd. He gives the air of a proud bird perched over a breathtaking vista. But the smile beneath his beak gives the impression of affability.
Hello, my little lambs. Welcome to Annie's Walk. I'm Pastor Zachary Parrish, and on behalf of the pilgrimage site, welcome. I know you had a long, hard ride. There's lemonade and plenty of space to rest inside. You need only pay the entrance fee. Annie's Walk stays open due to the generous donations of our faithful. If you've forgotten your wallet at home, we encourage you to wander the exterior until the ferries are prepared to depart.
We're greeted by another line, though this one moves a great deal faster as pilgrims toss their alms into a basket. We pass through after depositing our own entry fee.
Thank you so much. Head right inside. And who do we... Oh, Ida. You're back.
The veneer of affability slides off the pastor's face, rustling the feathers of his flock. Nearby officials quickly avert their eyes and move on. The line moves. I casually nudge Benny out of the way while the pastor and pilgrim continue in strained conversation.
Hi, Pastor Zachary. I have my entry fee right here. The same amount you told me I needed last time.
You just can't stay away, can you? Hold on just a moment, let me see.
Ida's hand extends cautiously, as though the pastor is a venomous snake about to bite. Zachary counts the cash, shaking his head as he passes it back with the same degree of affection.
I'm so sorry, dear. You appear to be short. Again. Come back another day.
What? But I made sure I had enough. After the last time.
I'm so sorry, Ida. The entry fee has been raised since you were last here. Annie's Walk is in high demand, and we only have room for so many pilgrims at a time.
But I can't. I already... Please. Please, Pastor Zachary, I need this.
Now, I understand how you feel. Look at these people around you. They would feel much the same if they had come all this way without the proper entry fee. You are free to come back later, of course.
Excuse me, sir. Don't Annie's teachings include passages about charity for the less fortunate?
Miss, our entire mission is charity. The donations we ask for go directly to the poor and destitute. Should we waive the fee and let them starve?
Tell me, Pastor, do you think Annie would turn someone away after she scrimped and saved to make the pilgrimage?
Fine. Welcome in. Now hurry along.
Thank you, Pastor Zachary.
Ida tosses her money in the basket and passes through the gate. Zachary maintains a painfully friendly smile as he greets the next pilgrim in line. We follow the rest of the pilgrims in. Most walk off to take in the attractions, but Pastor Zachary pulls a few aside in turn.
So we agree that's our guy, right?
Too early to tell. I don't like the guy, but jerks with power are a dime a dozen.
My reporter instincts are screaming that guy's the kind with a stash of contraband in his basement. We just gotta find a way to prove it. We should do some snooping, but I bet we gotta talk to the guy in charge to get the real juicy details. If corruption goes all the way to the top, he's at the top. We gotta get an interview.
All right, let's figure out how to make that happen. Excuse me, we're from the Midtown Crier doing a piece on the pilgrimage. We wanted a word with Pastor Zachary.
I'm sorry, ma'am. The pastor is a very busy man. He only grants a few private audiences per day.
Uh-huh. And what sort of people are granted those?
Well, the especially devout, potential sponsors, anyone who can prove they're a real reporter.
We need to get his attention then. Either spend enough dough to make us look like potential donors, or lean into the reporter shtick until he decides to pour honey on the story. A well-stocked nursery, filled with flowers and bushes that haven't graced the lowers in decades. The plaque says that it represents the fruits of Annie's efforts to save the people of her parents' mission.
Hello? Would you like to buy a seedling? Take home a piece of Annie's Walk and have it grow alongside you.
I glance at a price tag. Plants like these are a luxury, but the price tags on display would make a baron spit their brandy. Awful expensive for a seedling, isn't it?
Oh, but these aren't just any seedlings. Annie grew them herself in her garden with her own hands. The price is only so high because we take every precaution to make sure they are undamaged and well cared for on the journey between her garden and our nursery.
So, these seedlings on the shelf, does Annie grow these all herself?
Yes, of course. This flower is exclusively grown in Gethsemane itself. You
I scan the row of plants in the nursery. Despite what the official said, I spot the flower's twin poking up through a sheet of netting, ready for the next sucker who believes the official story. Let's see what you have for sale.
We value every pilgrim's progress.
Bless your heart.
Well, I do live in a greenhouse, and I need to flash some cash. Maybe I can keep it alive.
God bless, and have a wonderful day.
It's the end of the line, and for most pilgrims, that means the end of a consequential journey. Many make offerings to keep Annie's goals moving forward. There's a lot of glimmer in that box, if I can get to it. I pull a wad from my billfold and pretend that I'm adding to the bounty. But as I pretend to place my offering into the box, I palm something valuable and slink back into the crowd. Follow Annie's humble beginnings, up through becoming protector of the people. Uh-huh. If the money from this place filters upward, she's the protector of her pocketbook, same as any baron. A large axe buried in the wooden gate. It hangs like a splinter from a crusty wound, a dramatic memory of Annie's victory over the island's previous baron.
You know, if there's one real thing here, it's that axe. Annie really knows how to leave a mark.
Her name was built on a single swing. That axe is a symbol to keep everyone in check.
Oh, hey! Thank you for helping out at the gate earlier. I don't think I could have taken another rejection. My parents couldn't have taken another rejection. If there's anything I can do to repay you...
I know how. Benny Castellano, reporter for the Midtown Crier. We'd like an interview. What's your name, miss? Can you comment on the hullabaloo at the gate earlier?
My name is Ida. Just Ida. As for the hullabaloo, I was angry before. I shouldn't have been. Not with Pastor Zachary.
He wasn't going to let you in. Only you. You had every right to be angry.
It won't look that way. It's twice I didn't bring enough. I look like a careless bumpkin getting angry because I didn't check the prices before coming all this way.
Slow your roll, Miss Ida. Any Joe with eyes could see what was going on. You've been wronged.
I don't know. Maybe I just don't belong here.
It was like being clued in on an inside joke that everyone knew but us. Suddenly the glances, the empty space around Ida, the straight-laced backs, they all make sense.
I had a life in one of the vice districts. Maybe not much of one, but I made do. But when Annie spoke, it was like I'd been given a chance at a fresh start.
I know a few things about not having a respectable job. The girl's an old rose with its petals pasted back on, and it breaks my heart just a little when she blooms a half-hearted smile.
Annie takes in a lot of sinners and gives them a new direction. Couriers out of rum runners, accountants from card sharps, or seamstresses out of seamstresses.
Oh, you mean you were one of those ladies who...
Ahem.
Yes, I was one of those ladies. But I'm not anymore. I just wish the others saw that.
Even after all this, you still think pretty highly of Annie.
I do. Oh, I'm not starry-eyed, like some who believe she's a walking miracle. But she's still an inspiration. She's done so much good.
Inspiration, huh? She seems a little intense, if you ask me.
I thought so too until I saw her work. When she pulls out her axe, you know she's doing it to make things right for those who can't.
What made you come back here a second time after being turned away? Most would have given up after the first go.
I had to. I mean, I wanted to first, but after being turned away last time, people were starting to talk. Mom and Pop couldn't go out anymore without some comment being made.
So, this was just some performance? Something to keep the bucketheads away?
No, not at all. I wanted to come here since it was built. I owe Annie everything. But if I'd been turned away a second time, what would that say about me?
Thanks for your time. Think that's plenty to work with.
Yep, we should come up with a story. Why we were talking to Ida. There's an official over there looks real interested, and Zachary's bound to clam up if they think we're digging for dirt.
What are you planning to do? I hope you're not going to hurt anyone.
We're just making sure Zachary can't hurt people. People like you. We just need to find a way to gain Zachary's trust.
Well, I think I could help, in that case. I still have a few acting skills left over from the old days. I know I'm not much liked around here, so all you really need to do is make sure you agree.
Ida fills us in on her plan. We practice lines for a few minutes. She gives me a nod as an official wanders behind me, and I raise my voice in scandalized horror. You were what? And you came here? With all of us good people? I thought you were merely some woman down on her luck. Nada.
Look, I know I'm unworthy to be here. But I'm blessed to get a chance to reflect on my sins thanks to the good graces of Zachary Parish.
Excuse me, may I steal a moment of your time? Pastor Zachary has noticed the two of you hard at work to gather information for your article. He requests that you meet with him so that he might help contribute.
Thanks. We'll go see him. Pastor Zachary perches atop the deck hanging from the second floor of the old Baron's mansion, his talons rooted firmly in the wood. He'll see us coming the moment we head in his direction. A donation box. Seems like everything and everyone around here wants a donation. What are the chances the money even makes it off the island? Well, if we want to look charitable, guess we have to pay the piper. I make sure there's an official nearby before I give an offering.
Wowee! Hot dog! Look at this very generous person. Don't see much of that in the lowers.
The Museum of Vice and Debauchery. Former brothel. Apparently had quite the clientele.
Every man is vulnerable? Aw, come off it. Who wants to pay money to see some lady dance?
It's not just... Never mind. You'll learn when you're old.
Out of my way!
I step to the side, letting the well-dressed uppers man pass. He's accompanied by a half-dozen other pilgrims, each of them carrying an unusual amount of luggage for a day trip. I can only guess at the contents as the group walks into the museum.
Now this looks like something.
I'm sorry. There is a private group currently touring. The museum is fully booked.
So, pilgrims aren't allowed inside?
You'd need to make a sizable donation. The museum is very historical, you know, and it needs expensive maintenance. All the vices within have been immaculately preserved.
About those private tours.
I'm sorry. Those tours are reserved for our most long-standing, well-respected members.
The official gives me a once-over, lingering on a billfold I failed to fully conceal in my pocket.
But of course, we do not wish to discourage new members from engaging in the most virtuous acts of Christian charity.
I have a donation to provide. My significant contribution to Christian charity.
Yes. You will need to wait for the current group to finish, and we'll need to do a brief sweep to make sure that everything is in the right place.
We wait around a while. Finally, the group before us exits, their bags and cases all appearing considerably lighter. Once they've passed, Benny and I are allowed inside. The former brothel is like a seductive lace dress, cut at the hip to reveal enough to keep a John interested. The new tenants have done little to replace that feeling, but add placards warning against temptation. The illusion of morality wears off when we reach the back parlor. A hurried spritz of soap isn't enough to cover up the heavy smell of freshly poured whiskey in the air. Someone's cracked into the vice, and recently.
Looks like we got ourselves backdoor dealings on sacred grounds. Wonder what the public would think of that. The Museum of Vice and Debauchery. Say, do you think this is what's left of Madame Sultry's place? The boys back at the Crier talk about it like it was a legend.
Like decorating a pit of vipers with roses, someone thought it cute to give the notoriously violent brothel a new paint job. And a gift shop. Say what you will about Annie, she made this corner of the city better when she shut this place down. From the humblest beginnings in her parents' clinic, Annie learned to serve the misfortunate. Whether you were poor, Aether, or sick from the wasting, you were worthy of compassion. When she returned years later, she made sure the clinic continued to operate to that purpose.
Looks like they got a bunch of pamphlets to serve the misfortunate.
Might be too late for me to live an upright life, but I'm still curious. The instructions are a mix of well-meaning advice mixed with scathing judgment. Beware those that come in sheep's clothing. Has your neighbor offered you an innocent drink? Perhaps fine clothing that would consume your honest paycheck. Shun such evil.
Not allowed any fine clothes? Wonder why no one has said anything to me. This here is genuine leather.
I go to laugh, but the curious face on the boy as he runs his fingers over his faux leather jacket sews my mouth shut tighter than the stitching on the poor kid's shoulder seams. The preacher's expecting us. Can't leave him hanging.
Sure we can. It'll just be a quick look around. Besides, if I get caught, the scared, lost kid routine works most times. At least half the time.
Look, Benny, we can't miss the chance to question him. If we keep him waiting, he's going to get nervous. You want to look for evidence? Get looking. I'll go up and talk.
Aw, I had a big list of hard-hitting questions. but fine. You better keep him busy while I find the real scoop. I don't think you can keep him distracted forever, though. What should I focus on first?
Nation's crusade is supposed to protect the weak. Someone knew the Blacktails were coming and left us to fend for ourselves. There's gotta be more to that story we're not seeing.
Yeah, I can picture the headline already. Seditious shepherds lead lambs to loss.
Sure. Keep workshopping it and I'll find you later. I wend my way up the staircase to a second-floor deck. Zachary shakes my hand, his palm rough and sharp like scales tapering to talons.
Such a pleasure to meet you. They call me Pastor Zachary, but you can just call me Zachary. Where's your little friend?
Giarendazzo. The kid got restless and needed to work out his extra energy. You know how they are.
Well, I can't say I could hold still much at his age. Come in, sit.
I sit in a chair across from the pastor. Despite the pleasantries, his eyes dart over me like a raptor eyeing a family of rabbits along the plains.
You and your compatriot are reporters, yes? How do you like what you've seen today?
It's impressive. Gives me a new appreciation of Annie and Nation's crusade.
Good. Our crusade has been attracting attention lately, and we want to let the world know who we are. If you want to know more about Annie's walk, who better to talk to than the man in charge?
Can't argue with that. Our readers want details they can't get anywhere else. The more exclusive, the better.
Ask away. You'll find me an open book.
I doubt it. He's only going to take my grilling for so long. I better choose my questions carefully if I want to pin him down. You hear about the ferry attack? The Blacktails said they were there on contract.
Yes, a tragedy. The problem with being a beacon of goodness is that you attract those with evil in their hearts. Jealous barons and raiders have been a growing problem, but we do our best to protect our flock.
Can't say I noticed. Sure, your officials tried to keep everyone calm, but I didn't see any armed guards. Nobody fought when the Blacktails opened fire.
I'm quite sorry to hear that, but we can't plan for every possibility. Occasionally, an unexpected tragedy occurs. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive our failings.
Unexpected? Your staff didn't seem very surprised by the Blacktails.
Are you saying Annie's walk planned the bombing of our own people, Miss Randazzo?
No, but the Blacktails seemed to know we'd be unguarded, and referred to us as sacrificial lambs. How did they know?
The Blacktails are mercenaries sent by a jealous baron. They want nothing more than to shake our faith. They'd say anything to do so, so don't put that in your article.
The pilgrimage seems like it needs a lot of upkeep. We got asked for donations both on entry to the ferry, on entry to the site, and then just about everywhere else once we were inside.
I am unashamed to admit we are but humble beggars. It costs a great deal to preserve this historical site and take care of our pilgrims.
Tell me about the seedlings in the nursery.
Of course. Annie is a nurturer by character, and she grew those seedlings with her own hands, much as she grew Nation's Crusade.
So the seedlings were grown in her personal garden in Gethsemane?
Absolutely. Have you been? It's a place of tremendous peace and tranquility, filled with life. That's how Annie is able to cultivate plants that haven't been seen here since the days of old New York.
I happen to see just a few starting to sprout in the nursery planters. Unless Annie's coming out here every few days, I don't think she grew them.
You know how it is. High transportation fees and high demand. Isn't it better to have backups in stock rather than disappoint our pilgrims?
Lots of out-of-towners taking the pilgrimage. I'm guessing a third or more from outside Nation's Crusade?
Oh, it was a pleasant surprise to me as well. You see, back when this all started, it was just only our people making the journey. Annie's faithful, who wanted to feel closer to her. But what we gave to this dark city is hope. And hope, Gia, does not stay within borders. We inspire so many to live better lives, to rise up. We cannot close our gates to anyone who seeks Christ.
Does anyone include Ida?
You seem to be willfully misunderstanding that situation. Ida would have been welcomed without qualms if she'd followed the rules and brought the proper entry fee.
Ida seems to believe in Annie and the message of Nation's Crusade. The type of person you should want if you're looking to spread that message.
Some live a life of sin and vice, and then believe that grace is simply handed to them, while the rest of us are faithful our entire lives. That woman believes that she is owed a place here. She is not.
I open my mouth to ask another question, but Zachary cuts me off.
I believe we are out of time for questions.
Pastor Zachary looks ready to fly, awareness creeping into his eyes that I have him cornered. He knows I didn't come here looking for a friendly chat.
You came a long way from home, didn't you? For information? Or something more sinister?
The only sinister thing around here is the leadership, so far as I can tell. Seems like time for a change.
Miss Randazzo, who do you think my people will believe if I begin shouting for help? We may be friendly here, but Annie's axe is a reminder that we... What's that noise?
Both of us look down at the plaza below. Benny stands on a soapbox, his voice carrying over the crowd as he flashes sheets of paper at passers-by like he's holding the latest issue of the Crier.
Midtown Crier breaking news. Annie's walk pilgrimage ignores cries for help. Midtown Crier's top reporter just acquired papers from the office of Zachary Parrish. Parrish received reports of Blacktail's raids and ignored dire warnings. Pushback from staff met with dismissal and orders to work around it. Priority given to the fat cats and their wallets. Exclusive scoop headlining our next paper.
It feels like winter's come early to Annie's walk. Countless eyes slowly turn to acknowledge Zachary, perched on the deck for all to see.
What are you... Call off your brat!
Won't make a difference now. Words out. Good luck, Pastor. I casually descend the stairs, slipping by the confused and stricken pilgrims staring up the hill. Benny grins and joins me as we step back onto the ferry.
A shame. I'd hoped this was over.
Dufresne, I thought I'd seen the last of you back on Coney Island.
It should have been. But there's a contract out for you, Randazzo. And I am here to collect.
Before I can reply, I see Dufresne's fender dip. He's trying to ram me off the road. Dufresne, I'm warning you, one professional to another. I've had enough of you chasing me. If you're here to end things, only one of us is making it out of here alive. Dufresne pulls an unexpected ramming maneuver. I slam my brakes and attempt to turn into the swerve, but he catches me against the roadside barrier. My car emits a wounded shriek as I break free.
That's the idea. I told you to walk away when you had the chance. It's too late for that now.
Why me? I'm a smuggler, not a baron. Why does the Trust care whether I live or die?
You know their name. That alone is enough. But you've gone and attracted the attention of the wrong people, Randazzo.
This is because of what Mr. Blanc knew. Which I know now, too. Mr. Blanc uncovered more than you knew. That night you crawled back up. They found you with a sack of tongues? Grim. I can see through his window that his face has gone blank. His hands twisting on the steering wheel like they're choking the last light out of a pair of bulging eyes.
You know better than anyone how a single day can become your name. Whether that day was your best or worst.
You know what the Trust is doing with the well. You know what happens if it expands. You okay with that?
The trick to staying alive in this business is to never ask those questions. I do my job. I take the money, and at the end of the night, I sleep sound and wake up breathing. You know my story. There are worse things than grounding. I don't intend on seeing the underline again. For what it's worth, Gia, I'm sorry your story had to end this way.
Fine. Last dance, Dufresne.
Make your peace, Gia. This is the end of the line.
It's you or me, Dufresne.
clean off this heap!
No wriggling your way out of this one.
Great balls of fire! My transmission!
That one hurt.
off this heap! Hey, I'm still paying off this heap!
I can't take much more of this.
Dufresne's repulsors fail, the engine giving out. The world seems still and quiet for a moment as I watch him float toward the edge. Trapped in his car, the steel pulling taut as surely as the noose around his neck. Maybe killing can't fix a thing, but for now, it seems to. His eyes are gray and serene through the windshield, locked on mine. He's just another professional, like me. Seconds left before his inevitable fall. Going out the same way we all do eventually. No one else is around to pay the standard respects. I pull a coin from my pocket as his chassis clears the edge and his headlights fall from view. The coin slides over the back of my thumb, then floats over the edge to follow him down. So falls a professional. So dies Tobias Dufresne. Draped in holsters, harnesses, loaded guns, and live grenades, Apollo and Sam gear up for fieldwork with the affected air of kings donning armor that'll never see a single dent.
I swear, this used to fit me.
You've been stuck behind the desk too long, old sport. It's finally time for some action. We're really stirring the pot now, eh?
That's one way of putting it.
Oh, Gia, darling. You're just in time. How do we look?
You look pretty excited for a man who just intentionally started a civil war.
Tut tut. No getting cold feet now. This was always the plan.
Remind me, Hollywood, how many wars have you been in exactly?
Well, if you don't count the siege of Carthage in that swords and sandals picture I did in 29.
Gia's right, Apollo. This isn't pretend.
Ah, yes. Thank you for the lecture, both of you. Now, shall we get to it?
Well, the pipe has well and truly burst now. Nation's crusade is at war with itself.
Lit up like a crate of dynamite practically overnight. You've done very well, darling.
Yes, but the turmoil's spreading fast, and it will be difficult to contain.
Oh, contain? I say we lean into it, old boy. When she sees what's happening, Annie will have no choice but to capitulate.
Changing hearts and minds is one thing, but civil war? Neighbor against neighbor? Maybe we put too much fuel on this fire.
Nation's crusade was already a forest of dried twigs waiting for a lightning strike. Annie would have you believe everyone in her barony shares a single mind. But that's not how people are, darling.
She spread herself too far too fast. She never really cemented her control, not like Eli or Mom did. Her hold over the people has always been tenuous at best.
She's just a kid, after all.
Yeah, a kid in charge of some woodlands that just caught fire. Let's say Annie surrenders. What then?
That's up to her.
Apollo, you agree with that?
Of course. What are you implying exactly?
Just that my hands are plenty bloody already. I don't need to scrub Annie's off, too.
She's convicted and stubborn, but she's also very young. In my experience, young minds are like gold, bright, but soft and pliable. Annie hasn't hardened yet. I think she could be made to see reason.
At my look, Apollo raises his hands innocently, but brandishes an impish smile, like a child making promises to his schoolmasters with his fingers crossed behind his back.
I'll behave myself if she does.
So what's the play?
We let Annie sweat a little, then bring her to the table. She'll fold like cheap laundry. First step is to regroup at our forward base.
It'll be tricky to actually get there with all the hubbub. Reports show the conflict is making normal travel unreliable. Information is incomplete, but our routes into the Barony may be limited.
What are our options? Sam points his thick finger at a map hastily scrawled with charcoal, dull black lines indicating where roads have collapsed or become unusable in the chaos. 2 paths diverge at the mouth of the Barony.
Our scouts say there are civilian refugees fleeing the conflict here. We may be able to squeeze in past them. We also know some dissenters have captured this area here, and may be willing to let us through.
Can't make a call looking at some scribbles on a map. Let's get out there and see for ourselves.
About time. Hello, darling.
Between that evening at Soaps and our little floating dance hall soiree, you seem to have a talent for party crashing.
All part of the job, don't you know?
Yeah? Which one?
Well, both. I'm only useful in this fight so long as I can get places other people can't. Whether that's behind a velvet rope or in a speakeasy somewhere, I'll always pop up where I'm least expected.
For a second, I thought you were going to say least wanted.
Ask around, darling. There aren't many rooms in this town Apollo Diamond's not welcome in. Not that you would have noticed, with your face buried in that Russian fellow's shoulder all night. See you soon.
Holding up all right? All right, bye.
Hey there. Drive safe.
Giovanna? Ta.
Take care.
What's the word? Catch you around.
Good day. Hello.
Things got a bit heated in the lab. No hard feelings, Gardner.
Not at all. In fact, I should thank you.
Thank me? For what?
Why, for keeping a level head. I tried to remain calm, but even I get tunnel vision. And when you said an island had been torn apart, I leapt to the worst outcome. Exactly what I'd warned Eleanor against.
Look, I get it. The two of you have your heads deep in calculating worst-case scenarios. But there's no point getting yourselves killed when we're this close to getting those amplifiers.
You're absolutely correct. We only have to wait a little longer. Take care out there.
Zdravo. Don't be a stranger.
Hi, Gia.
You remember our old friend Dufresne, right? He's gone. You don't have to worry about him ever coming after you again.
Oh.
Something wrong? I thought you'd be relieved.
No, it's just I've been so focused on my work and the well's expanding and he's left me alone for so long that I haven't had the time to think of him. Or the desire to. Thank you, Gia, for letting me know. That's one less problem to worry about.
She turns back to her work. Dufresne's death nothing more than another item crossed off her to-do list. I tell myself I should follow her example, but the gray-eyed specter lingers.
Let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
The eerie quiet as we enter Annie's greater pasture is belied by the columns of oily smoke rising behind tenement buildings in the distance. And what's that saying? Where there's smoke, Streams of fleeing refugees flow through the main drag like blood from an open wound. On the other side of the block, the air is pierced by the crack of celebratory skyward gunfire.
Oh, listen to that. The people have reclaimed what's rightfully theirs. I say we have a chat with them about their bright futures in the underground, eh?
Well, recruitment's one thing, but what about those refugees? Who knows what they've been through? We may be able to help.
Apollo's champing at the bit. Sam's characteristically hesitant. Another argument looms above their heads like a gathering storm front on the horizon. I interrupt to swat away the clouds. Either way, it's tough, unpredictable terrain to move through. Lots of civilians. We'll need to tread carefully.
Well, you're our resident smuggler. Which path would you choose?
In the rubble of a residential street corner, where bicycle shop window glass glitters on shattered brownstone, a troop of civilian dissenters lounge in dining chairs they've dragged into the street. Having beaten back Annie's devoted from their doorstep, by destroying the doorstep itself, it seems, they cavort like vultures over a roadside carcass. But this isn't a scavenger's feast. It's cannibalism. When they spot us, they drop their wine bottles and raise their guns, their woozy aims somewhat puncturing the intimidating air they're trying very hard to create.
Hold up! State your business.
Careful now. These lads seem a little trigger-happy.
Easy sport. We're here to relieve you.
Huh? Who are you?
Wait a second, Mikey, ain't that...
Name's Apollo. Pleasure. Well done kicking those bucketheads to the curb. I'd like to offer you fellows a job.
I don't need nothing from you. We call the shots around here now, Slick. Nobody gets through.
Mikey, I seen that guy before, I know it.
Kenneth, Charlie, I won't ask again. Who are you?
You might be thinking this guy looks a lot like that movie star, Apollo Diamond.
And you would be right.
I knew it!
What you probably don't know is, he's pretty much your boss.
Huh? How's that?
We're the underground, old sport. We're the ones taking this city back, one Baron at a time.
The dissenter spreads his arms pridefully, indicating the wreckage of his own neighborhood strewn around us like a tornado-tossed Kansas cornfield.
Last I checked, we were the ones who fought off the bucketheads, not you. Anyways, I don't care who you are, this turf is ours. We live here, we work here, and we don't know you. So back off, because you're not getting through.
Apollo's color rises, and he stabs an accusatory finger at the man, apparently regarding the gun pointed at his chest as less of a threat than a dry paintbrush.
How do you think all this happened, You think Annie's support disappeared by accident? You think barons deposed themselves? It was us, you drunken sod, doing the work for you while you slept.
Ever the diplomat, Iron Hand steps between them to try and cool off this percolating tea kettle of a situation before its piercing whistle can burst all our eardrums.
Just a moment now. We think you folks are very brave, and we're all on the same side here. Let's talk this through, shall we?
Listen to Iron Hand here, pal. No use fighting each other when Annie's still out there, right?
We're headed to our forward base. How would you boys like a shower and a hot meal?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Charlie! No! No way! Not happening!
Listen, son, we're not here to tell you what to do. You already know, that's clear. But we can help. And if you want to beat Annie like we do, our chances are better if we do it together.
Yeah, all right.
I guess a shower would be okay.
Sam shakes each of their hands in turn, sincere as a proud father on graduation day. The newly minted rebels chat excitedly amongst themselves while we continue past to the forward base. The forward base is a bombed-out husk, black streaks of explosive residue marking a grim tally of the lives that were paid to claim this territory. The echoing pop of gunfire from a few short blocks away reveals how close we are to the front lines. Here, in the throat-tightened quiet and on the face of the sentry guard, the atmosphere is taut as a bowstring.
Mr. Ironhand, Mr. Diamond, sirs, welcome. Go on through.
Thanks, pal.
Are you 8-Shot Rendazzo?
Sometimes.
Wow, I mean, welcome, ma'am. And thank you.
For? The man seems confused by my question, as though my very existence were a blessing. His reply is painfully earnest.
For everything.
As we pass into the sandbagged sanctuary of the base, I see familiar faces among the fresh recruits. The folks who torch their own block to set themselves free. They nod gratefully as we pass.
Gia, Apollo and I have matters to discuss. It would be a great help if you'd check on everyone and make sure they have what they need. Thank you.
I'll see if there are any bolts around here I can tighten. Catch you in a bit.
The shattered remains of a church bell lie half buried in rubble. The only ringing to be heard around here is in the ears of shell-shocked frontline fighters. There's a firelight in the eyes of the sentries on guard duty that even exhaustion and horror hasn't doused. They seem proud to be here. I'm starting to understand how they feel. The camp supply tent is staffed by a woman with black hair and an easy smile. She wipes her brow, the exposed muscles of her arms shining from stacking crates and hauling sandbags. How goes the fight?
Aye. Now, we finally got an ammo restock. We're ready to kick some ass. If you'll pardon the French.
I'll let it slide.
What are you after? We're low on pretty much everything, but we make it work.
What's the situation on the front line?
You know Gethsemane? Where the axe lays her head every night? We're right on her damn doorstep. They say we'll have her in handcuffs by morning.
Really? Hard to believe. Her flock seems pretty devoted.
Devotion only works if you believe in the cause. Plenty of folks have woken up and realized they're on the wrong side of this thing. Her flock's smaller every day.
I'm glad you're so optimistic about our chances.
Don't get me wrong, we're in a tight spot. We're understaffed, underfed, poorly trained, and scared as hell. But you know what keeps us going?
What's that?
The truth. Trust me, waking up and realizing we don't have to listen to her lies anymore. Talk about a shot in the arm.
Help me understand something. We're outnumbered here, but we're pushing them back anyway. What's our secret?
We hit them where it hurts. Their pride. We show them why they should be with us, not against us. It ain't that hard. Not when you can point to that and ask them to tell you with a straight face that everything's gonna be fine.
She jabs a finger in the direction of the swelling gravity blister in the sky, looking for all the world like it's ready to pop. What do you do when you're not changing hearts and minds?
Me? I'm a school teacher. 3rd grade.
I must be gawping like a loon, because she lets out a delighted, musical laugh.
I know. Crazy times, aren't they?
You ever met Apollo Diamond?
Sure. He's a legend around here. He recruited me.
He did? How'd you meet?
Annie and her buckethead showed up at my school. Locked it down, scared the kids half to death. Started listing out all the things we could and couldn't teach anymore. As if she knows best. I went to an underground meeting that same night. And that's where I met Apollo.
complex tangle of emotions fight for real estate across her youthful face.
He made me finally see what I've been ignoring for years.
What's that?
The only good Baron is a dead Baron.
Let's see what you have for sale.
We're low on stock, but I'm sure we can spare a few things.
Every time a barony falls, the guns come out. After all, what's civil unrest without a little firepower? Wouldn't hurt to see if any scraps fell off the table. I grabbed the nearest rebel by his cuff. Excuse me, comrade. Who's the leader of this little band of freedom fighters? We're going after the Baron, and we're going to need all the help we can get.
I recognize you. If you're going after Annie, you're going to need this.
He cracks open the nearest crate and emerges with a polished automatic rifle, beautifully constructed from butt to barrel. It's a real thing of beauty, and I accept it with the care of a museum curator being handed a priceless artifact. Almost a shame it's about to see combat. A mother shares what little comfort she can with a frail hug with her son. He catches sight of me and waves me over.
It's you. I can't believe it. It's really you.
Hi.
Honey, this is Gia Randazzo. This is the woman who saved us.
I feel bile rise like an evil tide in my throat, the plain-faced look of awe on the young boy's face.
Wow!
Have we met?
No. I never thought we'd actually get to speak with a hero of the underground. Aren't we lucky, honey?
Oh, hero? I've been called a lot of things in my life, but that's a new one.
But you are a hero! My mama told me everything you did. You exploded General Eli. You got rid of that scary Dreamland lady. And you're going to make it so I can go to school again, right?
That's right, sweetie. Gia and the underground will make Annie go away too. And then you can go back to school and keep learning.
I like learning. I like to read. Comic books are my favorite. You're like a comic hero.
I smile weakly and keep my trap squeezed shut. What am I gonna do? Tell him the truth? What good has that ever done? You must have had a tough couple days.
It's all right. We're safe now. When our neighbors started fighting Annie's thugs, I thought we were done for.
Yeah, it was really scary. The bodega on the corner went kaboom!
But that's nothing, honestly. I just hate being so scared all the time. Scared of breaking a new rule we haven't been told about yet. Of the rules that might be coming next.
Nobody should have to live like that.
No. But we did live. And that's what counts.
Yep. Gia's my name. This is all pretty new to me, too. But you know what?
What?
Sometimes, even I get scared.
You do?
Yep. And you know what I do when that happens?
What?
I keep going anyway. Just like you. The boy beams like a 1,000,000-watt spotlight stroking the cheek of a cotton cloud. His mother's eyes are wet with gratitude as she reaches out her hand for mine.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. High-pitched wails escape the open flap of the medical tent as a field surgeon and a nurse struggle to keep their thrashing patient's blood from escaping his body. The doctor moves with desperation, while the nurse seems frustrated by what she seems to think are her colleagues' fruitless ministrations.
I can't stop the bleeding. Get the clamp!
This patient's already been triaged. Why are we wasting our time?
Help me, damn it, or we'll lose him.
The nurse folds her arms defiantly, and I notice her glancing suspiciously at a telltale glow in the screaming patient's terrified eyes. Your tourniquet's loose. Something your nurse probably should have pointed out to you already. The doctor looks up at me, surprised, but doesn't waste time. He grabs the leather belt around the Aether's upper leg and cinches it tight. The man's howls of pain ebb into a low, dull moan.
Blood pressure's rising.
I turn to the nurse, my voice gleaming with the same sharp-edged steel as the scalpels on the tray beside her. Stitch him up. She frowns at me, clearly wanting to question my credibility, but unable to argue with the result. She grabs a needle and closes the wound, lacing each stitch with undisguised spite. You've got about 5 seconds to explain yourself.
I don't have time. I have real patients who need my attention.
She shows me her back, moving out from the shadow of the tent. I can't summon anything venomous enough to express how I feel before the flap of her coat disappears from view. I look at the surgeon, whose shrug is as weary as the earth.
Not your fault, hon. She won't operate on Aether's.
What? That's... I don't...
You said it. They're getting hit twice as hard as anyone right now. Which means twice the work for me.
What can I do?
You've done plenty. Unless you've got a cure for bigotry under that hat.
He looks at the prostrate body of the Aether on the slab, and I leave before I can figure out an innovative new way to feel more useless. Rebel fighters, hands trembling with exhaustion, shuffle like ghosts through a food line. I approach one mid-meal, who's mechanically dipping some visibly stale bread into a bowl of colorless soup. Hey there. Got enough to eat?
Nah, not really. Bucketheads cut off our supply lines. A friggin' mouse wouldn't live long on this slop, and we're lucky to have it.
Damn. Anything I can do?
Why? You the new quartermaster?
No, I'm a smuggler, actually.
Then you must be making a killing. I could buy half a seum with what you people charge for a tenderloin these days. Give me some space, will you? They're sending us out again soon.
He waves me away, turning back to his pitiful meal. I don't reply. What would I even say? Let's see what you have for sale.
Aye, what do you need?